the evil gods, the most terrifying existence in this world. It is said that a single evil god can throw the entire world into chaos. But in my house, the Charlot household, there's a whole nest of them. For the sake of world peace, I can only keep these evil gods at home and take care of them. The one serving me tea is an evil god, the one warming my bed is an evil god, and the one cleaning my room is also an evil god. I am Marquis Charlot of the Kingdom of Calixi. In my previous life, I was kind-hearted and honest, spending my life accumulating virtue and doing good deeds, yet I was falsely accused of being a follower of an evil god, leading to the destruction of my family. In this new life, not only will I take good care of the maids in my household and enjoy the luxurious life of a noble, but I will also crush all my enemies underfoot and break through this absurd world. I am a Marquis. Isn't it natural for me to be arrogant and frivolous? Social etiquette? Whoever offends my maids, I'll wipe out their entire family. I don't care if you're an evil god or a righteous god. As long as you can give me power, you're a good god. Believing in one evil god makes you an evil god's follower. So if I bring all the evil gods home, what does that make me? In order to protect my family, I can only be more insidious and ruthless than the villains. Saying this, I grabbed a sack and brought another beautiful girl evil god back home. Pain. Intense pain. I shook my head, trying to shake off the dizziness, as a sentence exploded in my mind. Apologies, Marquis Charlotte. I know you're disappointed, but we cannot admit someone without magical talent, no matter how noble you are. I suddenly opened my eyes, my pupils contracting sharply. I have been reborn. I touched my chest. There was no cold blade, and my heart was still beating strongly. Scenes from my previous life surged into my mind. I uncovered the truth about the gods of this world. My family was falsely accused of being remnants of an evil god, and we were destroyed. Former friends betrayed me, and I wandered in foreign lands. Even so, I still believed in the main god and yearned for goodness, only to be judged by the main god in the end. That's right, I am a reborn individual. To be precise, I transmigrated from Blue Star to this world of swords and magic, and now I have been reborn once again. I am not reconciled. In my previous life on Blue Star, I was a law-abiding good citizen. After coming here, even though I don't believe in gods, I put on a convincing act, donating money to build churches, accumulating virtue, and doing good deeds. Yet wolves surrounded me, coveting my family's status and power, and in the end, even the Marquis family was crushed under the wheels of history. I understand now. Kindness will only be seen as weakness. If you are gentle with others, they will only think you are easy to bully. From now on, I will show no mercy. At this moment, I am participating in the entrance test for the Elena Magic Academy. Evaluation, unqualified. I collected myself and walked out of the lounge, only to hear a few sarcastic remarks. Esteemed Marquis Charlotte, who would have thought you actually have no magical talent? The others burst into mocking laughter. Leading the ridicule was Alan, a commoner who had once received my support at the Calishire Royal Academy and was considered my friend. But he was merely using my influence to act arrogantly. He was one of those who framed me in my previous life. After being admitted to Elena Magic Academy, he revealed his true colors, scheming against me and seizing the Mist Moon family's assets. And today is the day he got admitted to the academy, kicking me aside. I frowned. Alan, I've never treated you unfairly. What kind of tone is that now? He completely ignored me, chatting and laughing with others. See? He's definitely thinking of taking his anger out on me, a commoner. In the past, how would a commoner dare to speak to a noble like this? Especially when I'm a young Marquis. But now they are under the protection of the Elena Magic Academy, an impartial sanctuary for magicians. Even I wouldn't dare to act recklessly here, or I'd face the wrath of the world's most powerful magicians. A group of nobles who had long disliked me surrounded Alan to back him up. Since childhood, I was exceptionally intelligent, coupled with the perks of being a transmigrator and eidetic memory. I could speak at 1, displayed intelligence at 3, performed arithmetic at 5 that amazed the nation's mathematicians, and by 7, I was offering advice to the king. I became the child of others in the mouths of all nobles and commoners, and the geniuses of my generation resented my very existence. But now, despite being personally bestowed the title of genius by the king, I turned out to have no magical talent whatsoever. A tiger fallen to the plains is bound to be bullied by dogs. It's no surprise. I ignored them. The laughter behind me grew even more brazen. Master Genius Charlo, we'll be waiting for you at the Alina Magic Academy. How about we make a written agreement? When I become a great mage, I'll go to your territory to help take care of your sister. Ha 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 ha. I let out a long breath, turned around, and glanced at them, memorizing every face. Many of them were present when I was executed in my previous life, wearing smug smiles of conspiracy fulfilled. It doesn't matter. This rabble can only be arrogant for now. Because I, Charlo, have a cheat. My family was slandered as followers of an evil god for a reason. The Mistmoon family has indeed been suppressing an evil god all along. The face of that purple-haired girl surfaced in my mind. She is my guardian. I returned home. Charlotte, you're back. A platinum blonde-haired girl, dressed in a fluffy white long dress, stood obediently at the door waiting for me. Cecilia is the person in this world who loves me the most, without exception. The maid beside her quickly said, "Young master, please persuade the madam to return indoors and rest. As soon as you left, the madam has been standing here waiting. I'm afraid she'll catch a cold." That's right, this young woman is my mother, Cecilia Mistmoon. Why does she look so young? Because she is a princess of the Norin kingdom, and the Norin family was once cursed by the gods. Women's bodies stop aging at 18 and remain that way until death. The Mistmoon family was also cursed. Every head of the family dies young. So at the age of 13, I took on the responsibility of being the head of the family. So, my pride, have the test results come out? I shook my head helplessly. I didn't pass. Cecilia immediately clenched her fists. A bunch of blind fools. They don't even recognize how amazing my Charlo is. Tomorrow, I'll show them what I'm capable of. A lousy magic academy dares to bully my Charlo. I flicked her forehead lightly. Mom, stop it. I already said there's no need to worry, yet you're still standing at the door waiting for me. She covered her forehead and pouted. Xia Luo, is someone bullying you? That's just how she is, extremely protective. I'm the only male in the family, and she pours all her protective instincts into me. When I was a child heading off to school, she could rattle off a long list of reminders in one breath. Bring your water bottle. Don't fight. Tell the teacher if you're thirsty. Don't drink cold water. Get along with your classmates. And if there's a conflict, go to the teacher. Mother's love is the deepest feeling I've experienced in this life. I smiled and shook my head. Mom, I'm a Marquis. Who would dare to bully me? Along the way, it wasn't just my mother. My sisters also gave me the best of everything. So I've always been kind from beginning to end. But kindness can't save family or protect the ones you love. To protect them, I can only be more ruthless and more insidious than the villains. Moreover, time is running out. To become stronger, I must act quickly. I made a decision to make a deal with that evil god. After settling my mother, I headed to the mansion's basement. After turning a few corners, I stopped in front of a pitch-black door, pushed it open with force, and passed through the boundless white mist. Arriving at a grand hall. The hall was vast and empty, with a massive stone statue standing in the center, surrounded by countless anti-magic chains. I slowly approached the statue. A young girl in a purple dress stepped out from the shadows. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her purple hair cascading like a waterfall, and her slender purple eyes. She was sitting with her knees hugged to her chest at the foot of the statue. She smiled gently, her voice soft. Charlo, you've come. Restia, I'm here. Like old friends reunited, no words were needed. Charlotte, I told you long ago, this world is rotten to the core, both the gods and their followers. You're too gentle, and in the end, the one who gets hurt will only be you. In my past life, I didn't believe it, dismissing it as her ploy to trick me into unsealing her. But now I understand. I've had my fill of this world's malice. But it's okay, you're my chosen one. Whenever you want to make a deal, I'm always ready. She walked closer barefoot, the sound of tap-tap echoing on the marble floor. She stopped in front of me, and I didn't move. Huh, she laughed. I just like your cautiousness. But why are you still so guarded against me? Aren't we old friends by now? If you had died once too, you'd be as cautious as I am. What she said was actually true. In my previous life, at the moment of death, I clearly heard her voice. My beloved Charlo. At first he was dull and honest, forgiving others gently even when bullied. After spending more time with him, I realized that he had always been aware of who truly cared for him and who intended to harm him. He just chose not to say it. When he truly takes action, he shows no mercy. Anyone who dares to touch his family will face his wrath. Even though he is the weakest one, he reserves his most gentle and dependable side for his family. A grown man hiding countless schemes every day, living a life of bitterness and exhaustion. He shoulders the burdens of things that can't see the light of day, while pushing the flowers and applause onto others. But this world is utterly rotten. Come on, Charlotte. Let's turn this hypocritical world upside down. That's right, whether in a past life or this one, she has always been watching me. Then why did you choose me as the divine candidate? What are you after? I asked bluntly. What if I said I fell in love with you? She smiled brightly. Cut the nonsense. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. I need you to gather divine power for me, so I can return to the mortal world. I actually felt more at ease. The scariest thing is someone helping you for no apparent reason. Such help often comes with a price you can't afford. I had already experienced that once in my previous life. All right, I'll help you achieve your goal. Now, give me the power. Of course. She stood on tiptoe, lifted her face, and her soft lips pressed against mine. I felt nothing. After the kiss, I sensed a subtle connection forming between us. I clenched my fist, but my body didn't seem to change at all. I didn't even feel like I had gained any strength. You're not trying to fool me, are you? Oh, how could I? The thing is, I haven't had any followers for a long time, and I'm bound by so many anti-magic chains, so the power I can give you is limited. How about you unlock one for me? I stared at her playful face, unable to tell whether she was truly innocent or just acting. But I kept my guard up. Right now, the only ones I can trust are my family. I'll unlock one chain for you. But if I sense anything wrong, I'll die right in front of you, and you'll never get out in this lifetime. Oh dear, my sweet Charlotte. Why are you always so wary of me? I ignored her, walked up to the giant statue that looked exactly like her, bit my finger, and let a drop of blood seep into one of the chains. The Wu Yu family has guarded this evil god for generations. Though we have never seen her, we have always fulfilled our duty. As the heir, I naturally know how to strengthen or break her seal. I chanted a spell softly, and a magic-restricting chain snapped in response. At the same moment, a surge of immense magical power flooded into my body. I clenched my fist lightly, feeling the unprecedented, majestic power. This was just the first chain, but I don't dare to undo it. Who knows if she'll stab me in the back? Better to stay cautious. I turned around, ready to leave. She was waiting for me to praise the power she gave me, but seeing me about to leave, she panicked. Hey, Charlo, where are you going? Practice. It's my first time having magic. I don't want to get rusty later. Take me with you. You wouldn't want me to completely set you free, would you? Forget about it. How could I know what you're worried about? I would never make such a request. She snapped her fingers, and a ring appeared in her palm, its gemstone resembling a purple eye. This ring allows your spirit to bear my soul, letting me stay by your side, and it can also help you store some things. I hesitated. Honestly, I wanted to refuse. I really didn't have a good impression of an evil god. Come on, Charlotte, this is an artifact. Besides, watching over me is part of fulfilling your family duty. That made some sense. I nodded. There's no way I could let an evil god who had already broken one chain run loose. She smiled brightly as she slid the ring onto the ring finger of my left hand. The Marquis' mansion was vast. I walked ahead, while she floated behind me. Looks like you've managed the Mistmoon family quite well, huh? She tried to strike up a conversation with me several times along the way, but I couldn't be bothered to respond even once. Seeing how guarded I was, she sensibly stopped making a fool of herself and turned into a beam of light, entering my mental world. I arrived at my own magic testing ground. Looking at the massive stone targets, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, I couldn't even leave a scratch on them. Now that I had obtained the power of the evil god, I wanted to see what level I was at. She saw me dazing off and assumed I didn't know how to use magic, immediately starting to ramble. Magic, you see, is all about technique. Blah 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 a whole lot. She told me how to save magic power and how to increase its potency. If I weren't so exhausted right now, I'd definitely show you some advanced magic. I couldn't be bothered to respond, letting her nag like a mother. When casting magic, You need to pay attention to constructing the magic circle, the chanting speed. Before finishing my sentence, I raised my hand, bang. A fireball blasted out. First tier magic, fireball spell. I remained expressionless, feeling the flow of magic within my body. Immediately, second tier magic burst like fireworks, striking the boulder one after another, lighting up the entire testing ground. Restia materialized beside me, her eyelid twitching. You don't need to construct a magic circle to cast spells. I ignored her. In my previous life, although I couldn't use magic, I was extremely interested in it. After all, as a transmigrator, I had gone through almost all the magic books at home. With my knowledge of magic, I was qualified enough to be a professor at a magic academy. I was just missing one fundamental thing: magical power. Now that I have magical power, I already possess the strength of a third-tier mage. A magic array flashed in my mind, and the spell whoosh flew out instantly. I felt confident in my heart. I spoke up. Restia, you should have a very familiar colleague, right? In the past, I was always indifferent to her, but now that I'm taking the initiative to speak, it must mean I need her help. Colleague, she looked utterly confused. If I'm not mistaken, there is currently an evil god, the god of night and moon, the true ancestor of the Blood clan, who is in a weakened state. What do you want to do? I smirked mischievously, just like how I am with you right now. It was then that she remembered. The Fogmoon family held information on all the evil gods in this world. I didn't rest. Relying on the magic she provided, I used second-tier wind magic to travel the entire way. When magic is abundant, this is much faster than a carriage. Charlo, let me tell you first, having me is enough. You don't need any other evil gods. Those evil gods are extremely dangerous. One careless move, and you'll be completely devoured. Don't play with fire and get burned. She couldn't stop me and could only try to dissuade me frantically. But the more anxious she got, the more it proved I was right. If I could make a deal with her, I could make deals with other evil gods too. No matter what kind of god they are, as long as they can give me power, they are good gods. Once the power is in my hands, how to use it is not up to them to decide. Hey, Charlo, you're my chosen one. Why? With a bit more strength, wouldn't I be able to help you take down those righteous gods even better? I already had a plan in mind. When it comes to exploiting an evil god, the more, the better. Dealing with one evil god puts me at a disadvantage. But if I make deals with every evil god, then I hold the upper hand. You don't seriously think I'd become a servant to a god, do you? I've been reborn once already. What a joke. I'm just worried about you. Luna is a complete lunatic. If you go to her, there's a 9 out of 10 chance she'll fight you directly. Then I'll beat her into submission, stuff her into a sack, and carry her home. Consider it my duty as a 5-star noble to rid the people of harm. Restia's lips twitched uncontrollably, her eyes filled with despair. Her newly contracted chosen was about to seek out another evil god right in front of her. Isn't this kind of plot only supposed to happen in cheap novels? She is the true god of reality and evil, a being who nearly conquered the entire world during the age of creation. And now, she could only stand there like a powerless, resentful woman, watching helplessly as her chosen went off to find another woman. At this moment, I had already arrived at a lake on the outskirts of the capital city of Calyx. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, it was here that the goddess of night and moon completed a ritual to restore most of her power, wiping out 3 noble territories in a single night, even crushing the holy knights of the church into dust. And now, this is the moment when she is at her weakest, most vulnerable to being taken advantage of. As soon as I landed, I saw eerie mist churning here, the lake's surface frozen, and an ominous aura lingering. Within the white mist, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils locked onto me. Outsider, a cold, hoarse voice, carrying a bone-chilling frost, came from within the mist. Daring to trespass on my territory? Courting death, are you? A gust of wind dispersed the white mist. She had pure silver-white long hair, a delicate and charming appearance, slightly taller than Lestia, and the fullness of her chest quivered gently with each step. Her blood-red vertical pupils stared at me intently, yet she dared not act rashly. This place had been isolated from the real world by her secret magic, and she hadn't expected anyone to break through the barrier and reach this moonlit lakeside. You carry the aura of the god of reality and evil. Were you sent by her to kill me? Before the voice had faded, a beam of moonlight magic struck directly toward me. Though she was weak, she was still a god, and a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. I directly used wind magic to create some distance and turned my head to ask Restia in my mind, "Do you evil gods always have to fight to the death when you meet?" Restia, in the form of a little bear, spread her hands. "I told you this would happen. In my previous life, I wandered from place to place. Although I couldn't use magic, my combat skills never fell behind. With my hands on my hips, I said to Luna, 'Come with me obediently, and I won't bully you. Otherwise, I'll put you in a sack and take you away.' Luna completely ignored me, carrying the moonlight greatsword as she charged at me. Consider yourself the first sacrifice to my restored power." I didn't dare slack off, skipping even the magic circle, and sent a wind blade directly at her. She blocked it with her sword, and I casually unleashed a flame storm, burning away the surrounding white mist. After a few rounds, she was clearly struggling, and the white mist grew thinner. Her divine power couldn't even sustain the barrier. Those blood-red eyes of hers were starting to lose focus. Seeing her gritting her teeth and holding on, I couldn't help but curl my lips into a smile. Damn humans, just wait until I regain my strength. All right. I took out a dark red crystal bottle, letting the blood drip onto the grass, drop by drop. Luna caught the scent of blood, her stomach growling even louder as she staggered toward it in a daze. In that brief moment of distraction, I had already gathered my magic, and a beam of light pierced through her chest. She fell straight to the ground without even making a sound. Isn't this way too fake? A dark god taken out by a single spell from me? Restia sighed. That's how the evil god is. No ill intentions, just simple-minded. You might as well just say she's not very bright. That doesn't include me, of course. I'm the kind of person who would shoot 2 more arrows even at a dead enemy, let alone an evil god. With a wave of my hand, over a dozen second-tier spells slammed directly at the fallen Luna. Sure enough, the pretending to be dead Luna immediately jumped up. But this time, she couldn't escape. The moonlight magic defense wouldn't hold for long. The flames burned for a full 5 minutes, with water, wind, fire, and earth all unleashed, even cracking the ground. "Stop! I surrender. I surrender." Only then did I stop. The wind scattered the dust, revealing Luna, covered in soot and hiding behind her sword. She had shrunk a whole size, and even her voice had turned delicate. Once a tall, elegant big sister bunny, she was now a pure little lowly, her gaze innocent and pure, completely subdued by me. "Restia, do your evil gods also come with a size-changing feature?" "This is her ability. She can't die. Just a drop of blood is enough for her to resurrect. But the price is that her body keeps getting smaller. That's why all the other gods stay beyond the celestial veil, yet she still dares to wander the mortal world." I see. If Restia could also shrink, I would definitely want to see what she looked like as a child. I cautiously formed an ice crystal sword for protection. "Luna, goddess of night and moon, I am Charlo Mistmoon. Form a contract with me, and I will protect you." A mere human dares to I slapped her, but with the flat side of my sword. I was wrong. I directly constructed a magic contract. "Stop talking nonsense. Sign it." She widened her eyes as soon as she saw the contract. "A slave contract? Human, what are you trying to do? This is outrageous." Smack. I slapped down again. She could only bite her lower lip and whimper pitifully. "If you don't sign, I'll immediately report your whereabouts to the church. You can wait to be sealed for life, maybe even turned into nourishment for the true gods. Didn't you say if I obediently went with you, you wouldn't bully me? Now you only deserve to sign this." Luna squinted her eyes and calculated. Falling into the hands of a true god meant certain death. The man in front of her didn't seem very strong. She could just regain her strength, kill him, and escape later. "Fine, I'll sign, but you must believe." Smack. "I also have the dignity of a god." Smack. She was photographed with a flushed face, clenching her small fists. I didn't give her any chance to negotiate terms. She carefully read the contract, which on the surface only required her to be my personal maid, share power, enjoy generous benefits, and have a forged identity. It seemed pretty good. In truth, I had been tricked too many times in my past life, so I already knew how to draft a contract to trap others. vague clauses, double meanings, and the final right of interpretation all in my hands. Luna bit her finger and pressed her fingerprint. Very wise choice, Miss Luna. The moment the contract took effect, a surge of magic to imprint the slave mark welled up in my hand. Let me think about where to place it. In truth, I had already decided, zero hesitation. Show me your little tummy. You. Snap. I lifted her skirt, revealing her adorable navel, and used my finger imbued with searing magic to trace a pattern on her snow-white abdomen, a heart entwined with thorns, enchanting and alluring. I infused magic into the pattern. Luna gritted her teeth, thinking that a gentleman's revenge could wait 10 years, and this level of magic was nothing to her. The next second, her mind went blank, completely dazed by the impact of my magic. The pattern shifted from silver white to pink with her emotions, then returned to normal. What did you do to me? Her pupils shrank to pinpoints. A slave contract. I extended a finger. Luna, come help your master clean it up. She looked reluctant, but her body instinctively took my finger into her mouth and began to suck. I smiled faintly. Only then did she realize she had fallen into a trap. In fact, while on my way here, I casually opened a vein and collected a bottle of blood. The blood of the Fogmoon family is the best substance for suppressing deities. When signing the contract, I secretly smeared some blood on my finger, and the mark I drew with it is indelible even by gods. That bottle of blood earlier was merely to distract her for a second, just enough time for me to construct a magic circle and kill her instantly. Back at the entrance of the Misty Moon residence, the maid saw me with a little girl about 1.4 meters tall. Young master, this is a poor child I picked up while walking. She'll be a maid from now on. Arrange some clothes for her. The maid took Luna's hand lovingly and said, You must have had a hard time outside before. Everything will be fine now that you're in this household. Luna's eye twitched. Wasn't it your master who put her in this state? She was brought to the dining table and swallowed hard at the sight of the delicious food. Although an evil god doesn't need to eat, after losing her divine powers, she was no different from an ordinary person. If she didn't eat, she would truly starve to death. I stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth, and she completely let go, her face smeared with grease. After she was full, I had her wash up and change into a maid outfit. Black and white low cut, black stockings, absolute territory, short skirt. Luna, with her waist-length white hair, blood-red eyes, petite and adorable, had a unique charm. After arranging for her to rest, I returned to my own bedroom. Everything felt so perfect, like a dream, but Restia suddenly appeared and interrupted me. Charlo, you're truly terrifying, even scheming against an evil god. What now? Charlotte, you wouldn't be scheming against me too, would you? She seemed uneasy, unable to discern anything from my emerald green eyes. Take a guess. She pouted. I thought the great evil god would be angrier, but it turned out to be just a tantrum. What are you worried about? Turning your kind into my slaves is equivalent to helping you eliminate a competitor. What I care about isn't this. As my chosen one, you actually went to seek out other evil gods. Where does that leave my dignity? I was dumbfounded. You want to be my maid too? At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Restia returned to my ring. The person who entered was a maid whose name I couldn't recall, and she seemed very shy. Young master, the head maid is on leave today, so I'll be your personal maid. What's your name? Sophia. In my previous life, I treated the servants well, so why are they so afraid of me? I wanted to get closer. Come over and massage my shoulders. Sophia's legs were trembling as she knelt down after taking off her shoes to massage my shoulders. Why are you so afraid of me? Young master, I am not. But even your voice is shaking. She finally whispered. Today, there were some rumors in the capital about you, young master. They said you were moody because you failed the magic test. I pinched her plump thigh. Me moody? Ah. Her face turned bright red. In my previous life, it doesn't count, but in this life, the worst thing I've done is bully the family maids. At most, you could add bullying an evil god to the list. I pulled her into my arms and blew softly into her ear. Where did you hear that? At the Helena Trading Company. I asked for more details, and it eventually turned into giving her a massage. After an hour, her eyes were practically sparkling with hearts, shifting from shy to playful. But I didn't take things further. I prefer the Restia type. so Sophia could only pout and leave. I'm not lacking in women. The maids at home were all personally selected by my mother, with spotless backgrounds and looks scoring 90 and above. A mere beckon would have them obediently lying down, but I can't be bothered to fall for them casually. Helena Trading Company is one of the businesses I funded, and the mastermind behind it is none other than Alan, who publicly mocked me a few days ago. I funded his sister Helena to start the company, which gave him the money to study magic. Now that things are just starting to look up, he's already learned to show disrespect to his benefactor. Looks like I need to take decisive action. The next morning, Sophia came to wake me up with 2 maids. After last night's intimate interaction, she was much more adept this morning. Sophia, prepare the carriage. At your command, young master. Where are you headed? Helena Trading Company. I hastily finished my breakfast, gave instructions to take care of Cecilia, and then went to find Luna. A few maids were surrounding her, pinching her cheeks and calling her cute. When they saw me, they quickly stepped aside. You all go out first. I want to talk to her alone. The lowly version of Luna in front of me was a world apart from the mature beauty from last night. A petite maid outfit, a face that could topple nations, and big, glistening blood-red eyes paired with a snow-white little face, making it hard to resist wanting to grab her. So I reached out and grabbed her, soft and squishy. How is it, Lord Evil God? Is my home comfortable? Human, you really don't see me as. I squinted and interrupted her. Watch your words. Now you should call me master, or else. I snapped my fingers. Snap. She felt a powerful impact. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to her knees before me. The burning sensation in her abdomen left her unable to tell whether it was pain or something else. I was wrong. Master, very good. Later, come out with me. From now on, you will be my personal maid, understand? Why yes, I understand. She couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. Her legs trembled as she stood up, almost falling over. It was only with my support that she managed to steady herself. Give a candy and then a stick. Only by combining kindness and authority can you handle a rebellious deity like Luna. Before boarding the carriage, Sophia ran out and asked, Young master, are you sure you don't need to bring any guards? No need. It's our own property. Would they dare to touch me? Besides, this seemingly delicate Luna by my side never hesitates when swinging her greatsword. She's the best guard there is. The carriage, pulled by unicorns from the Forest of Elves and bearing the crest of the Fogmoon family, caused nearby pedestrians and carriages to make way. A Marquis family is not to be trifled with. In my previous life, I disliked ostentation and believed in equality for all, but the experiences in this world have taught me. Without displaying status, some people will only push their luck. For example, Luna, who is sitting across from me right now. I patted my thigh. Come sit here. She was displeased, but who knows what she might turn into if I snapped my fingers again. She could only lift her skirt and sit on my lap. I casually played with her slender fingers. Since signing the contract, apart from being able to sense her location, I haven't gained any special abilities. At that moment, a halo of light appeared in the carriage, and Restia, dressed in a purple dress, appeared across from me, squinting slightly as she said, She doesn't even have power herself. How could she share any with you? I see. Luna, in my arms, blinked her eyes, not knowing who I was talking to. Restia smiled. Only you can see me and hear me. I asked in my heart, is there a way to restore Luna's strength? Blood, or your bodily fluids, and those magical tools stored in your house? I nodded, leaving her aside, and focused on playing with Luna's hair. Restia watched me being affectionate with Luna, and could only stand by and watch, her eye twitching. Charlo, am I not good looking? You're beautiful, you're exactly my favorite type. I spoke honestly, but my face was still nuzzling Luna's silky hair, taking a handful and inhaling deeply. Luna was now quiet, like an adorable little pet, only occasionally letting out a soft breath, temporarily subdued by me. Then why aren't you holding me? And holding her instead? Holding you, I feel nothing. Restia instantly pouted, but she currently didn't even have a physical body, only a spirit form, and could only watch helplessly as I interacted intimately with Luna. Luna, on the other hand, seemed to be quite enjoying it. Restia made a silent vow. Once I restore my body, I'll definitely captivate you. Upon arriving at the Helena Trading Company, the maid placed the footstool properly and knocked on the carriage door. Master Charlotte, we've arrived. Hearing the commotion, I picked up Luna, stepped onto the small stool, and got off the carriage. The people from the Helena Chamber of Commerce immediately recognized this luxurious carriage and knew the master had come for an inspection, so none dared to slack off. The blue-haired beauty Helena stood at the door to greet me, Ellen's elder sister, the president of the chamber. At this moment, a sarcastic voice came through. Well, isn't this our Marquis Charlot? Have you finally recovered from the sorrow of failing the magic test? I looked over and saw it was Duke Innes's eldest son, Dark Innes. This guy had been pursuing Helena and spent every day hanging around the merchant guild, starting trouble so early in the morning. How could I possibly be in a good mood? Where did this stray dog come from? I'm handling family affairs, and who do you think you are? I waved my hand, signaling the security guards to drag him out, and walked straight toward Helena. The smile on Helena's face froze for a moment. Master of the house, Lord Dark is at least an honored guest. You can't just. I raised an eyebrow. I had long known she had betrayed me, but I didn't expect her to not even bother pretending anymore. I was too merciful before, giving you face only for you to forget who you are. After entering the office, I sat in the main seat and flipped through the ledger. In fact, I already knew exactly what was in the accounts. Today, I came to make the mastermind behind the scenes pay the price. Helena stood to the side, her hands folded in front of her abdomen, nervously staring at her shoes, completely unaware that I had already looked up from the ledger to watch her. Even Luna on the side could see how guilty this woman was. Helena. Yes, master. I'm not here to check the accounts today. I heard there are quite a few rumors about me outside. Have you heard them? Helena looked up. My face was expressionless. This meant I was already starting to get angry. No, the servants here wouldn't dare to slander the master of the house. She pretended everything was fine, but deep down she felt uneasy. She seemed to have forgotten that her current achievements, her ability to support her parents and fund her brother's magic studies, were all thanks to me giving her this business association. And what about her? She wants to marry Dark and become a duchess, embezzle the association's assets, and even secretly use public funds to buy forbidden magic scrolls for Alan on the black market. That's the reason for Alan's rapid improvement in strength. I couldn't be bothered to act with her anymore. A commoner secretly mastering forbidden magic. If I were to tell His Majesty the King about this, what do you think he would do? Helena's expression changed, realizing I was hinting at her. Bang! The door was kicked open. Charlotte, what are you going to do to Helena? Dark Innes barged in, knocking down all the guards. Behind him was Alan, looking hostile. It was obvious Alan had called him. The two of them reeked of alcohol. I waved my hand to fan the air and asked Luna to open the window. Luna understood instantly. She pulled out a massive sword taller than a person from under her skirt and slashed a huge hole in the wall with one swing. Helena's jaw dropped. She understood that I was making a show of strength to everyone. I helplessly looked at Luna. This girl was still feeling smug, as if completing the task was something worth showing off. Although she hadn't truly grasped my intentions, the effect was quite good. The arrogant Dark just now instantly became obedient. But Alan was different. He was like a fearless young calf. Who let him in? I stared at Dark. I asked him to come, Alan said, stiffening his neck. That kid looks down on me, thinking he'll eventually trample this useless person underfoot. Dark is the same, thinking I'm just a pathetic heir to the title. I sneered. You two siblings are truly foolish. One wants to marry into the Duchess's position, the other dreams of becoming a grand mage, yet neither realizes they're just being played. Helena, Dark just wants to sleep with you and trick you into handing over the guild, swallowing up the Mist Moon family's assets. As for your useless brother, barely qualified thanks to forbidden magic, he'll be exposed for what he really is once he gets to Elena's Magic Academy. With one sentence, all three people present were utterly humiliated. No matter how despicable Dark is, he keeps it hidden. When I exposed him in front of Helena, his fury reached its peak. Swish! Dark drew his sword and pointed it at me. Charlot Wiyua, I challenge you to a duel. A duel? It's been a long time since I last heard that word. A way for nobles to resolve conflicts, without taking lives. The victor can command the loser to do one thing, and the loser must comply, or face a curse from the gods. Duck is very clever. He can't handle the family behind me. Even the maid by my side could kill him with a single strike. So he chose a duel. He thinks I'm useless in combat, and definitely not his match. He took off his white glove and threw it at me. If my mother Cecilia were present, she definitely wouldn't let me agree. But since she's not here, no one can stop me. All right, I accept. I took off my white glove and threw it at Alan. Dark caught my glove, and the duel was established. Tomorrow at noon, see you at the dueling grounds. The challenge party has the right to choose the time and place, so I deliberately picked the most prominent spot in the capital. I turned back. Helena, this Chamber of Commerce needs a new name. Let's call it the Daihaya Chamber of Commerce. I'll send someone to replace you. Daihaya is the maid who assists my eldest sister Alice with accounting at home, making her the most suitable person to take over. This is a notice, not a negotiation. I want to tell those rats in the gutter, Charlotte Wuyue is not a pawn to be easily manipulated. I will overturn the entire chessboard, and the first step is to slap that old Duke Ennis across the face. On the way back, this news had already exploded in the royal capital. I despise betrayal, especially when Helena sold out her allies for personal gain. Honestly, the moment I saw them, I wanted to stab her and her brother to death, but that would be too boring. I want them to lose everything, bit by bit, just like I once did, harvesting them one crop at a time. Returning home, I was greeted by my childhood friend and head maid, Lilia Kuritsuki. Welcome home, Master Charlot. With long silver hair and sapphire blue eyes, she smiled sincerely upon seeing me. Luna noticed she had elf-like pointed ears. An elf working as a maid in a human residence? But then again, Luna herself was a true ancestor of the vampire race and was also working as a maid now. Young master, is she the new sister? Yes, her name is Luna. Lilia, teach her the rules of the Wuyue family. No problem, young master. Come on. Luna, let me take you to change clothes first. Lilia took Luna away. The first thing a maid of the Wuyue family does upon returning home is to change clothes. A strapless short dress with white lace, exposing the shoulders and arms. First, I designed it myself. Second, it's comfortable and highlights charm. Just one day after arriving, Luna already felt the atmosphere of the Fogmoon family, harmonious and warm, with maids addressing each other as sisters. Back in the dormitory, Restia appeared. Charlotte, you actually stopped me from tearing them apart? One must consider the consequences of their actions. Oh, blood splattered on me is hard to wash off, and I don't want the maids to work for nothing. Seems like being your maid isn't too bad. I was speechless for a moment. This evil god was actually seriously considering being my maid. It seems that evil gods aren't too bright. A knock sounded at the door. Lilia came in carrying fruit, bringing Luna along. Luna, now in a change of clothes, was indeed captivating. I twirled my finger in a circle, but Luna tilted her head, not understanding. Lilia bent down and whispered, "The young master wants you to spin around." Luna lifted her skirt and spun around. Not bad. Bringing you back was definitely the right choice. Luna put her hands on her hips, wearing an expression of "I'm the best." Just yesterday, she was so reluctant, and now she's already fitting in. No wonder. She used to live a life of hardship, constantly on the run and despised by everyone. Now she has a home to return to, and her work is easy. It's practically heaven on earth. I crooked my finger, and Lilia understood, sitting by the bedside to feed me grapes. I bit into one and nodded toward her. She blushed and smiled, leaning in to take the grape. My tongue took the opportunity to invade. It was a long while before we parted, a silver thread stretching between our lips. Luna's lips twitched. Clearly, I treated her like this just this morning, and now she's being left aside. By the way, although Luna spends most of her time asleep, the years she's been awake from hunger have added up to nearly 400, purely struggling for survival, completely clueless about such matters. Lilia, you're still so beautiful. My hand reached out to her. She didn't resist, only responded with soft gasps. Luna, with her legs tightly crossed, watched from the side, her face full of anticipation. Just as I was about to strip her completely, there was a knock at the door. I generously let Luna answer the door, while Lilia burrowed into the blanket, leaving only her head exposed. After all, there were no other men in the house besides me. The one who came in was a girl about the same height as Luna, dressed in a luxurious gown, with platinum blonde hair, a spitting image of a miniature Cecilia, only with a much more lively demeanor. Big Sister Alice, could you pick a more appropriate time next time? I sighed helplessly. This is my eldest sister, Alice. Due to Cecilia's genes, Her body remains at the moment of adulthood. It's just that her development was too slow. So now she's only a little taller than Luna. Charlo, I heard you're going to duel that idiot from the Ains family. Is it true? It's true. My dear master, you've finally come to your senses. Give him a good beating, and your sister will fully support you. Alice manages the finances and has long been displeased with the Ennis family. They constantly make things difficult for the Mistmoon family, especially in business dealings. You can take any treasure from the house, and I won't say a word. Just one goal: don't get hurt, and give that noble brat a good beating. Alice swung her fist a few times in the air, completely lacking any ladylike demeanor. Normally, she's extremely stingy with money. Although I, as the head of the family, can spend freely, I still have to coax her after using it all. Now she's actually letting me take whatever I want. She must be truly furious. I suddenly got excited. Just the right time to use some magical items to feed Luna. After seeing Alice off, I gave Lilia, who was wrapped in a blanket, a kiss. Get dressed first, and come to my room tonight. She blushed and softly replied, okay. I took Luna down to the mansion's basement. The Fogmoon family has a secret technique that connects the territory's treasury to the basement of the royal capital's mansion. After passing through 5 magical gates, you reach the deepest part. There's no need for guards here. Without a member of the Mistmoon family leading the way, anyone who enters will be trapped to death. Restia gazed at the boundless white mist, instinctively uneasy. Charlotte, it seems like I'm not welcome here. The Mistmoon family treasury is just like this, filled with a plethora of god-slaying artifacts targeting deities. In an era that revered gods, the Mistmoon family was the first to commit the act of slaying one. You go rest first. Restia vanished in response. Looking at the rows of tall storage cabinets, I couldn't help but marvel. Our family's wealth is truly substantial. Luna was stunned by these treasures, as if she were dreaming. With these, who needs a ceremony to restore power? Just absorbing the magic energy would be enough to turn into a bottomless pit. I could tell she wanted them. Luna, now that you're my maid, I won't treat you poorly. I pinched her cheek. Be obedient. These things will let you absorb magic power, and I can even give you my blood. Luna nodded repeatedly. For some reason, her body had an inexplicable craving for my blood. In the past, she found other people's blood filthy, but my blood seemed like a rare delicacy to her. This blood clan progenitor, who had never tasted blood before, also wanted to indulge just this once. I opened the nearest cabinet. Blue rose, bloodthorn, all excellent medicinal ingredients. I casually tossed a few blue roses to her. Luna caught them in her hand, and before long, one of the flowers withered. She is the goddess of the night and the moon, attuned to the magic of cold. I took her for a walk and discovered a long sword made of blue roses, lying alone in a glass display case. I drew it out. This sword seems to have a lot of magic. I don't use swords, so I just threw it to Luna. Is this for me? Of course. Eat more. You need to be full to work. Luna had never encountered such a good deal before. She drained the sword's magic completely, leaving only the scabbard. With the magic, her body gradually recovered. At some point, she had returned to her youthful form. Even the maid outfit seemed a bit tight, and the little bunnies on her chest began to make an appearance. The now larger Luna also became smarter. She is an evil god. How could she remain subordinate for long? With her magic replenished, she felt confident. How could a mere Charlo think to command her? Just a slave contract. With her divine power, it was impossible to be restrained. Meanwhile, I, walking ahead, didn't notice a thing. Luna, let's see if there are any others. At this moment, the crystal chandelier in the underground vault suddenly began to flicker. I frowned and turned around. Luna, dressed in a maid outfit, was nowhere to be seen. Luna, I relit the crystal chandelier, but it still flickered on and off. Bang! Magic went haywire. The crystal chandelier shattered completely, and darkness engulfed the surroundings. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes locked into my sight, like the predatory gaze of a beast, staring at me intently. I instinctively sensed danger, and a defensive magic circle formed in my mind in an instant. But the next second, a silver-white figure lunged out, and I was caught off guard, slammed to the ground. The weight of the girl pinned me down firmly. Charlotte, this is the outcome of making deals with an evil god. We never play by the rules. Luna's voice had changed too, no longer the sweet and soft lowly tone. Now that she had grown into a young girl, her mind had also become much sharper. But I am someone who plays by the rules, Luna. If you keep this up, I'll make you realize your mistake. Getting tackled by a fragrant and beautiful girl isn't exactly a loss, but this girl really doesn't know her strength. My arm is about to be crushed. Luna didn't answer. She leaned in close to me and took a deep breath, like sniffing a delicacy before tasting it. Charlo, it seems you still don't understand the situation. But I quite like you, handsome and articulate. I'll keep you by my side as a blood pack. As the first embrace of the Blood Queen, you should feel honored. I laughed. This little girl still didn't realize her mistake. Her earlier obedience was all an act. But I do enjoy disciplining the disobedient. This is the perfect opportunity to teach her a lesson. Don't forget, you still bear my slave mark. Dreaming too big, aren't you? Luna straddled me with a playful smile, slowly lifting her tight-made skirt to reveal the silver heart-shaped pattern on her lower abdomen. All right then, let me show you just how fragile the mark you worked so hard to place really is. Pathetic human, did you really think a mere contract could make an evil god obey your every command? She placed her right hand over the mark, and a magic circle appeared, a counterspell capable of destroying most magic formations. She laughed even more wildly. Human, you're foolish enough to bring an evil god home. Truly not very smart. MMPH. I snapped my fingers. Luna's body trembled, her eyes rolling back. The mark beneath her skirt not only didn't disappear, but turned pink due to her emotions. I think the one who's not smart is you. The counter magic of the gods is indeed powerful, but my mark is not a magic circle. It's my blood, blood that even the gods fear. Luna's body suddenly became sensitive. When I pinched her thigh, she couldn't stop trembling. Master, didn't you say we should reason things out? Luna, my left hand represents reason, and my right hand represents logic. Go reason with my logic. Master. Oh, begging for mercy now. Charlotte would never let Luna off the hook. Today, this little girl must use her body to remember who the real master is. In the deepest part of the Mistmoon family's underground vault, no matter how loud the sounds, they won't get out. I completely let loose. The evil god has become my trophy. As a human hero, I successfully pinned her to the throne with the holy sword. After finishing, I helped the limping Luna out of the treasury. She clutched her stomach, tears streaming down her face. Even though she had regained some strength, she still couldn't beat me. Her magic power was completely suppressed by me. The once mighty dark goddess had utterly lost face. I usually treat girls gently, but she crossed the line yesterday, so I handed her over to the other maids to take care of. The girls immediately understood the situation when they saw Luna's condition. Their eyes were full of envy, though they couldn't figure out how this little sister had suddenly grown up. They didn't dare to ask too many questions either. Have Lilia make her a few outfits that fit her better later. Understood, young master. After all the fuss, I was exhausted and went to the bathhouse for a soak. The hot water poured over me, and it felt incredibly comfortable. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Master, do you need me to kill that person? I know who she was talking about, third sister Wendini. Her icy tone completely mismatched her body temperature. She swam over and hugged me from behind, her black hair draping over my shoulders, and her red eyes staring at me. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, just not good at expressing it. No need, Wendini. She frowned. Master of the house, I'm very worried about you. She doesn't know that I can use magic now. But when she saw the look in my eyes, she understood. I'd never do something I wasn't confident about. I understand, Master of the house. Wendini was never my biological sister. She was picked up by my mother, Cecilia, when she was a child. From that moment on, her life was no longer her own. She was a blade honed in the shadows, meant solely to assist me, to allow her to infiltrate the noble circles and silently eliminate those who stood in my way. My mother gave her a false identity, the adopted daughter of the Mistmoon family, my nominal third sister. But she knows better than anyone that this identity is just a disguise for killing. She never dares to treat this place as home, seeing herself as a tool without emotions, past or future. But I don't see her that way. She doesn't have a birthday, so I set the day she joined the Fogmoon family as her birthday, hosting a banquet for her every year and treating her as a true family member. When she returns from missions covered in blood, I personally clean her wounds and apply medicine. I tell her in the gentlest way, "You are not a weapon. You are the sister I, Charlo, truly want to protect." Wendy. I turned around, hugged this sister who shares no blood relation with me, and held her hand, gently stroking it. "Dear sister, you don't have to bear what you shouldn't. You've done enough for me." She has practiced swordsmanship for years, and her hands are full of calluses, which scratch me a little. "Next, I will personally deal with them." I looked at her intently. A single tear slid down that eternally icy face. The bathwater was warm, but not as warm as being by my side. Even through the towel, I could still feel how perfect her figure was. "Your job now is to keep an eye on the intelligence agency for me. Leave the rest to me. Whoever humiliates the Fogmoon family will pay the price." Rumor has it that the Marquis of Misty Moon is as wealthy as a nation, with immense power and a plethora of talents. I, Charlotte, am here to clarify, it's all true. In my previous life, precisely because the Misty Moon family grew stronger, the royal family and the dukes secretly harbored fears. Not only Duke Ains, but several members of the Kalichi royal family also wanted to eliminate us. In my past life, Alan colluded with the royal family, Duke Ains, and even involved the church, aiming to send me to the heresy tribunal. To the Misty Moon family, I was the only son, the sole heir, and my life was more important than anything. Looking back now, I was truly too naive in my previous life. And now, it is precisely the weakest moment for the Mist Moon family. Because the head of the family, me, is universally acknowledged as a good-for-nothing. Apart from being a bit quick-witted, I am utterly useless. In this world, sometimes it all comes down to whether a family has top-tier combat power. An innocent man gets into trouble for possessing a treasure. If you can't protect your family assets, the family will inevitably decline. I understand this principle, so I must become stronger. Unlike my previous life, in this one, I have the protection of two deities, though they are both evil gods. Who cares about good or evil? As long as they give me power, they are good gods to me. Wenini saw me spacing out and started scrubbing my back. We've bathed together many times, but I still feel a bit embarrassed. After all, she's nominally my sister. She, on the other hand, doesn't get it. She says she's already seen everything she shouldn't have when we were kids, and I don't even blush when flirting with maids, so why am I so reserved around her? She even wonders if she lacks feminine charm. Master of the house, when will you return to the Mist Moon territory? She doesn't like the royal capital. Originally, all she needed to do was kill, but now she has to deal with a group of scheming nobles. Every time she goes out, she has to wrap herself up tightly and wear a veil. This time, she came for me to take the magic power test. Now that it's over, she should have gone back. But I was reborn, and I have to nip the threats in the bud and clean house. Wait a little longer, I'll take care of everything. By the way, does Mother know about the duel? She knows. She just got really angry. You should go talk to her later. She's always worried about you. Got it. I can already picture my mother's worried face. Today, the royal city is especially lively. It's not a market, not a royal outing, but a duel. Nobles often cross paths and rarely escalate matters to this extent. But precisely because it's rare, it becomes a topic of interest. Moreover, this event is full of highlights, witnessed by both the people of Elena Magic Academy and the royal family. First, there is a significant disparity in status. I have already inherited the title of Marquis, while Dark is merely the heir to a duke. Second, there is a huge gap in ability. Dark was admitted to Elena, while I have no magical talent at all. Most people come just to see me make a fool of myself. Recently, rumors have been spreading that I've been moody due to failing the exam, and challenging Dak to a duel is seen as an act of defiance. When I was young, I was exceptionally gifted, and everyone praised me. As an adult without talent, they trample on me, creating gods and destroying them. These are the things they love to do. After entering the dueling arena, my mother and Wendini, accompanied by the maid, went into the noble's private box. Wendini glanced across. Duke Innes had also arrived. Though middle-aged, the aura of a sixth-tier swordsman was still intimidating. After sitting down, my mother remained restless. Wendy volunteered. "Mother, let me go keep an eye on Charlotte and rescue him if necessary." Mother's expression softened a bit. I am her most beloved child. Whoever dares to harm me, she would immediately seek out my grandfather, the one from the Norran kingdom, to demand an explanation from Calyx. When he walked out and sat in the regular noble seating area, noon is approaching and the duel is about to begin. In the most prestigious box, a blue-haired girl in a white dress takes her seat. Princess Eutania, the youngest daughter of King Bartle of Calyxi, who has just come of age. Unlike others betting on Dark to win, her eyes are on me. In her view, I am still sitting absent-mindedly on the chair in the lounge, with Lilia and Luna standing beside me in their changed long dresses, looking as if I haven't taken the duel seriously at all. That's right, I didn't take this duel seriously at all. Luna, I'm here. She no longer had the arrogance of yesterday. Naughty children get punished, and she guiltily glanced at the head maid. Lilia, she, a deity, couldn't withstand it. How did Lilia manage to endure? Get ready later. I might borrow a bit of your strength at any time. Understood, got it. Yesterday, I fed her so many treasures, yet my own magic power didn't increase in the slightest. I thought there was an issue with the contract, but later I realized that I had to use the slave mark I personally engraved on her to extract power. Actually, it's simple, just snap your fingers. The problem is, she can't handle it. I tried many times last night, and Luna almost broke down. The dignified evil god completely lost face. The host had already walked to the center of the stage to introduce both sides. Your Majesty, may we begin? The Calyxi royal family will bear witness to the fairness of this duel. Bartel's deep voice rang out. Then, both sides, please enter the arena. Luna, Lilia, go back to find Mother. As you command. With my hands in my pockets, I slowly walked toward the center of the arena, my expression calm. The audience murmured, filled with prejudice. Duck entered to a wave of cheers, circling half the arena like a star and even blowing kisses to the noble ladies. He laughed heartily. Charlotte, see that? Everyone's against you. How about reflecting on your character? No, they just misunderstand me. I shrugged. Since it's a misunderstanding, why not take this chance to give a speech and let everyone get to know the genius again? Otherwise, when your hand gets broken later, all you'll be able to do is wail. I'll give you 10 minutes. No, I don't need their approval. A person with no magical talent, who has never even touched a sword, stepping onto the dueling arena barehanded. What weapon do you have besides that mouth of yours? I sighed. My clothes were stuffed with magic scrolls my mother had insisted on giving me, which could be activated without magic, but I didn't want to use them. In my eyes, he was nothing more than a talking corpse. I raised my index finger to my lips. Shoo, the corpse is speaking. Dark burst into laughter, and the audience followed suit. Sherlock, you don't look like a noble now, just a clown dancing on a parade float. The host interrupted the banter and announced the rules. First, high-level magic scrolls are prohibited, low-level ones are not restricted. 2. Exhaustion of magic, loss of consciousness, or leaving the arena results in a loss. 3. In an honor duel, one must not intentionally cause fatal harm. Swear by the goddess of light, Etherland, violators shall be cursed by the divine. We each take the oath. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as the words were spoken, a thundercloud brimming with terrifying magic power rapidly rose on the field. Dak used a magic scroll, forming it at incredible speed. Its second-tier destructive power was at its peak, and with a bit more charge, it could break into the third tier. Once it descended, no second-tier mage could stop it. A defensive magic array also rose around him, shielding him completely. And I, with my hands in my pockets, stood motionless. Those who understood the situation all thought that if I didn't put up a defense soon, I'd end up as a corpse. Charlotte, are you here with a death wish? And still so arrogant? It seems the early deaths of the Fogmoon family heads throughout generations were all self-inflicted. Ha ha ha. You have no chance to regret now. Why do you even have a title? Isn't it just because your father died early? You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Dark furiously humiliated me, afraid that his anger would have nowhere to go if I died. The maids of the Fogmoon family clenched their fists in anger, wishing they could rush up and beat him. Wendini stood up alertly, ready to save me at any moment, even if it meant tarnishing the family's honor. Beside the king, an elf girl with wine-red hair frowned. It's a deadlock. Advancing can't break the barrier, retreating can't avoid the lightning strike. Charlot is bound to lose. Disappointment filled her eyes, as she thought I was too arrogant. King Bartle, however, seemed quite intrigued and asked the royal offspring, "Who do you think will win?" As expected, everyone said Dark would win. The crown prince even considered recruiting Dark. Only Ytania remained silent, quietly watching me, hoping I would win. The audience erupted in boos, all thinking I was about to break the record for the fastest defeat in history. Dark began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. It was the countdown for the Thundercloud's charge. His expression was vivid, desperately holding back the glee of having me underfoot. Can't laugh? Can't laugh yet. Just a few more seconds and I'll win. Restia appeared beside me at this moment, amused. Charlotte, he seems like a dog. I replied in my mind. What do you mean seems like? He is one. Even though I repeatedly reassured my mother, and she stuffed me with a bunch of life-saving tools, how could a mother not worry? Luna, on the side, was so sleepy she was about to fall asleep standing up. She didn't rest well last night. At that moment, I made a snapping gesture. Luna instantly perked up, swallowed nervously. She knew what she was about to face. Smack! The entire venue fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but the scene before them left them at a loss for words. Tap, tap. The sound of my heels striking the stone slabs was crystal clear. What are you counting? Counting down to your own fate. Dark looked at me. At this moment, what he saw was not a person, but a vortex of magic that blotted out the sky and sun, with dark magic seemingly about to devour him. He could no longer see me. What he saw was an indescribable monster. He wanted to speak, but his voice was gone. He could only watch helplessly as I approached, even forgetting to count down. With every step I took, his pupils trembled once. Despair, fear, indescribable. Ugh! He vomited on the spot. With a thud, he fell to his knees, clutching his mouth tightly with his right hand, but couldn't stop dry heaving. What did Charlotte do to him? Soon, he couldn't even think anymore. His pants were soaked, yellowish liquid dripping down the cuffs. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky came crashing down as well. I pointed to the sky. A brilliant magic array appeared, and a beam of moonlight shattered the thunder into magical light particles. I continued to approach him. Dark's heart raced wildly, an indescribable fear gripping him. He wanted to call for help, but couldn't make a sound. He wanted to run, but his legs had already gone limp. Thud! Another sound. His face was filled with despair, his eyes vacant, foam at his mouth, blood streaming from his eyes, and he collapsed. A deathly silence. The duel is over, announced the result. I calmly left these words, standing in place. The host finally snapped out of it, went on stage, checked for breath, and fell to the ground in shock. Dead. Dark is dead. The audience below the stage was completely dumbfounded. I just took a few steps forward, and he knelt, vomited, wet himself in fear, died. What on earth is going on? Prince Gress was utterly stunned, and Ytania's mouth was wide open. In the Mistmoon family's private box, the mother and maids were all beaming with joy, except for Luna. She clutched her lower abdomen, her legs trembling as she leaned against the wall, her face so red it seemed like it could drip blood. Only Duke Ennis realized it belatedly, slammed the table, and stormed out of the private room. Beast! You dare kill my son, I'll have your life. I looked helpless. I was just standing there, and he died. He charged toward the dueling arena to kill me, while Wendine's eyes sharpened, and she sprinted over, ready to take me away. But the king's words made both of them stop. Stop. This is an honorable duel, and the winner is Charlo. Besides, he did not directly attack Dak. Bartle invited the envoy from Elena Academy beside him to speak. The elf girl with wine-red hair stood up and said loudly, Marquis Charlo only used one spell from start to finish, and that was for defending against the thunderclouds. Dark's barrier is still intact, and his death has no direct connection to Marquis Charlo. Her intuition told her that I must have done something, but she couldn't find any evidence. However, she didn't want to report it either. She was just curious about how I managed to do it. How is this response, Duke Ains? The king's voice brooked no argument. Duke Ains, furious, released his battle aura and crushed the audience, railing with one hand. Ytania had already drawn out her blue staff, ready to stop the impulsive Duke. Dark is dead. I did nothing, and he just died. Watching helplessly as the heir died in this absurd duel, Duke Carl Ains was furious. but he knew that anger could cloud judgment. He suppressed his rage and scanned the surroundings: the king, the princess, the nobles, and the envoy from Alina. There were plenty of people who could stop him. Acting out in violence might not succeed and would only tarnish his reputation. He clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. The girl with wine-red hair flew to the center of the arena using wind magic, possessing beauty that could be considered top-notch even among the elves. Marquis Charlot, I am Professor Philovy from Elena Magic Academy. May I ask you a few questions? As a member of the academy, she stood on a neutral ground. But the magic I displayed intrigued her greatly. How could someone like this not make it to the second round? Recently, there were rumors that I failed the preliminary test, and she truly couldn't understand how someone who failed the preliminaries could achieve this level of skill. I sat on the sofa in the reception room, flipping through the letter that had just been delivered from Elena Magic Academy. To be honest, just the speed of casting that moonlight magic earlier is enough to crush most of the geniuses in Elena Magic Academy. The more mysterious I appear, the more valuable I am in Philowe's eyes. After all, the academy is full of eccentric geniuses. One more or less doesn't make a difference. But I can't help feeling a bit uneasy. Could this woman have noticed something? Restia emerged from the ring, sitting on my shoulder and swinging her legs. Relax. With her level, she can't tell you we're channeling magic externally just now. Only then did I nod and look at Philowe. Ask away, but my time is precious. I have plans to watch an opera with my family later. Why didn't I see you during the second round of tests? With that magic trick you just pulled, you'd easily qualify as an outstanding student. I don't know. You should ask your admissions staff. I rolled my eyes inwardly. Didn't see me during the second round, and now asking me why? I scored full marks on theory, but almost got eliminated in the practicals. She should go check with the person in charge back then. Philovy nodded and asked, Marquis Charlot, was Dark's death related to you? Duke Innes's face instantly darkened again. This was clearly biased in my favor. I caught on and replied with a smile. It has nothing to do with me. I hadn't even cast any attack magic, and he fainted on his own. Maybe it was excessive indulgence leading to heart failure. Philovy nodded and turned to Duke Innes. The Marquis Charlot himself has said it has nothing to do with him. If you have objections, please provide evidence, Duke. As for the death of your school's outstanding student, I extend my deepest sympathies. King Bartle also nodded. Dueling inherently carries risks. Since Marquis Charlot had no intention of causing harm, he is innocent. If you are grieved, I can have him apologize and mourn your son. Additionally, in light of this accident, your family will not have to bear the cost of the duelist. Charlot, can you accept this? Of course. What I have always wanted was never to make the Ains family pay for anything, but to tell those vermin lurking in the shadows, I am fighting back. The duel was initiated by Dark. From start to finish, I was pushed into it. If it weren't for his insistence on dueling, none of this would have happened today. After Bartle finished speaking, he gave me a look. He wasn't asking me to bow my head, just to let Duke Ains swallow his anger. Reconciling noble conflicts is, after all, a cornerstone of the kingdom's stability. If this drags on any further, it will turn into a farce. Besides, Bartle truly admires me. I cooperated. I deeply regret Dake's accident. We were once classmates at the Calixi Royal Academy. I will lay flowers at his grave, and I hope the Duke can forgive me. Fine, very well. I accept it. But Charlot Wuyue, remember this. One day, we will settle this score. Duke Ains stormed off in anger. I waved toward the door. Thank you for the reminder, Duke. Take care, no need to see you off. I'll visit you another day to commemorate my friendship with Dak. Philowe walked up to me and smiled. Marquis Charlot, I didn't expect our first interaction to be in this manner. Why don't you set a time for us to talk in detail? I'm really curious about how you managed to do it. She extended goodwill and even helped me avoid trouble earlier, so I naturally appreciated it. No problem, I'll bring a gift next time we meet. Restia clicked her tongue beside me. Didn't recognize your worth before, and now they're trying to win you over. Such a turnaround. Don't blame her. Actually, with your knowledge, you could totally be a magic professor. A magic professor who can't use magic? What's wrong with that? At least you've worked hard for magic. I've seen it with my own eyes. I suddenly shivered. Restia is probably the person who knows me best in this world. Ever since I accidentally entered the room where she was sealed during my childhood in my previous life, she has been watching me. Her face inexplicably appeared in my mind, showing a kind expression and saying, "Baby, I will always be watching you." Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable all over. "Restia, you're not constantly monitoring me, are you?" "Yes." She gave a playful smile and slipped back into the ring. A few minutes later, the guests and onlookers dispersed contentedly. I returned to my family, and a group of maids immediately surrounded me. "Young master, you were so impressive just now. Truly made us proud." "Yes, yes, young master's magic is so beautiful." Seeing their admiring expressions, I didn't even know how to respond. Cecilia walked over, and only then did the maid step aside. "Charlotte." Mother slowly walked up to me. "Well, Mom, I made you worry." Mother opened her arms, and I naturally embraced her. Wendini stood to the side, her usually cold face showing a hint of gentleness. "Third sister, you come over too." Wendy shyly scratched her face. "Well, huh." I pulled her into my arms. "Thank you for everything, Wendy." She was momentarily at a loss. Cecilia gave her a look, and she finally understood. She didn't need to do anything, just hold me. Rumors. All of them are rumors. Saying I have no magical talent and would be moody because of failing the exam? Look at that graceful demeanor and elegant spellcasting. Dare you say he's not a gentleman? These past few days, I've been the talk of the capital, and the buzz exploded even more after the duel. Although some people are still trying to stir things up, public opinion has shifted to a 50-50 split. Before, almost everyone called me a weakling and a loser, but now quite a few have started speaking up for me. And at this moment, the very person being discussed by everyone is sitting on the sofa at home, holding his soft and fragrant maid in his arms. Luna. Luna. No matter how I call out, this little cutie in my arms just ignores me, clearly sulking. Earlier, in order to use moonlight magic for defense during a duel, I activated the magic mark and temporarily borrowed her power, which left her a bit irritated. My way of calming her down was a bit rough, so she got upset. Originally in her maiden form, she has now shrunk back to her lowly state, not because of an injury, but because she chose to shrink herself. "The new clothes you just wore for a few days, why have you reverted again?" She looked aggrieved, lowering her head to stare at her fair, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, completely ignoring me. Actually, I wouldn't mind if she changed back. It's just that in her lowly form, she's way too clumsy and can't handle any of the maid duties properly. I know all her secrets. She's the goddess of night and moon, a powerful eldritch deity. At night and under moonlight, her magic power doubles, making her a pure stats monster. She's also the founder of moonlight magic, and if her strength were restored, she'd undoubtedly be one of the strongest deities. Unfortunately, her intelligence perfectly balances out that power. Recently, Lilia, as the head maid, assigned her some simple tasks like washing dishes, sweeping the floor, and warming the bed, but she couldn't manage any of them. She broke the dishes while washing them, almost poured hot water on one of the other girls while making tea, and when warming the bed, she fell asleep on my bed and even drooled. Lilia now doesn't even dare to assign her any tasks. It's hard to tell whether she's just clumsy or simply unlucky. Historically, Luna indeed had terrible luck. Forgotten by her followers, her power greatly diminished. On the very first day of the Divine War during the Age of Creation, two gods smashed the moon, leaving her unable to amplify her magic. Every time she reappeared afterward, she was basically ganged up on by other goddesses. By the time she recovered her magic and showed up again, she was either roughing it in the wild or being chased down, theoretically max level, but practically as weak as a worm. However, her mindset was tempered through it all. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't underestimate a fallen evil god. If nothing else, she had longevity. After outliving those damned gods, she finally awakened again. Just as she was preparing a ritual to restore her strength, I showed up out of nowhere and stuffed her into a sack, taking her home. This child is quite pitiful. She's unlucky, and the moment she starts working, her eyes begin to look wise, but they can't even focus properly. I don't dare to scold her at all, fearing she might be part of a special group. Thinking about this, I can't even muster any anger. I used a wind blade to cut my index finger, and blood oozed out. I pulled her into my arms and brought my finger to her lips. As soon as she caught the scent, she couldn't resist the temptation and took my finger into her mouth, starting to suck. After satisfying herself, She showed a contented expression. I patted her little head. If you don't answer me, you'll face the family rules. I was about to snap my fingers, and she hurriedly shook her head. Master. No. I was wrong. Luna was wrong. Then tell me, why did you suddenly shrink? Because you always bully me. She pretended to look pitiful, so I directly pinched her thigh, making her let out a soft yelp. Now I understand. She thought that by shrinking, she could use some divine power to escape my clutches. But my favorite thing to do is to say no to those who think they know it all. I leaned close to her ear and said, I'm not picky. She shuddered. I'll change back, but you have to be gentle. If you keep this up, I'll fight back. I just like prey that resists. The other maids are too obedient. Woo woo woo. She started sobbing. In her lowly form, she really wasn't very sharp. After reverting to her young woman form, her emotions finally stabilized. Luna, how about you stop working and just eat and drink at home every day? Really, I'm not lying to you. Just think of yourself as a mascot. Yay? Then tonight I'm happy to stay in your room. With that, she ran off. The Wuyue family can certainly afford to support one person. She has no intention of resisting me now. Firstly, she can't beat me, and secondly, the treatment is just too good. Except for the occasional times when I am not gentle with her, she gets free meals and lodging, spends her days basking in the sun in the courtyard, and doesn't have to struggle for survival. As an evil god, all she wants is a stable life. Now that she has it, what more could she ask for? Compared to the scheming and plotting among righteous gods, evil gods are simpler, to the point of not even understanding what betrayal means. Her previous resistance was merely because she didn't want to be bullied by me all the time. An evil god is like a stray dog on the roadside. Give her a sausage, and she'll be willing to risk her life to bite the bad guys when you're in danger. But in this world, no one has ever been willing to show even a shred of kindness to an evil god, except for the me of my past life, who was gentle to everyone. This is also the reason why Restia set her sights on me. All living beings in the world regard the evil god as an unspeakable calamity. Even the naughtiest child would burst into tears at the mere mention of the evil god's name. Yet I alone seem unbound by the established rules of this world, being the only one who, knowing full well the other party is the evil god, still shows kindness. Lilia had just reached the doorway when she bumped into Luna, who had grown larger, happily running out. Luna, where are you going? To the master's room. What for? That's right. Lilia didn't react immediately. By the time she realized the outrageousness of those words, Luna had already run off and disappeared. She sighed. Has the young master been spoiling Luna too much lately? He's been spending time with her almost every day to build their bond. She knocked on the door and only entered after receiving my permission. Young master, a letter has arrived from the Alina Magic Academy. I flipped through it and casually tossed it aside. Young master, what does it say? Nothing much. That professor wants to meet me. I walked to the window and gazed at the horizon. Lilia, meanwhile, prepared a fresh pot of tea for me. Restia, I called out in my heart. In the reflection of the window, a figure in purple appeared behind me, her tone filled with resentment. I turned around. She was sitting on the desk, crossing her slender legs. Young Master Charlotte still remembers me, huh? You're so busy with your duties and even flirting with the maid. I thought you'd forgotten about me. What kind of tone is that? You really don't understand a woman's heart. Just say it directly. Jealous, aren't you? Restia looked at me discontentedly. Do you like Luna that much? Then why did you come to me in the first place? You should have gone straight to her. Wasn't I just trying to keep her under control? Who keeps someone under control with their body like that? She's practically molded into your shape now. Restia was extremely annoyed. Her chosen one was flirting with another evil god every day. What kind of situation was this? She wouldn't easily unlock the anti-magic chains, and without a physical body, she couldn't stop it. She could only watch helplessly, and it was driving her to the brink of depression. She thought to herself, the first thing she would do after regaining her strength was to lock me in a basement where no one could find me. Protecting her chosen one was her own responsibility. What do you want me to do to make it up to you? Hold hands. I reached out, and my hand passed right through her body. Forget it. She gave up on herself. So how exactly can you recover your body? My body is beyond the firmament. It should be in some spatial rift, hidden by me. Unlock my anti-magic chains, and I can locate it. Not a chance. Unlocking the chains is absolutely out of the question. I dare not let her go. But I can go and help her find it myself. The headmaster of Alina Magic Academy pioneered spatial magic. Learn from her, and maybe she can help you find your body. Coincidentally, the academy has extended an olive branch to me, so there's no harm in going. It's up to you. If you want to go, then go. Actually, Restia herself can already provide me with considerable power. I wasn't lacking in talent to begin with. It's just that my body couldn't retain magic. Now that she can store magic for me, becoming an extraordinary mage is only a matter of time, so there's no need to go to Alina. But she still wanted me to go look. Then you do want me to go? I had also considered it. Most of the magic left by the Fogmoon family was god-slaying magic. High intensity, life-shortening, indiscriminate between friend and foe, and not very practical for everyday combat. It might be better to learn something more suitable at a proper academy. Besides, giving some benefits to a partner is something I wouldn't refuse. Restia seemed a bit happier. All right, you go ahead. I'm going to sleep. Don't call me unless it's important. This is what you said. Don't call you unless it's important. That won't do. You have to chat with me. Others can't see me. Only you can talk to me. At this moment, another maid pushed the door open and entered. Young Master Charlot, someone is requesting to see you outside. Got it, Lilia. Arrange a few maids. Lilia nodded and left ahead of me. I turned and went to another building specifically for receiving guests. The maids here would all change into long dresses, fully covered. Girls of the Mist Moon family never exposed their skin in front of outsiders. An elegant elderly gentleman was already seated in the reception room. Upon seeing me, he quickly stood up and bowed. Who are you? I am the butler of the Vera family, Marquis Charlot. My master wishes to discuss a matter with you. Count Vera, about what? The Fogmoon family and the Vera family have never had any dealings, and I don't want to get involved, especially with their eldest daughter. She's too unsettling. That young lady is different from other wealthy girls. While others spend their time on leisure and entertainment, she practices swordsmanship all day. While others reach the age of blossoming beauty, she aspires to become the captain of the knights. She is now one of the outstanding talents of the younger generation in the kingdom of Calixi. I heard you are not yet engaged. My master wishes to discuss a marriage alliance between our families. I was a bit speechless. In the entire Wuyue family, I'm the only man, so the marriage candidate is obvious. But I really don't want to meet that young lady. Having interacted with her a few times in my past life, I can't say she's improper, but she's definitely unhinged, extremely violent. Several of her private tutors were beaten up, and she never attended school. She's nothing short of a battle-crazed lunatic. Not a chance. I won't agree. The butler seemed a bit helpless. Marquis Charlotte, how about reconsidering? I shook my head. As a noble, I couldn't capriciously say, I just don't want to. I had to come up with a proper reason. First, I am completely unacquainted with your young lady, so there are no feelings involved. Second, if our two families were to form a marriage alliance, what do you think His Majesty the King would think? The Vieira family is strong in martial power, and their strength will only grow after the alliance, inevitably arousing suspicion. I don't want to add more trouble now. At the very least, I need to eliminate my enemies first. Go back and tell Count Vieira, an alliance between our families is impossible. The butler had no choice but to take his leave. After seeing off the guest, I sighed. My intention was merely to use a duel to show those pests that I am not easily trifled with, but it seems someone wants to drag me into an even deeper vortex. However, it doesn't matter. As long as they don't harm me, I will treat them with courtesy. Right now, I don't want to overthink things. I'll head back and chat with the maids first. Compared to the harmony of the Fogmoon family, the other side was rather frightening. Inside the Duke of Ain's mansion, it was eerily terrifying. Your Grace, Lord Dak indeed has no internal injuries. Duke Annis had already summoned a group of healing mages to perform an autopsy. Dak had been dead for several days, and his body had been preserved without burial. The Duke was frantically determined to uncover the cause of his son's death. But no matter how many doctors came, the answer was always the same. Dak had died of fright, with symptoms that matched perfectly. Yet the Duke refused to believe it. Then keep investigating. He was unwilling to accept the heir's death just like that. Under the lion's wrath, the doctors could only continue investigating a truth that did not exist. The Duke rubbed his forehead, his hand trembling with anger. and he ordered the servant. Go. Tell Bella to kill Charlot for me. Dare to block my path, and I will make Fogmoon pay the price. At this moment, Helena's heart was pounding. A maid stood respectfully in front of her. This was Dihaya, the maid from the Charlot family. Miss Helena, I am here under the young master's orders to take over the Chamber of Commerce. Dihaya's demeanor was composed and extremely polite. The more respectful she was, the less room there was for negotiation. If Charlot had lost that duel, Helena might have secretly rejoiced. But Dark died. It even seemed like he was scared to death by Charlot. Charlot did nothing, merely used a defensive spell. The only tree she could climb was thus cut down at the waist. If she were to lose the guild as well, she truly wouldn't know how to establish herself in the capital. All she would have left was her beauty. She could do nothing but watch as Dihaya led people to inventory the goods and take over the guild. Even the management team she had personally cultivated was replaced. She had originally thought Charlot would never replace her, which was why she had been so confident. But now, when truly facing the future, fear surged in her heart. And the still cynical Alan came back completely drunk. Sis, I need some money recently. Enough. Alan. Helena finally exploded. You spend all day fooling around with those people. What exactly are you trying to do? Lord Dark is dead. Our only support is gone, and you're still so carefree. Don't you see that Charlotte has already taken back our only property? I won't have that much money for you to spend in the future. Aside from Elena's tuition, you'll have to figure out the rest yourself. Helena had some savings, and she believed she could make a comeback in the capital with her own wits. But with Alan's extravagant spending, no amount of money would last. Please, my dear sister, investing in me is the smartest choice. That fool Dak is just one option, and there are so many noble young men who want to marry you. Even if Dak is dead, isn't his brother still around? You mean Brian? At the mention of that name, Helena instinctively felt disgusted. Brian was truly a special case, a rarity among nobles, intellectually disabled, the kind who drooled all day. Yeah, sis, I think he really likes you. Do you remember last time when Dark invited you to the Duke's mansion? Did you notice the way he was secretly looking at you? I heard he even got beaten up by Dark afterward. Alan burst into laughter. Helena's anger flared even more, and she slapped Alan hard, leaving him completely stunned. Sis, what are you doing? You want me to marry him? That imbecile. Helena was furious. She never expected that at such a critical moment, her brother could still manage to anger her. She had painstakingly raised him, and this was how he repaid her? I never said you had to marry him. Just string him along. Isn't that enough? All we want is his money. Besides, there are plenty of noble young lords waiting to marry you. Marrying any random earl would do, wouldn't it? And anyway, Duke Innes only has this one son. If the dukedom is passed down to him, won't all the wealth be ours once his father dies? Think about it. The advantage is on our side. After Alan's analysis, Helena could reluctantly accept it a little, but the thought of marrying an imbecile still gave her goosebumps. What do you need money for again? Of course, to learn some magic and build some connections. Did you watch the duel that day? Even Charlot knows how to use magic now. Of course I watched it. Charlot is just a half-baked amateur. He must have used some magical tools. He doesn't even know the basics of combat. If it weren't for Dark's heart attack, Charlot wouldn't have survived that thundercloud. He just has more life-saving tools, but I have a way to stop him from using them. Alan crossed his arms arrogantly. He never believed his talent was inferior to Charlot's. After all, he was immediately recognized by the Alina Magic Academy at first glance. He looked at the person taking over the Chamber of Commerce again. In the end, they'll just end up working for you. Don't worry, a mere weak Charlotte is nothing to fear. At this moment, Alice was sitting in Charlotte's seat, listening to Dihaya's report. Lady Alice, the goods and invoices have been checked, and there are indeed many missing accounts. Alice nodded. Charlotte had already figured it out. Helena often went to the black market to resell items from the guild and then bought forbidden magic scrolls. A huge deficit in the accounts was inevitable. Take her out. Take her out. Daring to make money off me. The god of wealth of the Misty Moon family has spoken. She must be dealt with. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Master? Master, where are you? Luna had been waiting for me in the room for most of the day. Even after waking up from her nap, she still hadn't seen me. She felt uneasy, as if she couldn't feel at ease without seeing me. Probably the slave mark's doing. She had almost forgotten she was an evil god, wholeheartedly playing the role of a maid, though she always managed to mess up her tasks. She ran into my office, pushing the door open, only to find Alice sitting inside. "Lady Alice, where did Master go?" Alice shook her head helplessly. This new maid really had no manners, not even knocking before entering. She had originally thought there would be someone in the house with a similar build to hers, but in less than a day, the person had grown bigger. How strange. Charlot was summoned by the king and probably won't be back until evening. Oh, Luna was bored, so she thought about teasing me when I got back. This time, she insisted on riding on top, daring me to spank her again. After Luna left, Alice squinted at Dehia's voluptuous figure, then looked down at her own flat chest. Blushing, she leaned close to her ear and asked, "Did my brother secretly give you maids extra meals at night?" Dehia froze for a moment, then became shy as well. After all, I did help her massage her bunny. In the royal palace, King Bartle summoned me. He had watched me grow up, and this time it was purely to catch up. After a few pleasantries, I got straight to the point. "Your Majesty, you must have more than just a casual chat in mind for calling me here, right? I heard Count Vera approached you about a marriage alliance. He sent a steward, and I refused." Bartle waved his hand dismissively. "Just asking. You're of age and still without a betrothal. How about I find a few candidates for you? To be honest, I hold you in high regard. If you're willing, you could even become part of the royal family." He sighed. "My youngest daughter Yedenia is about your age, and she has a good temperament." I suddenly understood. This wasn't the king speaking, but a father worried about his daughter. Crown Prince Gliss was ruthless, and Bartle feared that after his passing, his daughter would face retribution. He wanted to find her a safe haven, and the Misty Moon family was a perfect choice. Yedenia is the court's chief mage and a student admitted to the Elena Magic Academy. Marrying into the Misty Moon family would be a great advantage. "Your Majesty, a marriage alliance is fine, but it must come with corresponding benefits." I knew that the kingdom of Kalishi would eventually be sold to the Holy Nation by Anis and Gliss. My staying here now was purely to make those who had wronged me pay the price. Bartle smiled and took out a bottle of potion. "This is the secret treasure of our Kalixi family. Drink it, and you will be able to use the magic of the god of stars and dreams, Starweave. This magic is like the god-slaying magic of the Wuyue family, usable only by those of the bloodline. It's quite an intriguing proposal. Your Majesty should know the rumors outside, that I have little talent for magic. A sword that learns to restrain its edge is far more useful. For a genius like you, magic won't be a challenge. I will consider this proposal." Bartle called a servant to summon Yutania. The girl with azure blue hair walked in, wearing a long dress, like a blue butterfly. "Hello, Marquis Charlot." "Hello, Your Highness the Princess." I bowed. Bartle tactfully left, leaving the two of us. "Strictly speaking, this is our first official meeting," Yadania said with a smile. "There have been plenty of stories about you in the palace. Gentle, unpretentious, and managing the Fogmoon territory very well. My father often mentioned you during discussions with the ministers. Your Highness is being too polite. I know exactly what people think of me. Weak and incompetent, an easy target for anyone. That's how others see me. While other nobles tax 70%, I tax 30%, which they find utterly incomprehensible. Princess Yadania, is this engagement your decision or the king's?" Father's advice. "The ministers also dislike an adult princess lingering in the palace. They want you to marry far away so you won't get in their way." I looked at the flowers around me. "But I think, as someone who became the court's chief magician at 18, you don't need my protection. If you truly need the support of the Fogmoon family, I will provide it, as a favor to the king. But if you want to marry me, you'll have to prove your worth. I have high standards for a wife. She must be absolutely loyal to me and the Fogmoon family, and must not cause conflicts within the family. Previously, Lilia was the only candidate for my main wife. Good-natured, hard-working, a virtuous wife and loving mother. Unfortunately, she was an elf, which made having children a bit difficult. Prove my worth, huh? Yutania wasn't angry. Instead, she found me different from the rumors. "In a few days, Brother Kingri is hosting a banquet. Will you attend?" I will naturally attend that banquet. In my previous life, I lacked noble prestige, but this time, I will reclaim it all. Of course, Then may I have the honor of a dance with you? She lifted her skirt slightly. Certainly. I returned the courtesy and then took my leave. Winnie has been acting a bit unusual ever since I hugged her. She chats with Alice every day, making her laugh out loud. Someone as cold as ice has suddenly turned pure and innocent. She realized her feelings for me had changed. She used to just want to protect me for a lifetime. But now that I'm strong enough not to need her protection, she's afraid of losing her value and being abandoned by me. So, she decided to find a new goal, learning to cook. Cecilia once said, "To win a man, win his stomach first." So these past few days, she's been squatting in the kitchen like a supervisor, even taking a little notebook to jot down what dishes the maids are making. The maids were so unnerved by her staring that they went to complain to the head maid, Lilia. When Lilia asked her about it, when he fidgeted and scratched her face, Miss Lilia, I want to know what Charlotte likes to eat." Lilia couldn't help but laugh. "Lady Wendini, are you planning to cook for the young master yourself?" Wendini nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Her cold face finally showed some expression. "Can you recommend a dish for me to learn?" The maids breathed a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The kitchen became lively again. Wendini's knife skills were excellent, and although she learned clumsily, she was still helpful. Before long, she had blended in with everyone. "Lady Wendini, could I trouble you to go by today's ingredients?" Lilia also took the opportunity to have her take Luna in her lowly form out. After all, maintaining Luna's maiden form consumed too much magic power. When I'm not looking, low resolution is fine. When Wendini was strolling through the market, she suddenly felt a wave of unease. Following her instincts, she looked over and saw a pink-haired girl wearing a veil. Slim and petite, with a curvy back but a flat front, she resembled Alice. The girl bought an apple at a fruit stand, lifted her veil, and took a bite. She appeared harmless, but Wendini felt an intense sense of threat emanating from her. Her intuition told her this woman was very strong as she was. The pink-haired girl noticed the gaze, turned her head, and greeted her. "Hello, Sister Wendini. It's our first meeting, and you are indeed as beautiful as the rumors say." Wendini felt uneasy. "You know me. Just heard about it. The girl who is rumored to always wear a veil actually went out without one today." Bella glanced at Luna, who was dressed in a long maid's dress. Even without any makeup, Luna looked better than her. Feeling a pang of frustration, Bella managed to hold it in. Bella envied all women more beautiful than her, wanting to be the most beautiful person in the world. Wendini was one of the targets on her list. "My name is Bella. Sister Wendini, I just arrived in the capital not long ago. I heard there's a Marquis who won a duel in an overwhelming manner. I really want to meet him. Could you introduce me?" As soon as I was mentioned, Wendini immediately added her to the kill list. Her assassin instincts told her this woman was planning to target me. Luna thought the same. I am her master, and our fates are intertwined. Naturally, she sided with me. However, Luna felt this woman posed no real threat to me. With my abilities, I could make her experience a defeat CG in mere moments. "The person you mentioned is my younger brother. I don't have a good relationship with him, and he probably wouldn't want to meet someone I recommend." Wendini flatly refused. "I see." Bella, not being foolish, showed a regretful expression and turned to leave. After she walked away, Luna asked, "Lady Wendini, why did you say you don't have a good relationship with the master?" "It's obvious she has ulterior motives toward Charlotte. There's no way I would let her extract any information. So that's how it is." Luna touched her chin in thought. "But Master said that children who lie have to swallow a big stick." Wendy tilted her head. "Why a big stick? Isn't lying supposed to involve swallowing needles?" Luna touched her throat, looking terrified. "It must be innate. I almost died." "Wendy." "Achoo." I sneezed just as I stepped out of the royal palace, feeling like someone was talking about me behind my back. Restia popped out. "It seems like something is watching you. Charlo, even in the Genesis era, I've never seen so many evil gods. How do you manage to run into one every few steps? As long as she means no harm, it's fine." "No, it seems like she has some issues with you." I turned the corner. Bang! A heavy sword came crashing down. I slightly shifted to the side to dodge it and used magic to block the flying debris. A knight ran over, first letting out a sigh of relief upon seeing me unharmed, then hurriedly kneeling down. "My lord, it was an accident during training. I don't know how the sword ended up flying out." I stared at Restia. There's no way this sword came at me for no reason. Its intent was too clear. He's too weak. It wasn't him. The visitor comes with ill intent. I didn't make things difficult for this poor man and waved him off to leave. Who wants to kill me? There's no doubt. Carl Ennis. I didn't expect him to be so blatant, trying to kill me with a deliberate accident. At that moment, I felt a sense of threat. You must be Charlo, right? A girl holding a bouquet of flowers appeared in front of me, her blue-pink eyes brimming with admiration. Charlo, I've seen your performance in the dueling arena. It was so amazing. Can we get to know each other? Quite the act. Lately, there have indeed been quite a few young ladies coming to propose, as if everyone has misunderstood the old me. Ugly and forever clueless about how proactive girls can be. This woman was sent by Duke Ains to kill me. Though she hasn't noticed any flaws, she simply thinks I'm too dangerous to be left alive. She casually picked a bouquet of flowers and added a few drops of highly toxic perfume. If I stay near the bouquet for an hour, I'll be poisoned to death. That sword earlier was also her handiwork, testing me. Restia clicked her tongue. Huh. Here comes another one. As if these young ladies all know how to keep Charlo in check. She always sees herself as my main wife. Her demeanor must not lose. How could I possibly be attracted to a woman with this kind of figure? This beautiful lady, what a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your name? Lord Charlo. My name is Bella, she said with a sweet smile. Restia's eye twitched. I ignored her. I pretended to be captivated by her beauty, letting my gaze linger on her delicate figure. Bella's eyes glistened with affection. I, Bella, have already fallen for you. Just one look at you, and I can't forget. To express my love, I offer you these flowers. I showed a delighted expression. Thank you for liking me so much, but is it just my imagination? Why do I feel these flowers look so much like the ones at the palace gates? Ah, just a coincidence, I suppose. I bought these at a flower shop for a high price. Bella's lips twitched, her veil hiding her expression. Is that so? Unfortunately, I'm allergic to pollen, so I'll pass. Bella's expression stiffened. However, she wasn't surprised, nor did she think I had noticed. After all, I acted exactly like the weak and foolish Charlo from back then. Just bad luck, that's all. She had 10,000 ways to make me die. Then, Marquis Charlo. Would there be a chance to have dinner together? I'm afraid not today. Bella pulled a family crest and a note from under her skirt and handed them to me. This is my family's crest and my address. Can you come to my house as a guest tomorrow night? She even winked. She had never done anything like this before, but seeing me for the first time did stir her heart, giving her a sudden urge to fall in love. Unfortunately, her first love was about to die. That family crest and address were, of course, completely fake. Her true identity was the eldest daughter of Duke Ains. That badge is imbued with tracking magic. As long as I bring it back to the mansion, Bella will break into my room tonight to take my life. I slightly bowed and accepted the token under Restia's resentful gaze. Then I shall graciously accept. The moment I took it, my eye twitched. It was still warm. Who knows where she had been hiding it just now? Bella saw me accept it, and the smile on her lips grew even wider. She flicked her pink hair and walked away triumphantly, her mind filled with the joy of success. Tomorrow. Haha, Charlotte has no tomorrow. Watching her departing figure, Restia finally spoke. Charlotte, you're not really falling for her, are you? Seeing that she seemed genuinely upset, I teased her. Are you that insecure about yourself? Always afraid someone will steal me away. Your expression, you were practically drooling. Just pretending. With her figure, how could she compare to you? Restia thought carefully and realized it might actually be true. Although the way of complimenting was a bit odd, it was indeed a compliment. If someone else had said this, she would have flipped out long ago, but since it was her beloved Charlo, she let it slide. I have my own plans. I didn't say much more and turned to head home. As soon as I entered, several maids approached me. Young master, let us help you change. Being attended to as I changed into loungewear, and watching them argue heatedly over who would handle my personal clothing, lifted my spirits considerably. Young master, you're back. Lilia appeared before me. I smiled and ruffled her white hair. Do you want to take a shower first? Or taste me first? I was stunned for a moment. Usually, she gives 3 options: eat, shower, or taste her. Why is eating not on the list today? Is the meal not ready yet? Ah, there was a little mishap. so it'll take a bit longer. If you're hungry, should I have someone bring you some snacks to tide you over? No need. I'll go rest for a while first. Lilia walked me to the bedroom door, ready to go in and give me a shoulder massage and back rub. The door was half closed, and she thought to herself which sister forgot to close it after cleaning. She decided to remind her next time. Without a second thought, she pushed the door open, and a bucket of water came crashing down with a splash, drenching her completely. Luna jumped up from behind the bed, hands on her hips, laughing loudly. Umph. Charlo, if you stand me up again. Opened my eyes and was stunned. Lilia, in a cool maid outfit, was drenched from head to toe, while I stood at the door as if nothing had happened. Lilia brushed aside the wet hair sticking to her forehead and revealed a kind smile. Young master, Luna was being too naughty. You must give her a good lesson tonight. Luna's face turned pale. If she made me angry, she could still make amends, but if she angered Lilia and let her complain, I wouldn't be so easygoing. Her bottom was definitely in for it tonight. Master, I was wrong, save me. Lilia grabbed Luna by the ear and dragged her out for a lecture. I sighed. The room was full of water, making it impossible to rest for a while. I'll wait for the maids to clean it up. Bored, I wandered into the kitchen, only to be immediately stopped by a few maids, looking guilty. What's being hidden in the kitchen that can't be seen? Oh, young master, the kitchen is full of smoke and grease. It's better if you don't come in. I'll bring it to you once it's ready. Just a wall away, Undine was carefully preparing my favorite stew. I had no choice but to return to the office, sitting on the sofa and examining the family crest Bella had given me. It still carried the faint, elegant fragrance of a young girl, which was quite alluring. Restia appeared by my side. There's a magical aura on it. A purple light flickered in my emerald green eyes. Restia had granted me the eye of divine insight, and this level of magical restriction was no different from being naked before me. As expected, I noticed traces of a tracking spell. I had no intention of dispelling it. If I did, the caster would immediately know I had discovered it. Pretending to be unaware was the best strategy. I glanced at the address she provided. An unfamiliar family crest, a foreign noble. My mind turned, and I suddenly realized. I thought you could hold out until tomorrow to lure me into a trap, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient. The people who want to kill me can be counted on one hand. Bella locked onto someone under Duke Innes, but the exact identity is unclear. Need to investigate. Someone come. The maid pushed the door open. Young master, what are your orders? Call Wendini over. The maid was momentarily stunned, then revealed a meaningful smile. All right, young master, please wait a moment. She walked straight to the kitchen. Miss Wendini, is the meal ready? Wendini, dressed in a maid's outfit, placed the last dish on the serving cart. Yes, it's ready. The young master is calling for you. Wendini pushed the serving cart to the door of my office, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked. The maid beside her caught on and said sweetly, Young master, the meal is ready. Come in. The moment the door opened, I was stunned. The cool maid outfit on Wendini had a unique charm, with over-the-knee black stockings accentuating her tall and slender figure. Long-legged girls really do look amazing in stockings, pure yet alluring. Wendini noticed me staring at her, and her cheeks flushed. Master, I heard you called for me, so I came. The usually cold and aloof beauty now resembled a shy little girl, taking a long time to squeeze out these few words. I laughed. Third sister, I didn't know you had this hobby. It's not a hobby, it's just, I want to repay you. Is that so? I circled around her, sizing her up. Wendini clutched the dining cart tightly and swallowed nervously. She wanted to relax, but couldn't. Usually, she kills without batting an eye, yet her heart was pounding wildly beside me. Her mind was filled with the sound of my laughter just now. I hadn't laughed so happily in a long time, and she also felt glad about the decision she made today. Wendy, you look especially beautiful today. I took hold of her tightly clenched hand on the dining cart, gently prying open each finger, feeling the thin calluses on her palm. With my other hand, I tucked the stray strands of hair behind her ear and whispered softly, You work too hard. Leave the rest to me. For the first time, Winnie was treated this way. Her whole body went weak, and the hand that could wield a knife all day without tiring now trembled slightly. As an assassin, she could always remain calm, but not today. Her mind was filled with thoughts of my lips, an urge to bite them. Yet she hesitated, fearing my rejection, fearing I might rebuke her for overstepping. After all, she is the fake daughter of the Wuyue family, and I am the true heir. If it weren't for me, she would have died in the famine. I wrapped my arm around her waist and, with a turn, lifted her onto the sofa to sit down. Wendy, every maid who joins the Wuyue family has the right to dine with me. Luna's first meal after entering the house was with me. I used wind magic to move the dining cart over, picked up a piece of tender, juicy meat with a knife and fork, and brought it to my hand. Open your mouth. Wendini obeyed instinctively. Thus began the feeding play. Outside the hallway, a few maids gathered at the door to eavesdrop. Lady Cecilia leaned against the door with an ant-like smile. When she turned around and saw a circle of people behind her, she lightly coughed twice and lowered her voice. What are you listening to? Get back to your posts. Yes, madam. As an assassin, Wendini could sense the commotion outside, and needless to say, so could I. I just wanted to see her shy expression. After feeding, Wendini leaned against me, her aloof demeanor completely gone, as if she were soaking in a jar of honey. My hand roamed restlessly over her leg. Wendini, have you seen this? I took out the family crest given by Bella. Wendini instantly sobered up, examined it for a moment, and said, Never seen it before. Who gave it to you? A noble lady named Bella. Wendini frowned, sat up straight, and stared at me. A pink-haired girl. That's right. Her gaze instantly turned cold. Master of the house, please wait. I will get rid of her right away. No need. First ask if you know about her. Wendy nodded. Obviously, a fake identity. Let's check it out together later. Only then did she remember to get up, her face turning red again. I asked in confusion, what's wrong? She was too embarrassed to say and could only hint with her eyes. It was only then that I realized I had been occupying her lap all along. The auto-touch feature had been left on. I cleared my throat lightly and set her down. Night fell in Bella's boudoir. She changed into a white evening gown and admired herself in the full-length mirror. How could there be a woman as beautiful as me in this world? Charlot, it is your honor to see me before you die. She had dealt with many people, but never granted anyone this treatment. Those people simply dropped dead in an instant. Giving me this sense of ceremony is not just because I am a Marquis, nor merely because of the stunning impression at first sight. Bella is no longer young. She feels her youth slipping away and longs for a romance, but no one has caught her eye until she saw me. Unfortunately, I must die. As a young lady who loves reading novels, she wove a perfect love story for herself and me. Oh, merciful Miss Bella, let Charlotte die painlessly after seeing a peerless beauty. In her imagination, we were truly in love but couldn't meet due to a family feud. In the end, the heroine Bella killed her lover in grief, keeping him in her heart until the end of time. She sighed. Ah, what a pair of star-crossed lovers. She carried a long sword on her back, a dagger hidden within her skirt, and walked slowly onto the balcony. Charlotte, the Grim Reaper has come to claim someone. Her figure vanished into the moonlight. In the quiet night, my room. Only Luna's faint breathing. She curled up in my arms, her pajama strap slipping down. Outside the mansion, Bella stood on the wall, gazing into the distance. My prey, are you hiding well? Don't let me scare you. A glint flashed in her eyes. The game of cat and mouse was about to begin. Poor little mouse, unaware that death was imminent. She had even chosen a scenic spot, perfect for being my grave. She silently slipped into the ceiling. The moment my feet touched the ground, I opened my eyes. Restia sat at the head of the bed, her violet eyes glowing in the dark, looking at me discontentedly. She was giving a reminder. I already knew. A person's presence, a top-tier assassin, is approaching, carrying a sword and a short dagger. Seems like they intend to take me out directly. The door creaked open slightly, with a squeak. Through the crack in the door, the people outside saw me holding Luna without any reaction, as if I were fast asleep. With a wave of her hand, the throwing knife shot straight into the ceiling. I coordinated by casting an impact spell, and with a thud on the ceiling, blood seeped through the crack in the door. I sat up, and Undine was already kneeling on one knee in front of me. Master, the blade is coated with neurotoxin and a potion of weakness. The assassin can't even move a finger now. Well done. I patted her head. Now it's my turn to interrogate her. Wearing my nightgown, I walked into the kitchen. Most of the maids were asleep, and I didn't want to disturb them. I brewed a pot of tea myself, carried some snacks, and entered a secret room that wasn't on the mansion's map. Pushing the door open, Wendini sat upright, waiting for my instructions. I placed the refreshments on the table. You've worked hard. Master of the house, please rest. Leave it to me to handle. No, no, no. I still have use for her. I smiled. Undine, you go rest first. Miss Bella and I will have a private chat. Understood. She left behind a bottle of weakness potion for Bella's refill. As for how long the conversation lasts, that's up to me. I turned my gaze to Bella. The white dress was gone, and she was bound in a spread-eagle position on a cross, her allure and seduction fully exposed. In terms of figure, she couldn't compare to my maid, but she could barely hold her own against my eldest sister, Alice. Her chest was small enough to fit in one hand, her thighs slender but lacking a bit of fullness, though smooth as if meticulously maintained every day. I've heard some noble ladies bathe in milk daily. No wonder. Not too shabby, at least childbearing friendly, not skeletal. Her skin was so pale it was almost sickly. No wonder she dared to call herself the most beautiful woman. As a swordsman, her hair was really too long, pink hair cascading down to her calves. I stroked my chin and nodded. As expected, beautiful girls all have fair skin. How strange, are all high-quality girls like this? Lilia and Luna are the same. The defined abs on her lower abdomen clearly showed the strength hidden within her slender frame. With the enhancement of battle energy, Bella was indeed very strong. However, I wouldn't take unnecessary risks. With my current strength, I could handle a third-tier swordsman, but I'd have to go all out against a fourth tier. Of course, Bella, weakened by the debuff from the potion, probably wasn't even at third-tier level. Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she were staring into a bottomless abyss. It was then that I remembered I needed to remove the gag from her mouth, otherwise we couldn't talk. After taking it out, my eye twitched. Next time, I'll have to ask Wendini to get a proper one. Who stuffed someone's clothes into their mouth? I sat across, picked up the tea, and took a sip. All right, Miss Bella, let's have a good talk. Bella woke up, her expression shifting from confusion and shame to fear. I put down the teacup. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Weren't you quite lively before? I walked over to reinforce the chains. Bella was strong, so I had prepared thoroughly. Magical tools, binding chains, weakening potions, not a single thing missing. She struggled, but was completely powerless, barely managing to feign composure. How did you know I was coming to kill you? I pulled out a dagger and ran the back of the blade across her delicate face. Does it really matter how I know? I know far more than you think. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. I moved the knife away, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. I paced back and forth while reciting the intelligence. Bella Ennis, 22 years old, a fourth-tier swordsman, eldest daughter of Duke Ennis. Trained as an assassin since childhood, she is the blade of the Ennis family. She never attends noble social gatherings. People know of your existence, but not your appearance. In fact, you have attended social events under various pseudonyms as minor nobles. Your targets die suddenly without contact, making you a top-tier assassin. Rumor has it that the eldest daughter of Duke Ennis of the Northern Territory is already a fourth-tier swordsman at a young age, just one step away from the fifth tier, with astonishing explosive power, even capable of serving as a royal guard. Your only weakness, lack of endurance. The most disgraceful secret is that you've been plotting to get rid of that foolish, cheap father of yours and inherit the title of Duke. The thing you fear most is this beautiful face being ruined. You're a vain person, aren't you? Bella was completely panicked. She knew she was finished. Despite her formidable strength, I had grasped all her weaknesses. How could I possibly confront her head-on? The tactics of nobles have never been limited to personal strength, but also involve the interplay of power and status. She realized that the Charlotte before her was nothing like the person described by others, who said Charlotte was indecisive and timid as a mouse. The cold and calculating man in front of her, who had just exposed her secrets, was an incapable family head? I calculated in my mind. To Duke Ains, Bella was the most outstanding heir, but the title would most likely fall to the dim-witted Brian. In the previous life, Duke Ains had discussed marriage with the second prince, and the marriage candidate was undoubtedly Bella. Speaking of which, I even helped Bella with one thing. She needed to kill 3 people to inherit the Duke's title. Carl Ains, his son Dark, and the dim-witted Brian. I had already taken care of one for her. What a coincidence. She wants to kill Duke Ennis, and I want to kill the entire Ennis family. Clearly, there's room for collaboration. But all of this can wait. The most important thing right now is to break Bella mentally and make her submit to me. Murderous intent flickered in my emerald green eyes as I looked down at her from above, gripping her throat tightly. Bella's face instantly turned a purplish red, her breathing completely cut off. She let out a choking, ugh-ugh sound, tears seeping from the corners of her eyes. The earlier composure was replaced by the fear of impending death. She kicked desperately, her hands futilely clutching at my wrists. "Piel, please." She mustered her last bit of strength to squeeze out 2 words, her eyes filled with pleading. I watched as she was about to suffocate and slowly loosen my grip. She collapsed against the chains, gasping for air, her chest heaving violently, tears and sweat mingling, utterly disheveled. She originally thought it was just a game, but she didn't expect her life to truly hang by a thread. The man before her only brought her fear. He could take her life at any moment. I can't kill her now. The crimes she's committed haven't been confirmed yet, but her attempt to kill me is undeniable. I need to give her a punishment. Bella regained her composure, looked at me staring at the gleaming knife, and quickly spoke up. "Marquis Charlot, don't you have a grudge against Duke Ains? I can help you. Let's work together. I'll help you kill him. He's nothing but a beast. Only cares about himself. My mother was killed because of him. Married so many women, fathered a wastrel, and then a mentally deficient son. He deserves it." Nice words. You could even kill and betray your own father. So how can I trust you not to betray me? I used the back of the knife to lift Bella's chin and said with a smile, "Taking revenge on Duke Ennis is a bit difficult, but tormenting you feels quite easy. It would be a pity if this pretty little face got scarred." Sweat beaded on Bella's forehead, her pink hair sticking to her face. She was vain to the extreme and could never tolerate becoming ugly. But she also knew that her family and I were mortal enemies. If she wanted me to trust her, she had to pay a price, but it absolutely couldn't be her face. "Wait, I can compensate you. Money, women, whatever you want. What will it take for you to trust me?" She struggled, the chains clinking noisily. From her tone, it was clear that she had no father-daughter bond with Duke Ains and felt no guilt about betraying that family. "I was forced to come assassinate you by that beast Carl. I've never even been in love. I just want to live as an ordinary noble lady. I can tell you all the secrets of the Ains family. I've been planning to kill Carl and take his place for a long time." "You're talking to a marquis. Do you think I need your information? Money, women, status. Do you think I lack any of those?" I sighed, my gaze sweeping over her body. "If it's ruined, then it's ruined. Anyway, your figure is average, and it wouldn't be enjoyable to play with." I stepped closer and closer, and tears were almost streaming from her eyes. "Don't do this. If you kill me or disfigure me, the Calixi royal family won't let you go." Her thighs were trembling violently. "Threats are useless. If you can kill so many nobles, why can't I kill you?" I touched her fair, tender thigh, the wound there already healed by my healing magic. "After killing so many people, are you still afraid of death? I thought you'd already come to see life and death as lightly as I do." After scaring her enough, I said, "I'm somewhat interested in your proposal, so I'll spare you for now." The chains loosened, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Xia Luo, you really are a smart person. Our cooperation." Cooperation. I tightened my grip on her neck again. She began to moan, her limbs trembling, her features contorted. "Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Watch your words. I never said I'd cooperate with you. You're nothing but a prisoner now, a mere pawn. How dare you talk about cooperation with me? If you want to be useful to me, first prove your worth and pass my test. If you can't, I have a slave contract ready for you." I snapped my fingers, and a magical contract appeared before her. "The night is still long. If you endure it, I'll work with you as equals. If you can't, then obediently sign it." Of course, she refused to sign. Signing it would mean becoming mine for life. I stabbed the dagger beside her cheek, the blade facing her. "Don't move. You care most about your pretty face, don't you?" Her face turned pale, her skin just a few strands of hair away from the blade. Next, it was up to me to take over. She was drenched in sweat, exhausted to the point of dehydration, but could only grit her teeth and endure. Just get through this, and everything would be fine. After a while, her delicate body trembled, but she actually managed to hold on. I was starting to feel a bit bored. Here's a good review for you. Your endurance isn't bad. As a reward, I'll increase the difficulty. I covered her eyes with silk. Can you feel it? The blade is closer to you now. In truth, she couldn't tell whether it was the edge or the back of the blade facing her. I'm not a demon. I just want to scare her. A mix of intimidation and persuasion is the only way she'll obey. But she knows herself. She's already at her limit. She doesn't understand why, as a fourth-tier swordsman, she's so powerless in front of me. Is it just because I'm the first person to touch her? But I'm her enemy. Beads of sweat dripped onto the ground one by one. Miss Bella, some special sensations have had unexpected effects, haven't they? If you can't hold back, then don't. It's just a cut. After all, it's not me who feels the pain. She trembled even more violently, thinking that in the end, she would become mine anyway, as long as her face was fine. This thought arose, and her defenses immediately collapsed. She was both ashamed and angry, completely defeated. Beads of sweat dripped down. A fresh sensation never felt before surged through my heart. Strange, yet not unpleasant. How embarrassing. A duke's daughter, and this is all you've got. I removed her blindfold. She saw it was the back of the blade and instantly went limp. Seeing her relax, I pulled out the knife again, this time pointing the sharp edge at her. Her pupils contracted. You promised not to hurt my face. You liar. I'm not lying to you. Look, the dagger is still at a distance from you. I'm just afraid you'll run into it yourself. You still have time to beg for mercy, but you won't escape the slave contract. Master, I give up, I give up. She finally broke down and cried out. I smiled and said, all right, sign the contract. The contract was signed with blood, her blood. I showed no mercy. I hate you. Don't worry, Miss Bella, you'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know me in the future. For hours, definitely the most unforgettable 4 hours of her life. I completely broke down all her defenses, both physically and mentally. Her only break was to take a sip of water. Bella groggily woke up, and the first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was the side of my face. Sunlight spilled over my face, outlining delicate features. Handsome, but unfortunately a pervert, she thought. She twisted her body slightly, feeling sore all over. She couldn't understand how her well-trained body was no match for a pampered, noble young master. But she still smiled. After all, she was a fourth-tier swordsman. Killing someone like me, completely defenseless, would be a piece of cake. No weapon, no problem. Last night, I dared to grab her neck. This time she was going to grab mine in return. She flipped over and straddled me, her hands about to clasp around my throat. I closed my eyes and said, awake? She froze for a moment, but didn't care. I was already a dead man. But her hand just couldn't press down, as if an invisible force was stopping her. There was only one answer. She didn't want to kill me. The moment the thought of killing arose, all the bits and pieces from last night, that burning pain, and my later tenderness all came flooding back. She definitely didn't want her neck grabbed again. She frowned, eventually curled up under the blanket, turned her back to me, and even stole more of my blanket. That was her greatest act of defiance. Very good, Miss Bella. Congratulations on passing the obedience test. You didn't make a move against me. I opened my emerald green eyes, patted her hair, and said, get up, put on your clothes. We have things to discuss. I tossed a set of clothes over. She caught the skimpy-made outfit, recalling the moment last night when I moved the dagger away. It seemed she had let go of her obsession, but the moment she saw me, it surged back into her heart. The chains on her body were undone, but the chains in her heart tightened even more. Tears welled up and spilled from the corners of her eyes. She is no longer proud, and every time our eyes meet, she nervously turns her head away. Got it. She tucked her pink hair behind her ear and lowered her once haughty head. I took her to the washroom and snapped my fingers to conjure a ball of water. Let me help you clean up. All messy like this, you don't look like a proper lady. With a splash, cold water drenched her completely, sending a chill straight to her core. She crossed her arms over her chest, shivering. The clear water washed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and for the first time, her proud self tasted the bitterness of regret. I poured water over her for a full minute, stopping only when she began to lose clarity. She wiped her face and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid the Duke of Ains will suspect you?" Using wind and fire magic, I dried her hair and said gently, "You know better than anyone. You're just a useful blade. No one cares whether you live or die." She fell silent. I wasn't wrong. She was born proud and solitary, beautiful in her isolation, but only because no one cared about her. Those who knew her ignored her, and those who didn't feared her. Stripped of her assassin's shell, she was just a girl longing for attention, much like Undine. "Bella, do you know why you've changed so much in just one night?" She put on the maid outfit, understanding that this was also a test of obedience. And I succeeded. Fear had turned this proud assassin into an obedient child. While getting dressed, she noticed the mark on the inside of her thigh and only then remembered my gentle promise to protect her before she lost consciousness. Then, as if bewitched, she signed the slave contract. You think it's because of the slave contract? Then just think that way. I don't know, but I will obey. Dressed in a maid outfit, she resembled a pure lotus, her pink hair paired with melancholic eyes, embodying the image of a delicate beauty. "Come with me. I need to record all the information about the Ains family." At noon, we sat in the office. She sipped hot tea while I handled territorial affairs, as if nothing had happened. The office door was open, allowing us to see the maids passing by. They wore the same style of clothing as Bella, each with a smile on her face, addressing each other as sisters, exuding a harmonious atmosphere. Bella had never seen such a scene in a noble household. The Ains family was gloomy and oppressive, with servants always wearing stern expressions and living in constant fear. She was curious about how I managed it and leaned in without any sense of boundaries, ready to ask. After all, we had already had zero-distance contact, so she had no resistance. At that moment, a voice came from the doorway. "Master, I've come." Wendy pushed the door open and saw Bella leaning close to me, momentarily stunned. Bella's pink hair brushed against my shoulder as she deliberately leaned toward my ear, her breath carrying a hint of tea fragrance. Wendy was both shocked and furious. Wasn't she trying to assassinate me just last night? How could this pink-haired woman get so close to me so easily? She had worked so hard just to stand by my side. Bella, on the other hand, felt as if she had just drunk chilled honey water, utterly refreshed. Seeing Wendy's incredulous expression, all the pain and grievances from last night vanished without a trace. She could tell that Wendini liked me. She obediently stood by my side, the little person in her heart dancing with joy. "Wendini, so what if you're beautiful? The person you long for was reveling in pleasure with me last night. Have you ever kissed Charlot? I kissed him countless times last night." This is a victory for Bella. Another victory for Bella. By now, I've beaten you countless times. Master of the house, I won't comment on your taste, but do you still like this type? Wendini's words were laced with sarcasm, and she deliberately showed off her figure, implying that Bella's figure was not even as good as the maid's at home. I waved my hand to signal Bella to step back and not provoke my sister any further. "She's a guest, Wendini. Don't be so rude." When Wendini saw Bella leave, her attitude improved slightly. She walked up to her and threatened in a low voice, "If you dare to harm a single hair on the head of the family master, I will kill you immediately." Bella feigned pity and said softly in a strange tone, "But he was the one who touched me first." Wendini's eye twitched. Could she possibly mean that kind of thing? What if Charlot is still a virgin? I had just finished handling some affairs and got up, shoving all the documents into Wendini's hands. "Don't worry, Miss Bella and I had some misunderstandings before, but we've cleared them up now. I need to talk to her alone." Wendy nodded, holding the documents as she left, but not before shooting Bella a glare. I closed the door, snapped my fingers, and a magic circle enveloped the entire room. Bella glanced around. Third-tier magic. I actually cast third-tier magic in an instant? She had always thought I was a magic failure. Don't be surprised. Would I dare go against Duke Ennis without this level of power? She suddenly became curious about me, sensing that I was hiding many secrets. "Speak. Tell me your information." I leaned back in the chair. "Carl Ennis is already a 6th-tier swordsman. There are hardly a few in the entire kingdom who can defeat him." She revealed all the details about the Ennis family. Duke Ennis suffered from a hidden ailment due to his early years of warfare, preventing him from breaking through to the 7th tier. Everything he has done is to cure this ailment. I never said I would confront him head-on. With my current strength, going head-to-head would be like striking a stone with an egg. I pondered. How can the resources he obtained cure the ailment? Her body trembled, and she swallowed hard. That beast has gone mad. He plans to summon the evil god. Me? Seeing my expression, she said, Charlo, don't delve too deeply into this matter. Getting involved with the evil god never ends well, everyone knows that. But for me, that's not necessarily the case. Go on. He wants to make a deal with the evil god? Restia suddenly appeared and shook her head. How could that be? Ordinary people don't even want to see us. Being able to communicate with the evil god is your privilege. Bella also denied it. Impossible. Carl wants to kill a weakened deity and attempt to reach a higher level of existence. It was only then that I remembered. Every living being in this world has no fondness for the evil god. I had projected myself onto them. What's the name of the evil god he wants to kill? How would I know? You can't just casually say the name of an evil god, right? She suddenly looked at me as if I lacked common sense. If you don't know, just say you don't know. I scolded. Understood. She lowered her head. Is Duke Ain so confident he can defeat a deity? A 6th-tier swordsman is worlds apart from a god. Perhaps only a 9th-tier grand mage like Elena could stand a chance. Moreover, once an evil god is summoned into the world, it would be a catastrophic disaster for everyone. I suddenly understood. In my previous life, I could never figure out why Duke Ains was so determined to go against the Mistmoon family, even accusing us of being followers of an evil god. He wanted the god-slaying magic. He needed the Mistmoon family's god-slaying magic to kill a deity. So that's how it is. All right, Miss Bella, that's all for today. I already have a plan in mind. Afterward, just let her return to report as usual. She looked at my confident smile and felt that she had made the right bet. I knocked on Alice's door. Alice, are you there? No one answered, so I walked straight in. To be honest, it was my first time doing something like this, breaking into a girl's room to take her clothes. At least have some decency. How awkward would it be to get caught? But since I couldn't find Alice for the moment, and there were no other suitable clothes, I had to do it myself. Opening the eldest sister's wardrobe, it was filled with an array of dresses. Do all girls love pretty clothes this much? The beauties in my family would get new outfits every holiday. Even Cecilia, who advocated thriftiness, was no exception, never repeating an outfit throughout the year. I don't care much about clothing. As long as it's presentable for formal occasions, it's fine. I value practicality over the elaborate decorations of noble attire. And that's the philosophy behind designing maid uniforms. While looking for clothes, he thought about the evil god. Restia, which deity do you think it could be? I don't know. We need some clues to make a judgment. With so many deities in the heavens, she couldn't guess even if she spent the whole morning. The only way to find clues is to go to Duke Ain's mansion. But how do we get in? How about breaking in directly? Restia offered a suggestion very much in her style. As an evil god, she had little regard for humans, and even a 6th-tier swordsman was nothing to her. Unlock my anti-magic chains, and I'll take you in by force. Can we not talk about the chains of magic suppression? It's too goal-oriented, my dear evil god. Restia looked at me with a resentful gaze. Am I just supposed to watch you fall into Luna's tender embrace? I will help you regain your body, my esteemed evil god. Can you trust your chosen one? Honestly, I can't fully trust her. With evil in her title, she seems like a villain no matter how you look at it. Although I hang out with villains, I don't want the world to descend into chaos. I picked out some clothes and estimated. About the same size as Bella should fit. I'll buy 2 more for the big sister later. Anyway, if one is missing, she probably won't notice. The outerwear is ready, but I also need to find some undergarments. I measured them myself, and they all fit. As I rummaged through, I came across a piece of fabric with a teddy bear pattern, which left a deep impression on me. Isn't this the clothing from when I was a kid? Big Sis actually kept it. Sigh, Big Sis is really something. It seems her figure hasn't developed much. Wendini and Estelle have grown into young ladies, but she's still as tall as a standing fan. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Charlo, so you have this kind of hobby, huh? I was just about to turn around when a fair arm wrapped around my neck, covering my eyes. Guess who I am? I stayed silent, and made a gesture as if I were about to snap my fingers. No, master, I was wrong. Luna definitely didn't want her legs to suddenly go weak here. I'm just looking for some clothes. What do you think I'm planning to do? Something perverted? Hard to say. She clearly misunderstood, thinking I wanted to steal my sister's clothes for self-entertainment. The point is, do I even need to? Even if I did, with so many maids' original scented clothes at home, why would I come looking for my sister's? Ignoring stunning beauties to mess around on the side? Isn't that just pure loser behavior? I'm not one of those wimpy protagonists from light novels. The thought process of an evil god is truly out of this world, especially Luna's. Next time you slander me, I'll deal with you using family rules. Used to it. You deal with me using family rules every day, yet I've never seen you let me off even once. I sighed. Ever since Luna became the family mascot, she's been endlessly idle. Her daily joy is teasing me, full of energy like a little puppy. Maybe I really should take her out for a walk every day. Luna, when did you get here? My magic perception didn't notice at all that she had moved behind me. Use magic. Isn't that how we met the first time? I recalled the scene of our first meeting. She created a space isolated from reality. If it weren't for Restia's eyes, I really wouldn't have noticed her. With her hands on her hips, she said proudly, I've been studying magic for more years than you've been alive. This kind of concealment magic works best in the dark. By wrapping myself in moonlight, unless someone can detect the magical fluctuations in the air, no one can discover me. There's already a magical fluctuation in the air. As long as it's a living being, it has it. We determine a person's strength by observing the magical fluctuations around them. If you can control your magic well, you can completely hide yourself in the air. So, I specifically developed a spell. Before she could finish speaking, I pulled her into a hug and planted a firm kiss on her forehead. It's like someone delivering a pillow just when you're feeling sleepy. My Luna, you came at just the right time. Ah. She looked bewildered, but seeing my enthusiasm, she seemed a bit embarrassed. Is it really that amazing? It's just a spell. It's amazing, and I need it right now. Fine then. I, Luna, the goddess of night and moon, will reluctantly teach you. I'm usually quite assertive with her, but today I changed my approach and flattered her so much that she was over the moon. However, teaching you will require tuition. She began to push her luck. I hadn't fed her my blood much recently, and she was craving it. My tone shifted, and she immediately realized something was wrong. She quickly held down the hand I was about to snap my fingers with and said pitifully, Master, I just want to drink a little of your blood. All right, teach me, and I'll give you some. But first, I need to deliver the clothes to Bella. Since she's already my woman, she can't go out wearing such a revealing maid outfit anymore. The rules of the Fogmoon family must be upheld. Bella changed her clothes, and they fit quite well. I was about to take her back. On the way, she suddenly asked me, Charlo, will this really not affect you? What do you mean? I've been in the imperial capital for several days now. Do you know what people are saying about you out there? I stopped in my tracks. If it's about my personality, then forget it. They all say that ever since you failed the exam, you've been venting your anger by bullying the maids at home and even abducting young noble ladies to serve you. Bullying the maids? I did do that. But abducting other people's noble daughters? Completely unnecessary. Those noble ladies might not even be as attractive as the maids in my house. Though, I did have noble ladies serve me before, but that's because all the maids in my house come from the noble lineage of the Norland Principality. For a moment, I didn't know how to refute it. Except for the word abducting, everything else was pretty accurate. Wouldn't it be bad if this reached His Majesty's ears? What does it matter? I'm long used to it. My reputation in the noble circles has never been good. Caring about others' opinions only turns you into someone else's underpants. His Majesty knows what kind of person I am. Besides, this is just a protective color, blending in with the dust, you get it? She looked at me. If I walk with you, they'll definitely have even more to say. Are you saying you mind walking with me? I pulled her into my arms. How would she dare to say no? Who knows if I'm conducting a compliance test? One wrong word, and her fragile fourth-tier swordsman body would suffer. I let go of her hand, my fingertips brushing past her earlobe, my tone calm. Relax, I don't plan to marry you. Don't feel pressured. The public opinion is all directed at me. At most, you're just a victim. Huh. She suddenly looked up, her mind momentarily crashing. Her purity had already been taken by me, and now I was saying I wouldn't marry her. Was this the truth or another compliance test? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. In terms of status, she wasn't qualified to demand a title, but without one, she felt unwilling, the disparity of being treated as a mere plaything pricking her like needles. Of course, I was just teasing her. The women of the Fogmoon family can only marry me. Seeing her wide-eyed and flustered expression, I curled my lips. Just kidding, it's quite amusing. Especially, seeing this female assassin, who not long ago wanted to kill me, show such a flustered, girlish expression is truly entertaining. If you want to marry me, what about my father? She raised a practical question. After all, Duke Ains wants me dead. I shrugged. Doesn't he not care whether you live or die? He must want to use me to trade for political benefits. Her gaze lowered. I said casually, then let Ennis die first. Let his other legal heirs die as well, and you inherit the Duke's title. I'll marry you in grand style. She suddenly froze, feeling valued for the first time. In the past, everyone had told her to prioritize the bigger picture. Of course, she understood that meant she wasn't part of it. But now, there was a man who cared about her and was even willing to give her status. Why did you stop? I turned back, raising an eyebrow. Nothing, nothing. She hurriedly lowered her head and quickened her pace to follow, her fingertips quietly curling up. I watched her lower her head and follow step by step, and unexpectedly felt a bit pleased. Her talent for combat was entirely inherited from that cold-blooded father of hers. Reaching the 4th tier at 22 years old, there have been very few like her throughout history. Yet, such a genius can only nod and bow in front of me, which is quite a satisfying feeling. Speaking of which, she's 4 years older than me. Does that mean I'm the tender grass being eaten by an old cow? Standing side by side, I'm much taller than her, and you wouldn't guess she's 22 at all. I took her to her residence, a casually purchased private house. After bidding me farewell, she returned home. She had never lived under the same roof as the people of the Ennis family. The only ones accompanying her were the maids who educated and monitored her, so I dared to send her back. Duke Ennis was still unaware of the failed assassination. A maid walked into her room. Miss Bella, is the task completed? Tell Duke Ennis that I gave Charlotte a slow-acting poison, which will take effect and kill her in 7 days. This was the line I taught her to say. She had no idea what I planned to do during that week. The Duke said he would give you at most 5 days. After 5 days, he doesn't want Charlotte to still be alive. Go back and tell him, I will get it done. And about tomorrow night's banquet, the Duke said you can attend. It's a good opportunity to assassinate Charlotte. Understood. She impatiently dismissed the maid and sat alone in the room. Once again, it was this oppressive and silent atmosphere, so far removed from the Fogmoon family, that she actually began to feel envious. She thought of Undine, the one who was in the same situation as her. From the first glance, she knew they were the same kind, both assassins. But why was Undine treated that way, while she, as the eldest daughter, was like someone forgotten? Even though I did something very cruel to her, she truly felt my attention. She lifted her long skirt and looked at the mark on the inside of her thigh. Had she lost everything? Or had she gained a bright future? The contrast I gave her was too great. Everyone says I'm a good-for-nothing, but in reality, I have my own opinions and exceptional magical prowess. The universally acknowledged most talented Princess Ytania reached 4th-tier strength as soon as she came of age, while I can instantly cast 3rd-tier magic, likely not inferior to her. It seems that her brother, who died at my hands, wasn't such a surprising outcome after all. She doesn't know what the future holds, but whenever she thinks of me, she feels that this man can accomplish anything. In the garden pavilion of a private residence, a stunningly beautiful blue-haired girl crossed her legs clad in black over-the-knee stockings, sipping tea elegantly. A blonde-haired beauty walked into the pavilion under the guidance of a maid. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it, Your Highness? Truly worthy of being the most beautiful budding flower in the royal capital. Isn't it just a holiday? You actually care about my appearance now, Florine Vera? Since Elena Magic Academy and Crescia Warrior Academy are 2 neighboring floating islands, the 2 often see each other at school, but they hardly meet after going home for the holidays. Florine usually pays the least attention to her appearance. As long as her hair is tied up in a high ponytail and she's ready to fight, that's enough. Ytania looked at her with some concern, wondering if she was sick. Florine actually complimenting someone else's looks? The sun must be rising in the west. Unlike Ytania's pure and innocent beauty, Florine's beauty is like a thorny rose, dangerous yet deadly alluring. Because recently, father wants to marry me off. She leaned idly against the chair, completely lacking the demeanor of a noble. Ytania called for the maid to pour tea. We're at the age where we should be discussing marriage. Now that we're adults, we can't be willful anymore. Of course I know, but being a wife and teaching children is too hard for me. Wielding a sword is much simpler. Florine's appearance and figure were actually no less than Ytania's. The difference lay in her temperament. Ytania was a true noble, graceful and poised, while Florine couldn't care less. Once she got her hands on a sword, she became a completely different person. You don't seem very happy today either. Is this the attitude you show when meeting an old friend? Sigh. Your Highness, didn't I already tell you? My father wants me to get married. So, your father has already found a candidate. Ytania smiled, genuinely curious about who could possibly handle this young lady. Yes, but the other party refused my father's proposal outright, without even meeting me. Florine sighed. Ytania covered her mouth and laughed. Could it be that the title of Mad Dog of the Vera family scared him off? Florine pouted. She had a unique physique with exceptional regenerative abilities and disliked wearing armor. Relying on her extraordinary mobility and recovery, she would trade injuries to outlast her opponents. During her time as a royal guard, her wild combat style earned her the nickname Mad Dog. What about you? You seem quite happy lately. Ytania smiled faintly. The ministers keep saying I'm not young anymore, and some ambitious individuals can't stand me staying at the center of power. I thought, maybe I could take this opportunity to find a good husband, live an ordinary life, and continue studying magic. Wouldn't that be nice? You are not someone with low standards. If you didn't like the match arranged by His Majesty the King, you definitely wouldn't say something like that. Florine could tell at a glance that she had already chosen someone herself, and the other party was interested in her as well. Florine stood up with a hint of regret. I really wonder if we'll still have chances to catch up like this after we're both married. Why wouldn't we? It's not like we're parting forever. Yetaninya thought to herself, perhaps their husbands could even become good friends. My royal brother is hosting a banquet tomorrow evening, and all the young nobles will be there, including, I assume, your fiancé. Want me to give you some tips on romance? She blinked. Though she had never been in a relationship as a princess, she had read plenty of romance novels and was well-versed in theory. Florine nodded. She was indeed clueless about this aspect. How old is your fiancé this year? Just came of age, same as me. Is he handsome? Met him once, he's quite handsome. Florine got to know me during that duel. To be fair, I was indeed elegant and dashing. What do people around him think of him? Seems like opinions are mixed. Well, mixed opinions are more genuine. What about his title? He is a Marquis with a wealthy family background. Ytania tilted her head. Why did it feel like the person she was talking about seemed a bit familiar? Hiss, could it be that her good friend had her eyes on the same man as she did? Because at the moment, the only one who fits these conditions seems to be me. Ytania's eye twitched. She had just said she would help her come up with a plan, but wasn't this equivalent to giving advice to a rival in love? She coughed awkwardly. Ahem, Florine, what's the name of your fiancé? She picked up her teacup, trying to stay calm, but her hand holding the cup still trembled. Murphy's Law, whatever you fear most is what happens. Charlot, will you? Poof. Ytania spat out a mouthful of tea. Cough, cough, cough. What's wrong, Ytania? Florine asked, a bit puzzled. A maid nearby quickly stepped forward to pat her back. Your Highness, take it slower. Oh no, it really is the same one. What should I say next? Dear sister, could you give him to me and find someone else? Wouldn't that be like competing with a good friend over a man? A dignified princess competing with the daughter of an earl over a man. Doesn't that sound like outright bullying? Ytania now found herself stuck in a dilemma. But then she thought, my engagement with Florine isn't even set in stone, and Florine herself said I directly rejected her. Besides, I already agreed to dance with her at tomorrow night's banquet. It seems like I'm more interested in her, right? Nothing, nothing. She waved her hand dismissively. Florine continued, I think he's quite strong, and he should get along well with me. Like you said, how would I know without giving it a try? Even if we don't get married, I still want to meet him. Directly rejecting my engagement is just too hurtful. This concerns her dignity, so she will definitely want to get to the bottom of it. Yutania pretended to remain calm as she continued sipping her tea. Though Florine doesn't have much affection for me, she should give up soon, right? Hopefully. Early in the morning, the most luxurious magic testing arena in the royal capital was somewhat noisy. An elderly man tapped the ground with his staff. Philovi, I absolutely will not allow you to do something that violates the rules. Philovi slammed the table and stood up. Professor Kos, are you questioning me? I have the right to personally select students. He is the one I want. Although she was younger than Kos, her status was above his. But this is completely against the rules. If he wasn't selected, then he wasn't selected. We've found excellent students in the kingdom of Kalihi as well. We don't need him. The admissions for Alina Magic Academy have already ended this year. But I think Headmistress Alina would be interested in Charlo. Kos sighed helplessly as she brought up Alina. Professor Farovi, you have no idea how much trouble setting this precedent will cause. The strict admissions process at Alina Magic Academy is a tradition. If you break the rules this time and admit another student later, what will the rejected students think? Are we supposed to review all of them again? They'll wonder, why him and not me? Falovi fell silent. She truly hadn't considered this aspect. The majesty of Elena's Magic Academy was beyond question. It was the best magic institution in the world. But she also didn't want me to be buried in obscurity. Am I interrupting at a bad time? Charlo. The magicians in the conference room were all stunned. How could my footsteps make no sound at all? And how could there be absolutely no trace of magical energy from me? Falovi, the strongest magician here, was a 6th-tier mage. I stood at the door holding an exquisite gift box, looking at the mages in robes inside the room. Marquis Charlo, you? How can you be here? Kos was incredulous. Oh, Professor Firov wrote me a letter earlier, inviting me to meet today, so I came. It seems there are quite a few professors present. After bowing, I handed the gift box to Firov under everyone's gaze. Professor, this is a meeting gift. Inside is a treasured magic book from the House of Mistmoon. I hope you like it. Kos was just about to speak when I raised my hand. Rest assured, everyone present will receive a gift. After saying that, I took out a pen and paper, wrote a sentence, snapped my fingers, and a wind magic circle instantly delivered the note to the maid at the door. 2 maids walked to the entrance. Their attire was different from the breezy style at home. Floor-length dark gray dresses, high collars reaching the chin, long sleeves extending to the wrists, simple soft felt headbands, dark gray low-heeled leather shoes, matching long cotton socks, and they moved silently. Not an inch of skin was exposed from head to toe. Women of the Mistmoon family do not reveal their skin to outsiders. The 2 maids came in holding a pile of exquisitely bound magic books and placed one in front of each professor. No, that's not what I meant. Marquis Charlotte, how did you get in here? I smiled and said, of course I walked in. How else would I get in? Kos's eye twitched, unsure if I was playing dumb or hiding my true abilities. For a 6th-tier mage to be completely unaware of my presence, this kind of skill was terrifying. If I could approach mages this closely, there would hardly be any mage who could stand against me. Philo, Marquis Charlotte, please step aside for now. We are discussing something. No problem. I left the meeting room with the maids. Before I could say anything, the 2 maids spoke up indignantly on my behalf. They were the ones who called the young master here. How could they have such an attitude? A bunch of clueless people. They don't even know how high my young master's magical talent is. I chuckled and said, then tell me, how high is your young master's talent? The innocent little maid beamed and said, the young master's talent is as high as a 10-story building. I touched her cheek. So good at giving compliments? Come, let this young master give you a proper kiss. After a light peck, the rewarded maid's face turned a little red. Seeing this, another one also wanted a kiss. Unlike the atmosphere outside, it was particularly serious inside. Did any of you just sense the magical fluctuations of Marquis Charlo? Philovi was the first to ask. No. The group of mages spoke in unison. Taking advantage of the moment, Firov said, Teacher Kos, do you still have any doubts now? Marquis Charlo is truly exceptional, worthy of us making an exception for him. Kos also became intrigued. My way of casting magic just now was nothing like a novice, but rather like a seasoned expert with significant accomplishments. Only inexperienced mages care about casting protocols. True grand mages can conjure 2 magic circles in any posture. If he hadn't personally sensed my complete lack of magical fluctuations, he truly wouldn't have considered making an exception. All right, I agree to reassess Marquis Charlotte. Philo finally convinced everyone and was very much looking forward to what surprises I could bring her. After the meeting, she welcomed me into the parlor with a smile. Thank you very much for the gift, Marquis Charlotte. Please have a seat. Professor Philo, I know why you've asked to see me. Farovi said sincerely, I deeply apologize for the oversight in the previous test. We plan to give you another assessment individually, and if you pass, we would be delighted to welcome you to enroll. Alina Magic Academy will never overlook any talented magician. I shook my head. Professor Farovi, I didn't come here to hear you say that. Farovi was astonished. Normally, anyone hearing they could enter Alina Magic Academy would be jumping for joy. Why was I so calm? Was I even trying to negotiate? But what she never expected was what I said next. The enrollment has already ended. If I break the rules, wouldn't it damage the prestige of your esteemed school? My reputation isn't great to begin with, and others might even think I'm using connections, which wouldn't be good for either side. Phalovia panicked, thinking I was unwilling to go to the Magic Academy. Marquis Charlot, we can apologize. The entrance assessments for your school have indeed concluded, but the professor appointments have just begun. I'm here to apply for a professor position. Huh? Philovi's eye twitched. Was she dreaming? How could anyone say something like that? At first, she thought I was joking and didn't take it seriously, but she still carefully helped me prepare the assessment location and questions. Soon, I was taken into a specially designed room. Furniture made entirely of anti-magic stone, a single chair, a table, one-way glass in front, an observation room behind, where outsiders could monitor at any time, leaving no possibility for cheating. Professor Kos entered the room and handed out the test papers. Now, you have 5 minutes to review the questions. After the exam begins, you will have 2.5 hours to answer. You only get one chance. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at me again. This young man was unusually calm and confident. Good luck. He said this, but he was a bit angry inside. Over the years, he had overseen many professor assessments, and every candidate had always been solemn. This guy completely disrespected the position of professor at Alina Academy, treating the exam like a joke. After distributing the test papers, he walked over to Philo. What kind of arrogant words did this guy say? Barely an adult and already wants to be a professor at Alina Academy. Professor Kos looked disdainful, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. An 18-year-old kid, even if he started learning magic in the womb, couldn't possibly pass the professor-level theoretical exam. Philo Wei, no matter how much she values my talent, wouldn't dare to believe such a thing. The hierarchy among magicians is strict, based purely on talent. Magic theory cannot use a single framework to explain all magic. A professor might spend their entire life studying just one type. But what they don't know is that, in my previous life, though I lacked talent, I was obsessed with magic and had studied more theories than Philo Wei. This kind of exam for me is like a PhD student solving kindergarten math problems, purely a dimensional reduction strike. 5 minutes before the exam, most people are quickly reviewing the paper, but why is Marquis Charlot still daydreaming? Philo Wei's crimson eyes fixed on me. Guess you were dumbfounded as soon as you saw the first page. People like you entering the Magic Academy is simply a disgrace, Kos sneered. The 2 maids beside him spoke in unison. Our young master is no ordinary person. I am indeed not ordinary. I haven't even told Firov about killing Dark yet. The exam began, and I picked up the quill and started writing swiftly, one question after another, without even pausing to think in between. Ho, how is that possible? This guy must be scribbling nonsense. Kos's face turned pale. Forget about taking the test. Even if he were copying, he couldn't match my speed. Philo Wei also frowned. Was he here to take the test? It looked more like he was just finishing up winter break homework. After 30 minutes, I waved toward the one-way glass to signal that I was done. There's still plenty of time. Are you sure you want to hand it in? Kos's expression was strange. It should be a perfect score. I casually put down the test paper and walked out. These words completely enraged Kos. Charlot Wuyue, what do you take the dignity of Alina Academy for? Philo Wei stopped him and took the test paper to find someone to grade it. In the conference hall, several professors reviewed my test paper. On the first page, they noticed something unusual. On the second page, they nodded in approval. On the third page, their eyes widened. By the sixth page, they were all stunned. The handwriting is as neat as print, and the answers are well-structured. Full marks, an undoubtedly standard answer. Marquis Charlotte even offered quite insightful opinions on magical theory. It took me 30 minutes to complete the test paper, but it took them nearly an hour to grade it. Meanwhile, I was already at the entrance of the magic testing ground, playing the violin. Two maids had brought small stools to sit and listen. When the piece ended, they finally came to their senses and applauded. The young master could even become a court musician. The young master's status is noble. He cannot lower his dignity. Philo came over to call me. Marquis Charlot, it's time for the practical assessment. Full marks. Perfect score. The actual combat assessment was what truly made Philo witness my talent. Restia sat idly by my side, counting. 499, 500. All right, Charlot, you're not tired, but I'm tired of counting. That elf lady seems to be completely stunned. I snap my fingers, and dozens of magic circles in the sky instantly explode into points of light. Philovy had never seen such chaotic magic bombardment, like setting off fireworks. Even as a 6th-tier mage, she couldn't manage to release more than a dozen magic circles at once. Are you a god? Professor Philovy, is there anything else to assess? No, nothing more. In her mind, she was already picturing the scene of students frantically crowding into my class. She admitted that, in terms of magical prowess, I surpassed her. I'm only 18 this year, and even the magical prodigy Princess Yutania can't reach my level. I only demonstrated low-level magic, but that doesn't mean I can't perform high-level magic. It's just that I haven't studied much of it. The only high-level magic I know is the Moonmist family's god-slaying magic, but my 3rd-tier physique can't handle it. That's enough. Marquis Charlot, you are fully qualified for the position, but the dean still needs to personally assess you. I understand. Philov's worldview was about to collapse. Her sister was already at the 7th tier, while she was stuck at the bottleneck of the 6th tier. Could it be that her talent was truly inferior? Back home, I rested my head on Lilia's lap to relax. Alice popped out. My dear master, do you know how hard your sister works to fill the hole in the guild's accounts? Lilia tactfully stepped aside. Alice jumped into my arms. Give your sister a massage. All right, you've worked hard. As I massaged her, I thought, I've borrowed her clothes, and the mess at the guild was something I dumped on her, so I definitely need to help out. Big sis, if you wanted to make money, you should have said so earlier. I've got plenty of good ideas for that. Really? Tell me about it. I invented something new a long time ago, lotion. It was originally for the maids at home, to prevent their skin from deteriorating. Lilia, go fetch a bottle of lotion. Lotion? What's that? A maid brought over a crystal bottle. I poured a little into my palm and directly applied it to Alice's face, rubbing it in. Charlot, what are you doing? Her face was being kneaded by me like a ball. After applying it, I touched her face. It was soft and dewy. Lilia handed over a mirror. Is it cosmetics? She asked, examining it. Of course not. Makeup is for decorating the surface, creating a false sense of beauty. This is different. I raised the bottle. Lotion is for healing and nurturing the skin, making it truly better from the inside out. Plus, it acts as a barrier. Directly applying makeup can harm the skin, but applying lotion first prevents that. Alice's eyes lit up. So, according to you, everyone should apply lotion before putting on makeup? That's right. If this becomes common knowledge, she slapped her thigh, then all the makeup sellers would be working for us. Smart. Alice hugged me tightly and gave me a big kiss. My dear little brother, go to the treasure vault and pick out a few more treasures. Can it be mass-produced? I'm very busy. I'll just make a few bottles. Then hire someone. The secret to hiring people has been leaked. Once the lotion becomes popular, the guilds will definitely rush to imitate it. It's better to keep it in our own hands. Then we can't mass-produce it now? We can start by building a reputation. I raised a finger. The Crown Prince's upcoming banquet is a good opportunity. You can recommend it to your close friends. I was studying 4th-tier magic in the library when Lilia quietly approached with a fruit platter. The other maids didn't dare disturb me. Only she could. Young master, a lady wishes to see you. She says her name is Bella. Got it. To the reception hall. Charlotte. I hadn't heard that voice in a long time. She was enthusiastic. I was indifferent. Bella, I didn't ask you to come. Can I come without an invitation? This is a place where I left precious memories. She leaned in close to me. I waved my hand to dismiss the maid. By the way, Charlotte, you're so kind to the maids. Have they ever taken advantage of it? You dare meddle in my household affairs. I slapped her on the butt. With a smack, she instantly fell silent. If you're just coming to provoke me and make me angry, then don't bother coming. Bella retorted defiantly. Who would go out of their way to find you? You devil. I hate you and… Smack. Another slap. All right. Stop hitting me. She covered her butt, mouthing complaints while secretly feeling a bit pleased. That's how the two of us get along. Go ahead, speak. She leaned in, hinting for some reassurance. You're not going to the banquet of Prince Gliss tonight, are you? Got the invitation, so I'll go. On the surface, I'm still a neutral party and need to make an appearance. Then I suggest you don't go. She wanted to sit on my lap. I moved away disdainfully. Trying to get physical again? She said aggrievedly. Quite a few people want to kill you. Let's not even mention the first prince. The second prince also wants to get rid of you, aligning his interests with that beast Carl. So you're saying, if I go tonight, there's no coming back? She forcibly pressed my leg down and sat on it. Pretty much. Carl told me to make a move, and the other two probably want to see whose side you're on. But you're on no one's side. Both sides want you dead. I pinched the soft flesh at her waist, gradually increasing the pressure. Hiss. So it's best not to go. Run if you can. I pinched harder. Impossible. All the young nobles are going tonight. If I don't go, it'll be too conspicuous. I'm not ready to fall out with them just yet. She grabbed my wrist tightly, and I finally let go. Anyway, I'm just here to tell you, before you die, remember to undo the contract magic. Don't drag me down with you. You're still negotiating terms with me? My tone rose. She was secretly delighted. Gotcha. I thought choosing you meant at least picking someone smart, but now it's clear. It's nothing but a death wish. Miss Bella, have I neglected you for too long, giving you too much face? What do you want to do? What I want to do? Do you even have a choice? I've been finding my recent magic studies too boring, so I might as well use her as a bit of spice. The Royal Palace reception hall. Alan humbly looked at the blue-haired man seated in the main position. Harris, the second son of Bartle. Alan, have you been too impatient lately? Your Highness, the second prince, Dake was your man. Charlo killed him. If you don't avenge him, who will follow you in the future? Alan wants to use someone to get rid of me. Do you know the consequences of eliminating a Marquis? Harris didn't want to lose another Marquis over a dead man. Lord Harris, if you get rid of Charlo, Duke Ains will firmly stand by your side. Carl Ennis openly supports the eldest prince, Gliss, but secretly keeps Hyrus hanging and even says he wants Bella to marry him. The Duke is observing, ready to side with whoever wins. Your Highness, you've succeeded. Miss Bella will definitely marry you. Alan knew that Hyrus genuinely liked Bella. Bringing her up would almost always get a positive response. Hyrus was still apprehensive. Alan prodded again. Does your Highness not dislike Charlotte? How could Hyrus not hate me? Since childhood, he has always considered himself superior, yet in terms of birth, he can't compare to the legitimate eldest son, Gliss. In terms of magic, he falls short of his sister, Ytania. He prides himself on understanding governance. But then I appeared out of nowhere, younger, with better decision-making, and managing the Misty Moon territory in an orderly manner. He is overshadowed in every way, and the only thing he can cling to is that shred of royal dignity. Yet, he is surrounded by nothing but a group of spoiled brats, a rabble. Your Highness, forgive my bluntness, but you've already embarked on a path of no return, so why hesitate any longer? Hyrus clenched his fists, veins bulging. Since when are you qualified to comment on royal affairs? But he still needed Alan. He deflated. I just don't want to end up dying inexplicably like Dark one day. Sitting in my position, whether to fight or not is not up to me. A bunch of young nobles behind him were all hoping he would ascend the throne and grant them titles. Alan sighed. Tonight's banquet is the last chance. Harris pondered for a long time. I can lend you the people, but whether or not to kill Charlotte will be my final decision. Of course, no problem. Alan smiled faintly. This prince was still so easy to fool. I tried to grab Restia's slender arm, but once again caught nothing but air. Restia, Thank you. She was stunned. Was this something I could actually say? I don't know how to repay you, so I'll just keep fulfilling our agreement. You gave me strength, and I'll help you tear those gods to pieces. Hee hee, Charlotte, don't you think you're quite similar to an evil god? Me? Treating you with utmost care when I'm good to you, and repaying every slight when I'm not. How is that any different from an evil god? And yet, you actually said thank you to an evil god. That's simply impossible. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten you're an evil god. At least you've been pretty good to me. Restia smiled. Then help me undo the anti-magic chains. Why do you always bring this up when I want to have a heartfelt talk with you? She pouted. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Her enchanting purple eyes gazed at me. Besides, I don't just want to have a heartfelt talk with you. I'll try my best, Lord Evil God. I leaned in to kiss the back of her hand, only to touch my own palm. No sensation, completely lost interest. Miss Luna, you? She was just moved, but as soon as I mentioned another woman, she started yawning. By the way, Restia, do all evil gods drop equipment? I glanced at the ring on my hand. She said this ring could store items. I tried it. It could hold a lot of things, just not living creatures. I stuffed all my commonly used magic scrolls inside. Drop equipment? It's a special artifact. Of course, I have one. My artifact is the ring in your hand. Actually, forget the ring. My whole self is yours. She said with a smile. I called Luna over directly. She placed her hands over her lower abdomen, her posture graceful, just like a maid trained by Lilia. Your etiquette is quite good. Was it Lilia's special training? She nodded. Impressive, right? Let me see where you usually hide your sword. She suddenly felt a chill down below. Before she could react, she didn't stop it either, her face slightly flushed. I examined Luna from head to toe. What was supposed to be white was white. What was supposed to be pink was pink, but I still couldn't find where the sword was hidden. Luna, where do you usually hide your greatsword? Luna's face turned so red it seemed like it might drip blood. How could I possibly hide it under my skirt? Do you think such a short skirt could hold it? Then could you hide it when you used to wear long skirts? I was really curious about that moonlight greatsword. It's taller than her lowly form. So how could she possibly hide it? Luna shook her head, her right hand making a slight gripping motion, and the moonlight greatsword instantly took shape. She hesitated for a moment, then handed the sword to me as if a child were giving a toy to an adult. Is this your divine weapon? Yes. This was one of her few treasures. Can it be smaller? Like a one-handed sword. She obediently adjusted her shape, finally molding into a single-handed sword that suited me. I swung it a few times, and the combat skills from my previous life were still fresh in my mind. Not bad. Can I summon this sword? I threw the sword back, and it instantly dissolved into points of light. Luna thought for a moment. Probably not. I'm the true owner of this sword. I snapped my fingers with a snap. Yi-woo. Luna collapsed entirely onto me. Feeling the magical energy within me that belonged to her, I snapped my fingers again. The moonlight sword immediately appeared before me. Looks like, as the master of its master, I can still summon it. Luna's mind was already blank, only wanting to curl up in my arms. And master. I picked her up. There's still some time. Let me give you a little reward. Has the master not arrived yet? Wendini asked. Lilia had just been to my room once. Knowing I was busy and not daring to disturb, young master will be here shortly. Everyone knows I'm extremely busy, so there's no rush. I'll just wait. Cecilia crouched down and helped Alice straighten her bow tie. No drinking and causing trouble outside. No wearing revealing clothes. No eating things given by strangers. Women of the Fogmoon family must carry themselves properly, got it? Got it, Mom, Alice muttered. Even though I'm the oldest, Mom always treats me like a child. At this moment, I walked out of the room, followed by Luna, who had a slightly strange expression and was covering her mouth. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lilia helped me tidy up my clothes. Young master, stay safe. I touched her hand and leaned close to her ear. Wait for me at home with Luna. Lilia glanced at Luna, who instinctively swallowed nervously. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Luna's expression turned extremely peculiar. Lilia understood immediately. Sigh, the young master had sneaked some candy again. Cecilia smiled. Charlotte, come back early. Mom will be waiting for you. Alice, listen to your brother when you're out. I hoisted Alice up and tossed her into the carriage. Maids aren't allowed at noble banquets, and since Wendini will be driving, there's no need to trouble them. Inside the carriage, Alice stared out the window in boredom while I closed my eyes to rest. Restia sat beside me. You really have a twisted sense of humor. She had witnessed my prank on Luna earlier. I am just such a person. Nothing much. As a follower of an evil god, you're quite qualified. I like it. Restia counted on her fingers. Lilia, Luna, Bella. Just these three were already ahead of her. Adding in Wendini, why was she always being cut in line? No, I must trick him into unlocking my anti-magic chains earlier, and then have him lock me away in a place even the gods can't observe. Alice was still pondering how to pitch her product to her friends, feeling a bit nervous. As for me, I was relaxed. Everything tonight was going according to plan. In my past life, Duke Ennis set me up. In this life, I'll return the favor exactly as it was, an eye for an eye. In the castle's attic where the banquet was being held, Florine sat with her legs crossed opposite the little Princess Eutania, perfectly positioned to see the entrance to the hall through the window. By the way, have you been quite free lately? Dressed in a long gown, Eutania held a staff, using magic to control a paintbrush as she painted, a gentle smile on her face. She was indeed in a good mood, having come to a realization. Perhaps staying in the royal palace wasn't the best choice. She yearns for freedom. Rather than being a noble, she would rather be a magician. Maybe I could be a good match for her. Why do you say that? You haven't been studying magic recently. You're so relaxed. It's not like this at school. It's rare to have a holiday, after all. Actually, she wasn't idle, but busy. She was curious about what kind of person I really was and why I seemed like a completely different person compared to the rumors. But she couldn't find anything. The House of Mist Moon was like a shroud of fog. The only useful information was what Father had told her. The House of Mist Moon possessed god-slaying magic. When are you going back to school? Florine shook her leg. She considered herself unrivaled in swordsmanship within the kingdom of Khalees. But teaching at the academy was still a challenge. Depends on the situation. I'll stay a bit longer. The two stood by the windowsill, looking down. Florine suddenly asked, don't you have a lot of beautiful dresses? Why insist on wearing this long gown that doesn't even show your shoulders? Eutania smiled. I want to wear it, but I don't know who to wear it for. Aren't you the same? You're obsessed with swordsmanship, and I'm obsessed with magic. Two women with no ambitions, utterly boring. All right, I'll head down to the venue first and take a look at my never-before-seen fiancé. Ahem, Eutania interrupted. To be precise, the two of you never even had an engagement. How can you call him your fiancé? Florine squinted. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her words. Look, who's here? As soon as I stepped into the hall, I sensed the hidden gazes from the shadows. 1 5th-tier mage, 2 4th-tier swordsmen. What a luxurious lineup. It seems Bella was right. Tonight is a death trap set for me. I walked into the hall without revealing any emotion. The lively atmosphere hit me immediately. I whispered to Wendini and Alice, telling them to stay in a safe place. They nodded and went off to chat with some familiar noble girls. The main guest of the banquet, Gliss, had yet to appear, and for now, the person with the highest status was the second prince, Hyrus. Upon seeing me, he approached with 2 glasses of red wine, drawing the attention of everyone else to me as well. I scanned the crowd and noticed quite a few onlookers holding their glasses, ready to enjoy the show. Among them was a particularly notable figure, Alan. This guy didn't even hold a title, so his presence here must have been due to an invitation from someone influential. Marquis Charlotte, long time no see. How have you been feeling lately? Not bad. Really? I heard you took the magic test at Elena Academy and failed? TSK. Instead of hitting walls outside, why not be sensible and follow me? As the prince, I guarantee you'll live in glory. Don't be ungrateful. Harris handed me the wine. I took it, clinked glasses, and downed it in one go. Being humiliated face to face, I didn't get angry, maintaining a calm expression, as if, to outsiders, I was too intimidated to react. Bella, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. This person actually drank it straight without fearing it might be poisoned? She clutched her chest, her heartbeat quickening, inexplicably nervous. If the wine really had a problem, wouldn't the youngest Marquis in history just drop dead on the spot? But then she thought, if I were really that easy to kill, she wouldn't need to resort to assassination. Thinking this, she instantly felt at ease. This was a kind of inexplicable trust. Ever since I said I would help her secure the title of Duchess, she had unwavering faith in me. What a charming man, handsome with a deep and brooding aura. Bella is a complete face-con. From the moment she first laid eyes on me, she was a little smitten, especially wanting to lock me up and bully me, just to see me show a starkly contrasting expression of fear, wagging my tail to please her. But now, the situation has completely reversed. I deliberately cleared my throat and raised my voice. Second Prince, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be so eager to develop loyal followers? His Majesty is still in robust health, after all. Harris's expression instantly turned grave, trembling slightly. I leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, "Who do you think you are? You're just riding on your father's coattails." Then, in a normal tone, "Thank you for the fine wine and your favor, Your Highness. If that day ever comes, I will consider it. But first, you'll need to prove yourself worthy of the support of me, Charlotte Mistmoon. After all, I am a Marquis now." I handed the wine glass to the waiter beside me and even said thank you. This composed and confident demeanor made it hard for anyone to believe I was the rumored pushover who could be easily bullied. Harris looked a bit embarrassed. After all, he was just a prince without even regency power, while I was a true Marquis. But he had no intention of backing down. Being a prince, no one except his elders dared to speak to him like this. Since I refused to bow, that made me his enemy. Alan stepped out from the crowd, his tone mocking. "Marquis Charlotte, is your moodiness after failing the exam not unbecoming of a noble? Even your attitude toward the prince. Are you speaking to a Marquis, Alan?" I interrupted, narrowing my eyes. Alan, a man without even a title, normally wouldn't dare speak to me like this. He didn't expect me to respond this way. It seems failing the exam hit me hard, even changing my personality. "Come on, at least I'm a distinguished guest of Lord Brian." Alan pointed toward a guy over there, who had a vacant expression and was drooling. Beside that lord stood a scantily clad, blue-haired woman, Alan's sister Helena. She was being stared at by the crowd, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and lowered her head in shame. It was obvious to everyone that Alan had traded his sister to secure a seat as a guest of the Duke's son. Yet no one dared to say anything. Being a guest of the Duke's son meant opposing Duke Ains directly. TSK. Bella clicked her tongue. Every time she saw that dim-witted brother, she felt disgusted. She hated fools. Restia couldn't stand it anymore and appeared beside me. "Charlotte, he's already on a path to his own demise. If we can't kill the prince, we can at least kill him, right?" As the goddess of truth and evil, killing someone was no different to her than crushing an ant. I smiled. "Forget it, I have a better plan." A purple light flashed in my eyes. An immense magical power surged out instantly. In an instant, Alan felt himself being dragged into an endless abyss. A bone-chilling cold shot up his spine. His limbs seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and his blood felt like it was freezing. His rationality collapsed, his stomach churned violently, and his body uncontrollably lunged toward the second prince, where he directly vomited. Disgusting bile splattered all over Hyrus. Hyrus's face turned pale. Alan snapped back to his senses in a panic, dropping to his knees. "Your Highness," I ughed. The fear continued to crush him, causing him to vomit uncontrollably. "Get out." Hyrus, thoroughly disgusted, kicked Alan over. "You disgraceful thing. Don't show yourself in front of me again." I pretended to plead, aligning with my usual persona. "Your Highness, please don't be angry." Lord Alan was just under a lot of pressure and vomited. Although he offended the royal family, it's not a crime worthy of death. Just chop off one of his arms. Alan, kneeling on the ground. Is this something I would say? The usually gentle and refined Charlotte? Harris was in a dilemma. After all, Alan was his investment target. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't truly harm him, especially since he was waiting for him to return from the Magic Academy to serve. "This," I sighed, "since your Highness finds it difficult, leave this matter to me. I cannot bear to see the dignity of the royal family being violated. This is the pride of us nobles, the pride of Calyx." I smiled and quickly walked over to Alan's side. "What are you doing?" Alan instinctively cast an attack spell as soon as he saw me approach. With a snap of my fingers, the barely formed magic circle instantly dissipated. It looked as if he lacked the skill to control it. This was a counterspell I learned from Luna, directly disrupting magic circles. Luna had previously tried to use it to break a slave contract, but failed, simply because my slave contract wasn't ordinary magic. Against low-level magic below the 4th tier, this was a dimensional suppression. Your Excellency Alan, don't blame me. Offending the royal family is a capital crime. I'm doing this to save your life. I grabbed his wrist with one hand and stepped on his back with one foot. Wait, you're going to. Harris sensed something was wrong. Charlot, stop. Crack. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of Alan's shoulder bone shattering rang out. Your Highness, if you wanted to punish him personally, you should have said so earlier. I would have broken one of his arms for you, leaving the rest to you. The smile on my face remained gentle, but in Harris's eyes, it was utterly terrifying. Ah, my hand. My hand. Alan's scream echoed throughout the hall. Everyone's gaze was fixed on me, and the seed of fear was planted in their hearts. Helena covered her mouth. Harris's expression grew increasingly uneasy. I looked at him. Your Highness, are you dissatisfied? I'll cut off another arm for you right away. The green glow of the wind blade appeared in my hand. Enough! Harris roared angrily, kicking Alan behind him. This could be considered protection. This punishment is sufficient. Alan has realized his mistake, and I don't feel offended. Your actions were indeed inappropriate. Alan is my subordinate, and the punishment should be decided by me. He wasn't angry about Alan's broken arm. He was furious that I humiliated him in front of all the nobles, essentially telling everyone, your master Harris has to tuck his tail between his legs when he sees me. If he swallowed his pride today, no one would want to follow him in the future. Harris pinched his nose. Someone, take Alan away. I shook my head and sighed. It's hard to be a good person. If your Highness insists on killing Alan, then go ahead. Just pretend I said nothing. I prepared to leave, turning back to add, but let me remind your Highness, be kinder to your subordinates in the future. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Harris. When did he ever say he wanted to kill Aaron? Am I not blatantly lying with my eyes wide open? Clearly, I'm the one who wants to kill Aaron. If it weren't for the crowd watching, he would have already lashed out and killed someone. Today, he finally understood. My previous weakness was all an act, and now my true colors are revealed. He thought I was just a lucky clown, but it turns out the real clown is the one who underestimated me. His fists trembled, his anger had nowhere to go, and he desperately wanted to draw his sword and cut me down, but he couldn't. Because he saw the two people standing not far behind me, Mad Dog, Florine Vera, and his sister Yatania Kalishi. The two had been standing there watching for quite a while, their eyes full of admiration. I can handle it easily, but if he tries to use force, Yatania, as a person of integrity, will definitely intervene. He's not stupid. Even 100 of him might not be able to defeat that extraordinarily gifted sister of his. What a humiliation. As a prince, it's the first time I've felt so aggrieved with no way to express it. Deep breath. This is my elder brother's territory. If I act so arrogantly, someone will surely put me in my place. Harris's face twisted. Fine, very fine. I'll remember your warning. Excuse me. I need to change my clothes first. I turned around to clear the path to the door. Please. To Harris, this gesture was no different from pointing at the door and telling him to get out. Someone, take Alan away, this disgraceful thing. Unable to vent his anger elsewhere, he could only take it out on Alan. He thought to himself, good, Charlotte, very good. Alan was right. Tonight, you will surely die? He decided to let the hidden magician and swordsman strike from the shadows, killing me at the first opportunity. Wendy and Alice watched from afar, marveling at how handsome their brother looked. Those arrogant bullies who had once oppressed the Wuyue family were long overdue for retribution. It was utterly satisfying. Wendy, when do you think the family head became like this? Alice grinned, dueling and killing Dark, humiliating Duke Ennis, and now making the arrogant Harris suffer, while also dealing with the traitor Alan. Not sure, but Charlotte has always been this kind of person, right? He was just lenient with people before, and now he's starting to strike hard. I once told Wendini, when facing those who cannot be reformed or forgiven, just take them out. Forgiving them is the duty of the goddess. Our job is to send them to meet her. Wendini was very pleased. Before, I always stopped her from taking revenge on others. Now that I've figured it out, if someone targets me in the future, she can act more decisively. In the entire banquet hall, no one dared to meet my gaze directly, and no one dared to look down on me anymore. I came here, First, to declare a neutral stance, and second, to establish the authority of a Marquis. Some people like to gossip behind my back, so I'll use an iron fist to shut them all up. By directly suppressing Hyrus, I now hold the highest status in the room. Bella, who had been observing for a long time, was stunned. She had expected me to be assertive, but not like this. This man, she had to admit, was quite wicked, yet he fascinated her. She found herself liking me more and more. Bella adjusted her long dress, intending to approach me formally. Tonight, she could act without restraint. After all, she was here with a mission, and getting close to the target was perfectly normal, right? But just as she stepped forward, a stunning blue-haired girl in a long dress had already gracefully walked up to me. Marquis Charlot, good evening. Please allow me to apologize on behalf of my brother for his earlier rudeness. I'm sorry that the two of you encountered unpleasantness at the very start of the banquet. It was none other than His Majesty Bartel's most beloved youngest daughter, the chief court mage of the Imperial Guard, and the star of the Kalishi Kingdom, Princess Yutania. Seeing me respond politely, as if the two of us were quite familiar, Bella's eye twitched. Since when did Charlotte get involved with the princess? Just how many secrets does this man have? Princess Yutania, in the prime of her youth, is one of the most beautiful women in the kingdom of Kalixi. Her beauty is unique. While other young women are often labeled as lively and adorable, she has always considered herself a smart, beautiful, and sensible woman. Every smile and gesture exudes intellectual charm and gentleness. She wore a light blue gown, revealing only a hint of her fair arms and delicate neck. The simple dress took on a unique elegance when worn by her. Even if she stood in a crowd wearing the plainest clothes, she would still stand out at a glance. She was born noble. Absolute beauty, noble temperament. All the wonderful words pile up on her, forming my impression of her. She is flawless beauty from every angle. What stands out the most is her temperament. Every move exudes grace. She doesn't get too close, yet offers just the right amount of warmth. Only to me does she draw a little closer. In my previous life, I had very little interaction with her. All I knew was that her magical talent was exceptional, but I didn't learn much more. I don't actually have a good impression of Yutania. This woman is too good at pretending. Who knows what lies beneath that mask of hers? Having been betrayed before, I won't easily trust anyone. Do I look beautiful tonight? In the palace, you seemed to ignore me. Yutania noticed I had been gazing at her and casually brushed her hair as she spoke openly. Your Highness, during our first meeting, it was out of respect that I averted my gaze. This time, I am simply captivated by your beauty. I performed a noble's bow. She smiled. She knew it was just a polite remark. How could someone like me, who once said prove your worth, fall for her so easily? She also hadn't expected her royal brother to suffer a setback at my hands, which only made her find me all the more intriguing. In the banquet hall, the way everyone looked at me changed as well, shifting from initial disdain and mockery to apprehension. Who would have thought that I, who was supposed to be the subject of gossip, would end up leaving a crowned prince utterly humiliated? At this moment, the music changed, and a dance tune began to play. Prince Gress of the Kalihi Kingdom, the host of the banquet, stepped into the spotlight. Honored guests, may the goddess Etherland bless you all. I am Gress, Prince of the Kalihi Kingdom. While everyone else was listening to the prince's speech, only Yutania and I were exceptions, focused solely on each other. It wasn't until Gress finished his toast that Yutania cast a disdainful glance at her royal brother. All talk and no substance. Socializing ultimately comes down to winning people over. Every crown prince has their own agenda, and you're no exception, are you? She sighed. Those ministers think I'm unnecessary. If I host a banquet, most of the attendees will be suitors, and I can't be bothered with them. Besides, I already have someone in mind. With that, she extended a fair, delicate hand. Marquis Charlotte, may I have this dance? There was already a tacit understanding, so I naturally wouldn't refuse. With pleasure. Her hand was soft and boneless, cool to the touch. I interlocked our fingers directly. I just love this sense of conquest. A faint tremor came from her fingertips, which I keenly caught. I stared at her and smiled. Are you afraid of me? I used to learn dancing, but it's my first time dancing with someone. Having lost the initiative, she could only respond quietly. I held her hand and led her toward the center of the hall. She hadn't expected my hand to be so large, so strong, and my body so warm. She had thought she could interact with me on equal footing, but the aggressive interlocking of our fingers just now left her unable to resist at all, completely pushed along by me. She realized she needed to reassess the gap in strength between us. Not to mention the move I used on Harris earlier. It seemed to unleash a magic she couldn't even comprehend. This man was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. The crowd parted fearfully to make way. A newly authoritative Marquis and a noble princess. Who would dare stand in their path? I stopped in the center of the hall, wrapped an arm around her waist to pull her closer, and whispered softly, "Actually, this is my first time dancing with someone too." She nestled in my arms and could only follow along. "I don't believe it. You're quite skilled. Rumor has it you've charmed quite a few noble ladies." The dance music softened. I smiled. "Do you think my eyes are lying?" My eyes were so sincere that it was impossible to tell if they were genuine or not. She grew more and more intrigued by me. Under the hazy lights, we became the center of attention. "I don't quite understand. Why would the esteemed Princess Yedenia choose me? From the day Bartle summoned me to the palace, I kept guessing, never imagining it was because a princess had taken a liking to me." Her crimson lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to speak, but stopped. "I hate being used, hate being taken advantage of for free. With Restia, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. As for her saying she's fallen in love with me, I believe it halfway. In this world, the only ones who are good to me without reason are my family. Having been betrayed before, my heart has long been sealed in concrete. If her answer can't satisfy me, then she shouldn't even think about occupying any place in my heart. But she can be an ally. Her stance doesn't seem to lean toward Duke Ains or any of her royal brothers. Instead, she seems more focused on me. The current me has the strength to say no to anyone. I am no longer that weak Marquis." My breath brushed against her face, and she was momentarily dazed. The large hand on her waist sent a tingling sensation through her heart. Gazing into my emerald green eyes, she saw what she desired: courage, cunning, ambition, confidence. This man was the partner she had chosen, the only one less powerful than her. But she doesn't care. After all, as a court magician, no one can surpass her in strength. Actually, I'm an ambitious girl. My biggest ambition in this life is just to find a good man to marry, nothing more. So, does that mean you've decided on that good man? Yes, that's right. She was tired of the royal court's scheming and intrigue. Compared to being the court magician, she missed her days of studying more. To her, the title of princess was nothing but a shackle. She had personally witnessed the genuine joy of the maids cheering for her victory in a duel. What kind of master could inspire such unwavering loyalty in their servants? She was truly curious. "Thank you for the compliment. But that can't be the reason for me to marry you. Marrying a princess is too stressful. I'm afraid it would make the maids at home uncomfortable. This is me, the one negotiating terms with her. Probably the only person in the world who would do such a thing. I can be your support. I'm a fourth-tier magician, and given time, even Duke Ains might not be my match." I held her hand and made her spin in a circle. "With all due respect, I don't need your assistance to easily deal with the family's enemies." She spun a few times and returned to my arms, looking at me with the gaze of an elder. "May I ask, what is the strength of the Marquis of Xia?" "Probably tier 3, but it's hard to say for sure. I haven't actually tested it, but I know that I should be invincible below tier 5 transcendence. I am an 18-year-old tier 4 mage." She wore a look of pride on her face. A trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. "So, tier 3 grand mage, how do you plan to deal with the powerful ducal family?" I leaned close to her ear. "Do you really want to know?" "Of course." In the instant our eyes met, I seized the flickering light of the banquet hall to release my magic, suppressing it around myself. She was stunned by the immense power of my magic. At that moment, I cupped her cheek and kissed her directly. The thought of resisting had just arisen in her mind before it dissipated. She couldn't use her magic, and I made her lose focus instantly with an external release of magic. How I cast the spell, she had no idea. Her pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Was this my most unique magic? Making an opponent lose focus for 1 second in battle, deciding victory in an instant. I bit her moist lips, leaving my mark. When the lights came back on, I had already moved away from her lips. "Well, Your Highness, do you think I'm qualified now? My magic power isn't something a third tier should have at all, Not even she has this much. That only proves I wasn't wrong about you at all. She pressed her lips together. She hadn't expected her first kiss to be taken just like that. Her feelings were a bit complicated, joy mixed with a hint of fear. She had thought her first kiss would happen under a romantic night sky when the two of them were deeply in love. In gal games, it's not like this. Aren't you supposed to chat first to increase affection before unlocking special CGs? I was a bit forceful, but she didn't seem to mind. How did you do it? So much magic power. I held her close. Your Highness, you really didn't choose the wrong person. But don't pry into my affairs too much. Digging into others' secrets isn't something a lady should do. She looked shocked. You know I've been investigating the Fogmoon family? It's normal. People are always curious about the unknown. However, when you grow tired of being a princess, only then will the Fogmoon family open its doors to you. The music ended. We stopped in our tracks. She looked surprised, while I spoke as if it were an ordinary matter. I left directly, without leaving any courtesy, but those words were already etched into her heart. Prince Gliss clapped his hands from the side. What a splendid dance. Marquis Charlotte, I didn't expect you to grace my banquet with your presence, let alone display such elegance. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Glaze is different from Harris. Harris only wants to save face, while Glaze's goal is the entire kingdom. Their perspectives differ, and so does their attitude toward me. He openly expressed his admiration. When did Marquis Charlotte meet my royal sister? I was somewhat surprised. Logically, someone close to Duke Ennis shouldn't be interacting with me. The enmity between the Ennis family and the Mistmoon family has long been well known. Now, discovering the alliance value of the Mistmoon family, he comes forward with a change in attitude. Thinking about it is quite amusing. I just had a simple meeting with Her Highness the Princess. She invited me to dance, and as a marquis, I felt deeply honored, I said without any pretense. I see. Gliss nodded. On the surface, it seemed that way, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the king's sister wanted to join the fight for the throne and was pulling me in to strengthen her power. This king's sister was no simple character. He smiled. Marquis Charlotte, would you be interested in considering joining my ranks? The same rhetoric as Hyrus, but Gliss was more convincing. Hyrus wanted to mock me, while Gliss genuinely wanted me. In a previous life, I might have chatted with him a bit more, but the fact is, this man colluded with Duke Ains and shattered the Wuyue family to pieces in order to become king. There's nothing more to say. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I took out a small notebook from my pocket and wrote on it using magic. Glaze Kalish. I'm a person who holds grudges and always repays even the smallest offense. I saw the puzzled look on his face and laughed. Your Highness, I just suddenly thought of something. It's nothing. Glaze stared at the words Death Note on the cover, completely unable to understand them, only feeling that the black notebook looked stranger the more he looked at it. Is this a magical item? No, it's just a regular notebook. I smiled even more deeply. Of course, it's just a regular notebook, not something that summons a death god to kill. Even if it had such power, I wouldn't use it. I want to personally torment my enemies, make them die in pain. That's what I call revenge. For that, I can mercifully let them live a few more days. Your Highness, please remember, I, Charlo Wuyue, have always been the most loyal retainer of the Calixi royal family. I am loyal only to His Majesty the King. This statement is quite sophisticated. Others might interpret it as my endorsement of Gress as king. But to Gress's ears, it always feels a bit off. The king isn't dead yet. So why are you jumping the gun? That's right, I did mean the latter. But I didn't say more, because I spotted a familiar figure and smiled as I walked over. Bella witnessed my entire dance with Eutania, and jealousy stirred in her heart. She envied her beauty and was even more envious that yet another beautiful girl was getting close to me. She was losing confidence in herself. Every woman approaching me now either had more power than her, a better figure, or, in this case, was more beautiful, had a better figure, and was even more powerful. When I danced with Eutania, everyone else stopped dancing in unison. It's no surprise. Flowers always need green leaves, and at this moment, anyone else stepping in would just be the green leaf. Miss Bella, may I invite you for a dance? Prince Harris, who had just changed his clothes and returned for some fresh air, extended his hand gentlemanly. The moment he saw Bella, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated. Who could stay upset upon seeing their goddess? Bella's figure couldn't compare to the universally acknowledged beauties, but her delicate and charming face could rival any of them. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and some people are drawn to this type of sweet and adorable charm, igniting a strong desire to conquer. Harris had always regarded Bella as his fiancée, even though they were not familiar with each other and had no engagement. Yet Duke Annis had a good relationship with him and often sent gifts, leading him to mistakenly believe the Duke intended for them to marry. But Bella doesn't want to see him at all right now. She's sulking at me. She showed a look of disgust. Prince Harris, if there's nothing wrong with your brain, you'd better not say things like that. She pointed at the couple on the stage. Can't you even see that? Harris was dumbfounded. Bella sighed helplessly. Can you guess why everyone isn't going up to dance and is just standing there watching? Harris scratched his head. Why? Bella thought this man was unbelievably clueless. If you go up there, it would just ruin the mood, understand? Didn't you see Prince Gliss watching? Harris awkwardly withdrew his hand. True, my big brother is watching. Gotta give him some face. But he was still persistent. Then after they finished dancing, would Miss Bella do me the honor? Bella ignored him, just turning her head away, her gaze following me. I looked even more dashing in the formal attire, and she wanted to steal a few more glances. Harris followed her gaze, feeling extremely frustrated. He moved closer to Bella, but she shifted aside, completely refusing to let him get near. Harris was displeased but didn't dare lose his temper. By the way, the Duke mentioned your marriage last time. What does Miss Bella think about it? Don't even think about it. Focus on serving Duke Anise properly. That's what really matters. Stop poking around with all these questions. Bella never took this marriage seriously at all. She knew her cold-blooded father too well. 100%, he was just stringing that fool along. But it didn't matter. One day, when she personally slaughters Harris, it'll all be over. She wouldn't let him live to see the engagement day anyway. Marry her? Do you even deserve it? Now, even being 5 meters away from Harris made her feel nauseated by his aura of stupidity. After meeting me, she had even less interest in men whose intelligence couldn't rival a border collie's. He had no redeeming qualities whatsoever. If not for his royal bloodline, someone would have kicked him to death long ago. Thinking back to that night, Bella even felt a bit relieved. Relieved that I, at least, didn't kill her. Though she became my hard-working slave, I gave her a long-lost sense of security. She liked being by my side, even though I bullied her. After all, her master was the man dancing with the princess at the center of the stage. How bad could a man like that really be? Miss Bella, it seems like my alliance with Duke Ennis has encountered another rival. Harris privately had a good relationship with the Duke and felt valued, but Bella knew the truth. Her opportunistic father was just playing both sides. What did you say? Bella was very displeased with the word alliance, as if she had picked up bad habits from me. Please, don't make it sound like we're close. Your Highness Harris, think carefully about what an alliance really means. Harris's faction appeared large and powerful, but in reality, it was just a ragtag group. In short, what if Shero Wuyus stands against us? You still have the nerve to ask? Guess why he's not on my side? Harris could only smile awkwardly. Both Duke Ains and he were the ones who actively turned against me. As the music ended, I left without hesitation, whispering something in Yatania's ear before departing. Next comes the time for the young nobles. Harris extended another invitation. Miss Bella, would you like to dance with me? Bella frowned and glanced at her fair, delicate hand. Why should she place it in his? If he kept pestering her, she might really draw her sword. At that moment, another person stepped in front of Harris and extended his hand to Bella as well. Miss Bella, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The familiar voice made Bella's body tremble. This morning, she had been tormented by this man to the brink of collapse. She looked at my face, smiled, and willingly placed her delicate hand in mine. All right, Harris. I confidently took Bella's hand and left, leaving behind a flustered and annoyed Harris. Damn it, bastard. How could Bella accept his invitation? He must have used some despicable means to threaten her. Harris grew angrier the more he thought about it. All those nobles in the banquet hall were watching, and he, as the leader, had lost face. His subordinates couldn't stand their ground either and retreated one after another. To outsiders, this was utterly laughable. All of you go to hell. After Alan's hand was healed, he returned to the banquet hall and saw Harris approaching to apologize. Prince Harris. Smack. Harris slapped Alan across the face. Alan. Harris, still fuming, thought to himself, if there's a punching bag, why not use it? Can't hit others, but I can still teach my little brother a lesson, right? Get lost. Don't let me see you right now. Prince Harris, please listen to me first. Calm down. Harris's lips twitched, but the curse words ultimately didn't come out. He had nothing to do with Bella in the first place. If he openly admitted that his betrothed had been taken away, it would earn the Duke of Ennis's resentment, both disgracing the royal family and offending the Duke. But the fact that Bella was taken away by me is something he won't let slide. Alan didn't care about the slap, his gaze growing increasingly venomous. Prince Harris, I'm here to remind you. Make a decision quickly. Tonight is the best time to kill Charlotte. At this moment, Harris saw Bella and me. Bella squeezed my hand. I was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? You actually took the initiative to come find me. You are mine. Why wouldn't I come to you? After being annoyed by the idiot, Bella clearly favored me more. Hearing those words felt like a little pet being patted on the head, and I smiled happily. If he bothers you, I'll help you kill him later, and then you can move in with me. Bella felt my attention and snuggled closer into my arms. I affectionately took her tightly clasped little hand, lifted it, and kissed it. Prince Harris was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Alan, standing nearby, was bewildered. Your Highness Harris. For the first time, he felt fear toward me. He used to feel inexplicable pressure just looking at me, but now Harris merely glanced at me and coughed up blood. Am I some kind of indescribable being? Kill him. Harris's mind was already in chaos, but he still gave the final order. Call that 5th-tier mage and the 2 4th-tier swordsmen. Kill him. The attendant hurriedly wiped the blood, while the maid supported him. That bastard Charlot must die today. Meanwhile, on the other side, I pulled Bella into the dance floor again. Tonight, I was in the spotlight. Wherever I went, all eyes followed. Even the crown prince, Gliss, was overshadowed by me. I danced consecutively with 2 beauties, and my prestige was through the roof. If Duke Ennis's eldest son, Dark, were here, things might have been different. Unfortunately, he scared himself to death during our duel. I didn't even do anything. Florine watched the scene from the corner, thinking that I really had a way with women, which indirectly proved that I was quite outstanding. Ytania walked up to her and asked, how was it? I think he's nice, very polite. It's a pity I can't dance. Otherwise, I'd want to go up and dance with him too. Florine looked at her. It's strange, though. You never even glance at men, yet you took the initiative to ask a man to dance. That's quite a sacrifice for me, isn't it? Ytania had just taken a sip of juice and almost choked, secretly relieved. Luckily, Florine is easy to fool. In fact, she used the excuse of testing him for Florine to dance with me. This lame reason is something only Florine would believe. I think Marquis Charlotte is a good man. But dear sister, he seems to like quiet and sensible girls, which is probably why he rejected your engagement. Really? You even asked him about this? Florine was a bit puzzled. Are you two so close that you can even ask such private questions? Ytania, not good at lying, blushed and nodded. Yes, I've thought about it. Maybe I should make a change, starting with becoming his ideal wife. Ytania was stunned. Are you still the Florine I know? What kind of question is that? You want to get married, so why can't I? Besides, you said he's a good man, so he can't be bad. Ytania fell silent. It turned out Florine trusted her too much. Thinking about how she still had to deceive Florine, she felt a pang of guilt. But to confess, she sighed. The man who had stolen her first kiss was truly sinful. But my dancing with Bella isn't simple. I have something to ask her. After dancing for a while, I pulled her into a shadowy corner of the banquet hall, pinning her against the wall. My head was almost buried in her collarbone as she turned her flushed face to the side. No one could recognize that it was me and Bella. These ridiculous things that happen in the corner. Noble youths get so wild they do even this. There are even wild battles in the courtyards. Today, what method do you plan to use to kill me again? I breathed against her earlobe. Her delicate body shuddered, and her hands hooked around my neck. Master, how could I ever dare to attack you? A symbolic report of a failed assassination is enough. No, you have to kill me. Master, there's no need to play the obedience test anymore. I am completely loyal to you. That's why I need you to assassinate me. Then take this thing back to report. I handed her a magic scroll. What kind of mischief are you up to this time? She asked. I pressed my knee lightly against her abdomen, applying a bit of force. Ah! She let out a soft cry, quickly pulling out a hand to cushion in between. Don't ask too much. Knowing too much isn't good. She pouted, thinking it was tiring anyway, so it was better to just listen to me. I gradually applied pressure with my knee, and a warm current surged within her. Outside, there's a 5th-tier mage and 2 4th-tier swordsmen waiting to kill you. You should leave quickly and go find Princess Yatania to help you escape. You actually think I'm in danger? I smiled. Thank you for worrying about me. Isn't it natural to care about you? Usually, she'd be stubborn, but today, knowing I was in danger, she just wanted to go along with me. Don't worry, your master has his own ways. Bella, trust me. After all, if even she can be noticed by me, there's probably no one in this world who can assassinate me. She also knows what kind of words I like and always caters to me. This is her only advantage. She wants me to care more about her, this girl whom no one pays attention to. Ah, she let out a soft cry. I thought I had hurt her and relaxed a bit. What's wrong? She wiped the corner of her eye, pretending to wipe away tears. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that this place is meant for giving the master children in the future. What if it gets damaged? I lifted her chin. You really know how to talk. I'm liking you more and more. Bella also felt the same. From the first glance, she knew we could get along. Unfortunately, we were enemies at the start, but now she's become my slave, and she's lowered her pride to accept it. Facing a girl like this, it's hard for me to stay rational. Let's go and take a look at the stars. Am I really no match for Charlo? Harris drank awkwardly, spilling wine all over his chest, but he didn't care. Not at all. Your Highness is one of the most distinguished individuals in the kingdom of Kalihi, the attendant advised. Then why is he in the spotlight today? Father even summoned him to the palace recently. Harris smashed the wine glass onto the ground. Damn it. Earlier, he accused me of being moody, but now it seems the moody one is him. The attendant was so frightened that they didn't dare to pick up the glass shards. Harris sighed. His real issue isn't with me. It's that others don't acknowledge him as a person, only as the second prince. My remark about him, relying on his father's shadow, completely enraged him. He wants to prove that he can achieve things even without that identity. Where exactly am I lacking? His Highness the Prince is not bad. Then why is Bella willing to dance with him and not with me? Miss Bella agreed to him to ease her father's worries. With your status, which noble lady present would refuse you? Becoming close to you means becoming the future queen. Really? Harris's mood suddenly improved. Of course, your Highness is one of the most distinguished people in the world. The attendant said this to cheer him up, implying that even a random young noble lady would be eager to approach him, as long as he didn't aim for someone too high-ranking. But Harris's thought process was anything but ordinary. He wanted to humiliate me. Didn't my sister come as well? Exactly. I'll go invite his sister to dance, so what? He slapped his forehead, and the momentary disappointment vanished into thin air. Get me a new suit. The most dashing one. Who are you? Alice crossed her arms, looking arrogantly at Harris, who was dressed in a golden suit. Just now, Harris walked over, bent down, and extended his hand. Miss Alice, I am the second prince, Harris Calix. May I have the honor of a dance with you? He even deliberately emphasized his identity. Alice was busy promoting the lotion I gave her to her sisters. I am the second prince. Don't know you, I'm busy. Go find someone else to dance with. She waved him off like dismissing a servant. Harris was dumbfounded on the spot. Wasn't it said that no one would reject him? I'm a prince, he said, utterly shocked, having never encountered such an unreasonable young lady. What about noble etiquette? And I'm a Marquis' sister, so what? Alice said indifferently, as the noble ladies around her covered their mouths, laughing. Harris wanted to lose his temper, but looking at the group around Alice, each of them had high status, powerful families, or wealthy territories. Offending them would make it hard for him to get by in the kingdom. Money is the most powerful force in this world. These young ladies standing here are like infinite gold coins. They laughed at him for being foolish. Alice dotes on her brother the most, and after offending me, he still expects her to show him a good face? Besides, Alice doesn't let other men touch her at all. Alice suddenly thought, why haven't I come to ask her to dance for a while? Am I not taking her, my sister, seriously? Even though she can't dance, I can teach her. Harris stood awkwardly frozen in place, caught in a dilemma. To save face, he had to go all out. Miss Alice, the collaboration between the royal family and the Misty Moon family can start with the two of us. After that, it's not impossible for the Misty Moon family to be promoted to dukedom. An ordinary noble would consider this the highest honor. But Alice studied economics. What kind of authority does a second prince with barely any power have to act all high and mighty in front of the Misty Moon family's financial steward? Are you trying to fool a child? Alice felt insulted. You think you can act like a person in front of me with those two lumps on your shoulders? Just because Charlotte has a good temper doesn't mean I do. Can you at least draft your lies properly before boasting? Promoting our family to dukedom? Does His Majesty the King know about this? And have you even looked at who's standing behind me? Behind her stood quite a few daughters of dukes, who had good relations with the royal family. Everyone knew exactly how much weight the second prince carried. Pretending to be impressive, but ran into an expert. The young ladies behind sneered. Your Highness, if you want to court a noble lady, you'd better recognize your own status. It's best to aim for a small noble from a remote place, or else you'll easily get exposed. Harris lost all face and was mocked once again. If he couldn't regain his dignity, tonight would become a lifelong nightmare for him. He had to get it back. But the disdainful looks from the circle of young ladies behind him meant he'd hit a wall no matter who he approached. At that moment, Wendini leaned in. Harris looked as if he had seen a savior. Miss, could you please? Wendy looked disgusted and directly drew the dagger from her waist. I suggest you stay away from me. I'm too kind-hearted to watch someone die. If you come any closer, I'll cut off your hand. Harris felt a chilling aura of killing intent. Black hair, black dress, red eyes. She looked like a grim reaper. Left with no choice, he decided that the best strategy was to flee. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He looked up at the dance floor, and Bella and I were gone. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but we were still nowhere to be seen. Where did we go? A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Something was wrong, very wrong. He fled in a panic, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He was determined to make me die, no matter what. Outside the courtyard, I set up a magical barrier identical to Luna's, isolating the inside from the outside so that no one could detect this place. Bella and I were testing our chess skills in the small pavilion. I had her pinned against a wall column with one hand, her face pressed against the cold pillar, only able to glance at the chessboard from the corner of her eye, while I admired her smooth back. I lifted her chin and pecked the corner of her lips. She was flustered and captivated, her sensitive nature unable to resist. She truly wanted to turn the tables and push me down. This man was becoming more and more irresistible to her. She turned back, shyly and softly asking, Master, will Bella be able to see you tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that? The voice was sweet, and I was quite captivated. Of course, you were always my maid. Her words made me even more motivated. I was determined to annihilate her pieces without leaving a trace. I also sensed her extreme lack of security. For such an obedient child, I must protect her well. As for how to make her feel at ease, I'll prove it through my actions. 5 minutes later, she swallowed and adjusted her attire. Why so nervous? I patted her back, afraid she might choke. I'm afraid of dirtying my clothes. I smiled, ruffled her hair, and grabbed a handful of her pink locks, taking a deep breath. As expected, it smelled wonderful. Remember what I said. Take the magic scroll back and hand it to Carlinus. This is what he needs the most. I turned around to leave, but not towards the banquet hall. She panicked and grabbed my hand. What are you going to do? I held her small hand. Don't worry, I won't die. No way. You absolutely can't go. Let Princess Yedenia escort you out. They wouldn't dare make a move. She tensed up again, afraid of revealing any more secrets. Don't worry, if I can't do it, it just means your judgment is terrible. I used wind magic to lift myself into the air. She couldn't stop me. She knew I was going to face those assassins head-on. The trap set by Carl Ennis and Harris together, 2 4th-tier swordsmen, a 5th-tier mage, plus herself. Even without her, the difficulty would increase exponentially. But she chose to trust me. Charlo, be careful, she shouted, tossing a magical item. I turned and caught it. It was a small glass bead, crystal clear as if it held a drop of glacial water. It can block a 4th-tier spell once. Keep it to save your life. I smiled. Thank you. but it will most likely return to its owner. I don't need it, but I accept her kindness." He went out alone? Harris, lying on the guest room sofa, jumped up excitedly upon hearing the news. "That's right. I saw him leave the banquet hall with my own eyes and head into the city." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Alan's eyes. "Your Highness, I must hurry to the scene. I want to witness his death with my own eyes." "Ha ha! Charlot, you dare to walk alone? Courting death, are you?" Alan's hatred, after being tormented by me, has reached its peak. He has no idea what methods I use to instill fear in him. It doesn't matter. A fifth-tier mage crushing me is no different from crushing an ant. All he needs to do is sever my hand when I'm utterly exhausted. "Go quickly. Bring back the good news as soon as possible." Harris laughed heartily. "Alan, once it's done, I will personally bestow a medal upon you. You will be the next noble of the kingdom." He gazed at the moonlight outside the window, feeling refreshed. The night is so beautiful tonight. Ah, the moonlight tonight is truly stunning. Looking at the moonlight, I couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, magic surged within me. After signing the contract with Luna, I gained her traits. I am the ruler of the night. Restia appeared before me, stepping on purple starlight, with a hint of displeasure on her face. "Charlotte, so many girls have fallen for you. Is my goddess jealous again?" I leaned closer to her, pulling her into my arms. Even though there was no sensation, I still maintained this posture. "Aren't they the latecomers?" Restia's tone was like that of a neglected girl. In fact, technically, she was the latecomer. Lilia had been with me for over 10 years. "You have always been very important to me." "Of course I know. I must be the most important existence to you, right?" She herself wasn't sure. She gave me magic, thinking she could be my one and only, but Luna's appearance threw her off balance. Luna could also give me magic, and it was even more controllable. She was afraid of being forgotten by me. "Even my goddess can feel uneasy?" I smiled and shook my head helplessly. I say I'm not a picky eater, but that doesn't mean I have no preferences. I would only give a home to a pure and good girl. Except for Luna, I didn't actively approach anyone else. Restia chose me as her divine candidate. Undine is my sister. Ytania and Florine wanted to get engaged with me on their own. Bella was originally an enemy who wanted to assassinate me. Only Lilia is special. I've known her since I can remember. When I try to recall childhood memories in detail, my mind feels shrouded in thick fog, leaving only scattered fragments. "Charlot, are you listening?" Restia scolded playfully. "Oh, I was just thinking about the past. Before our first meeting. To be honest, I can't quite remember the scene of our first encounter either." "Stop thinking about it. I'm standing right in front of you now. If you keep thinking about the past me, I'll be upset." She extended her fair, delicate hand toward me, her brows and eyes constantly signaling for me to take it. Hee hee, my goddess is truly adorable. I understood her intentions. Since Restia, as a deity, was unwilling to speak, I would do it for her. I lifted the back of her hand and gently placed a kiss on it. "My goddess, would you do me the honor of sharing a dance beneath this radiant moonlight?" "Can you call my name?" "Restia." "Call it a few more times." "Restia, Restia, Restia." Her face flushed, her heart raced. She had never experienced such emotions before. For some reason, whenever I called her name, she would smile. Is this what love feels like? As an evil god, she had never received a kind word. She was tired of this world and had intended to tear it apart, making those who hated her for no reason taste endless suffering. Until she met me, the only person who made her feel kindness. I would chat with her about anything and everything, sharing whimsical thoughts. From that moment on, she decided to protect me, but unfortunately, I matched her steps, and the two of us danced together under the moonlight. She wasn't very good at dancing, so I taught her over and over again. After a long time, she finally managed to keep up with my steps, but there was a trace of sadness on her face. "What's wrong?" I wanted to wipe her tears, but my hand passed right through her. "I just think, the two of us are so funny." "But your expression doesn't look like a smile, Restia." She forced an awkward smile, not knowing why she became like this in front of me. "It's just that she was truly sad. Others could touch me, but while she and I could see each other, we couldn't touch. She also wanted to embrace the person in front of her who brought her warmth. I have changed. I'm no longer as reserved as I used to be, nor do I need her protection anymore. She's a bit jealous. Why was it they who made me change and not her?" She also wants me, even if just a little, to act for her sake. Charlotte, if someone bullied a maid of the Misty Moon family, what would you do? She asked. I would kill their entire family on the spot. I blurted out without hesitation. Anyone who harms the Misty Moon family will pay the price. Without considering the consequences, no matter the cost. That's right, they are all my lovely maids. How could I let them be wronged? I'm really envious of them. Actually, you don't have to be envious. I extended my left hand, the ring she gave me still on my ring finger. When I find your body, even if the whole world wants to crusade against you, the evil god, I will stand by your side, no matter the cost, no matter the consequences. Then this time, it's my turn to say thank you, Charlot. She buried her head in my embrace, yearning for my warmth, yet unable to touch anything. She was immersed in this moment of emotion, but someone just had to ruin the mood. Someone has come to interrupt our date, Charlotte. My goddess, wait for me to deal with them, and then we can continue. I smiled and got ready to take action. Half an hour later, Bella returned to the ballroom alone, pursing her lips. Wendy rushed over immediately. Miss Bella, where did Charlot go? Wendy didn't show her a pleasant face. She disliked anyone who harbored hostility toward me, even if it was in the past. Bella covered her mouth with her hand as she recalled my arrangements and said, he had something to do and left first. Maybe he went back. Back already? Wendini's heart sank. There's no way I would go back without telling her. Something must have happened. Seeing Wendini about to act, Bella quickly grabbed her. Charlot said he'll handle his own matters. You don't need to help. Just focus on protecting Alice. Who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Wendini shook off her hand. Don't touch me. Her body. Only I can touch it. Why do you have a strange smell on you? Bella had been covering her mouth the whole time. Just now, in a moment of urgency, she grabbed Wendini, and her keen sense of smell picked up something. Bella quickly stuffed a small piece of cake into her mouth and mumbled, "What are you talking about?" Wendini leaned in and sniffed, immediately confirming, "This is my scent." She viciously twisted Bella's arm. "You actually did that to Charlot? Did you force him?" "Huh, I forced him." Bella was dumbfounded, the cake in her mouth not yet swallowed. "I forced Charlot? How could I possibly overpower him?" Thinking back on everything today, it was clear she was not the dominant one. Although she had thought about pushing me down, her strength simply didn't allow it. Not to mention the slave mark on her thigh that belonged exclusively to me, which she had drawn herself with her little plum blossom. So embarrassing. But in Wendini's eyes, Bella was definitely lusting after my body. "I warn you, if you dare lay a hand on my Charlot again, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." "Oh, you're Charlot?" Bella, seeing her attitude unchanged, wasn't one to be easily pushed around either. With her hands on her hips, she said mockingly, "Your Charlot seems quite fond of me. Otherwise, why didn't he ask you to dance, but asked me instead?" Charlot has his own plans. There must be a deeper meaning behind his actions. Wendy's icy expression finally changed. "He just gave me his everything. Haha, when we go back tonight, should I check if there are any bite marks from me on his neck?" B was overjoyed to see Wendy falter. This kind of ultimate sense of impact was truly exhilarating, endless strikes with a whisper, critical hits breaking through defenses. That icy assassin lady's heart wavered. "With a figure like yours, you're definitely not Charlotte's type. It must have been you who seduced him." "Huh, I'm way more feminine than you. Do you think just having a good figure, big assets, and nice curves is enough? You're always wearing a deadpan expression like a fish, with a cold attitude, not lively or cute at all, and so stubborn." Wendy's face turned red with embarrassment, unable to refute. It seemed she really wasn't that adorable. The most intimate thing she'd done with me recently was cooking for me and then being fed by me. Bella thought to herself, after all, Wendy is my sister. If she goes back and tattles, I'll be in trouble. A man like me having a few women interested is normal. Instead of making an enemy, why not make a friend? So she suddenly showed an, "Oh, I see" expression. "Oh, I get it." Wendy glared at her in embarrassment and annoyance. Bella was unfazed and lowered her voice. "In a way, we're good sisters on the same side. Don't be so guarded with me. Who knows? We might have to serve Charlot together in the future. What's wrong with exchanging some tips in advance? Like talking about his preferences, whether he likes black stockings or white ones." Wendy blushed. Words like mutual affection and consensual love popped out of her mouth, causing Bella to burst into laughter. "Come on, you're making it sound like Charlotte and I don't have mutual affection." Bella seized the moment and said, "Sister Wendy, have you been struggling with how to express your feelings to Charlotte?" As the saying goes, the key to selling is addressing the user's pain points directly. Bella's words hit Wendy's thoughts right on target. Wendy's attitude shifted, and she shyly nodded. Bella, on the other hand, looked exasperated, circling around her while stroking her chin. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Heavy little bunny. The dress was almost unable to hold it together, and under the long skirt were garter stockings squeezing her fleshy legs. She glanced down at her shoes. Comparisons are infuriating. A good hand of cards completely played to ruin. If that hand were given to her, all she'd need to do is enjoy herself. Wendini is definitely a demon, a legendary succubus, a demon specifically luring me in, draining my flesh and blood. How could she make herself completely devoid of charm? Even a trump card can be played wrong. She finally understood now why her beauty always fell short compared to the kingdom beauties like Eutania and Florine. Though she was stunningly beautiful, she was forever labeled as petite and cute, and petite and cute could never rank at the top. What's cute is also sexy. Big has its advantages, small has its charm. What a load of crap. Go ask on the street right now. 10 out of 10 normal men would choose a tall beauty with big curves and long legs. Liking petite and cute ones might even be considered a peculiar fetish. Bella doesn't care about others' opinions. Even if people say Yedanina is the most beautiful woman, she would just think they have no taste. She only cares about my opinion, the man who made her bleed for the first time. As long as I like it, that's enough. And of course, she knows exactly what I like. With your looks, I'll teach you a few tricks to make Charlotte fall head over heels for you. Bang! A few minutes later, a deafening explosion interrupted them. The two looked in the direction the sound came from. Bella murmured, "Has it started?" When he asked, "What has started?" Thinking of my confident gaze, Bella licked her lips. Probably a one-sided massacre. 10 minutes ago, in a shabby little building not far from the banquet hall, Alan walked in. "It's time to act." Two scruffy-bearded swordsmen put down their wine glasses and burst into laughter. "A blonde kid is worth us making a move?" Lord Harris really thinks highly of him. The mage on the side corrected. "It has nothing to do with Lord Harris. You too, remember that." "Ah, fine, fine. Heh, isn't it all just working for a few coins?" One of the swordsmen raised his sword, pointing it at the mage. This fifth-tier mage was indeed different from these street thugs. His demeanor made it clear he was definitely a noble's retainer. However, the two swordsmen looked down on him as well. No matter how talented he was, wasn't he just a noble's lapdog? At least they were mercenaries. This guy was nothing more than a fully domesticated pet. Alan saw the three still not moving and urged, "Hurry up, or the gold coins will be out of reach." One of the swordsmen moved like a shadow, and before Alan could react, the sword was already at his neck. "You seem pretty cocky, huh? Heh, maybe we should just kill one more." Alan panicked instantly. Facing the speed of a Tier 4 swordsman, he couldn't even think of running. "I am a distinguished guest of Lord Harris. Don't act recklessly." The swordsman burst into laughter upon hearing "distinguished guest." "You really think you're something, don't you?" He patted Alan's face with his dusty hand. "I remember you, just a commoner. Let me give you some advice. Don't take yourself too seriously, or you'll end up like that mage. These three people are the pawns abandoned by Harris. Killing a noble is inescapably tied to consequences. The two swordsmen are desperados, so it doesn't matter to them. As for the mage, it's clear he was once nurtured by Harris, but now that he's outlived his usefulness, he's just being used for one last purpose." Alan wiped the ash off his face in disgust, too angry to speak. He had long considered himself no longer in the same class as these three. He was an admitted student of the Alina Magic Academy. Once he graduated and returned, wealth and glory awaited him, and becoming a noble wasn't out of the question. That Charlotte, who once treated him as a subordinate, was about to die, and this was the proof. He emphasized, "Remember, Lord Harris demands that he be left alive. Capture him, for Lord Harris wants to personally cut him into 1,000 pieces, tear off his limbs, and leave countless hideous marks on his body with a red-hot branding iron." Harris certainly never said that. It was Alan who exaggerated, when in fact, he was the one who wanted to do it. Charlotte herself is a Marquis, so an open attack is impossible. That would be a slap in the face to the entire kingdom of Kalichi. And for me, this fool who dared to leave alone. Tonight is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Absolutely foolproof. 2 4th-tier swordsmen and a 5th-tier mage. This is already top-tier strength in the kingdom of Kalichi, where the strongest is only 7th tier. Even if I had guards, they wouldn't be able to fend them off. The 3 set out, but Alan, watching their backs, felt a bit uneasy. Will it really be that easy? In the last 2 encounters with me, it seemed like he lost every time. Dark is dead, and an inexplicable fear lingers within him. Even now, he still doesn't know what kind of tricks I have up my sleeve. No. There's definitely no problem. A 5th-tier mage against someone who only knows how to use magic scrolls. Our advantage is clear. Originally, Alan planned to watch me die with his own eyes, but his inner fear instinctively drove him. Better not to go. I stood alone in the forest, as if waiting for prey to take the bait. To be honest, I'm very excited right now and also curious to know where my limits lie. The power system in this world is very clear. Below the 4th tier is the limit of humans, and only above the 4th tier are they called transcendents, with a completely different level of existence. The 5th tier may be strong, but I am no weakling. In terms of mental strength, a 5th-tier mage may not surpass me. In terms of magical power, they are no match. With the element of surprise, I can completely eliminate a strong opponent of the same tier in an instant. Moreover, I have already prepared several backup plans, ensuring I can retreat unscathed if things go awry. I never fight battles unprepared. The fluctuations of magic and battle energy reached me, and I glanced around. A trio of powerful auras. My earlier perception was correct. 1 5th tier, 2 4th tier. Completely within controllable limits. I quietly gathered magical power, looking as if I were preparing for a desperate fight. Ha. Kid, if the 3rd tier is your limit, then you might as well surrender. The 2 swordsmen approached from the front, while the 5th-tier mage circled behind me to block my retreat. Just the 3 of you. While speaking, I took the opportunity to pull out a bottle of potion from my chest and gulped it down. The 3 of them saw it and thought it was just an ordinary mana potion. No matter how much a tier 3 mage drinks, they can't reach tier 4. Charlotte simply couldn't cast high-level magic. But in reality, I was just thirsty and drank the whole bottle to quench my thirst. As a noble, you are truly arrogant. Going out without guards, 3 people are enough to kill you. Did Duquesne send you? Tell him. I will personally send him down to meet his good son, and I'll send his whole family down with him. As I spoke, I pointed my finger, and 2 brilliant magic circles, one red and one blue, appeared in the night sky. Such a stubborn mouth. 2 swordsmen drew their swords and charged, intending to kill me outright. At that moment, the mage behind suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong. This kid's magic is off." I couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore and directly unleashed my magic. A fireball radiating destruction and an ice spike exuding bone-chilling cold shot out instantly. The 2 swordsmen were shocked, barely managing to block with the burst of energy from their sword blades. Magic without chanting? You are. The magician, shocked, was pushed back by another spell from me. What? You don't even know the name of the person you're trying to kill. I am Charlo Wuyue, just a passing, ordinary Marquis. The smile on my face already seemed a bit unsettling in their eyes. The 2 4th-tier swordsmen charged at me relentlessly, giving me no chance to cast spells. But I simply dodged nimbly, constantly avoiding their terrifying blades, which felt no different from playing a game in my eyes. Hey, you idiot, why aren't you blasting him with magic? Stop holding back. Mage. He also found it strange. These 2 4th-tier swordsmen can't even kill me in close combat, and they still have the nerve to rush him? Doesn't his magic require constructing a magic circle? That takes time. He sighed helplessly. These street thugs are just so uneducated, mere 4th-tier amateurs. The mage pulled out his staff and constructed a magic circle at lightning speed, channeling his mana. In just 2 seconds, his 4th-tier spell would land on me and shatter me into pieces. He deliberately increased the power, considering I might have defensive items. But after a while, the magic circle still showed no reaction. Charlo was almost out of his range. At the very moment the magic circle took shape. Marquis Charlo, please meet your end here. Snap. A snap of the fingers. The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed. The newly constructed magic circle instantly exploded into points of magical light. Wah! What? The magician's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He reconstructed the magic array, but no matter how he built it, it would suddenly collapse halfway through, while his mana was being consumed for real. The two fourth-tier swordsmen were annoyed, fighting desperately at the front while he slacked off in the back. Hey, can't you use magic, you useless lackey? I don't know why the magic array keeps failing. Damn it. The magician was drenched in sweat. Impossible. There's no way he couldn't even construct a fourth-tier magic array. I shifted my steps, and a moonlight-like magic array lit up beneath my feet, making my figure particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. The fourth-tier swordsman thought I was preparing a big move and directly charged forward with his sword. His battle aura transformed into sword energy, sweeping forward, causing the surrounding trees to collapse instantly. The powerful sword energy tore the ground apart, sending dust and debris flying. One of them let out a sigh of relief, stabbed his sword into the ground, and turned back to the magician with disdain, saying, "Useless. Don't even think about getting any reward for your efforts." Another swordsman was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly for some unknown reason. A gust of evening wind blew by, dispersing the dust and smoke. "If you want to kill me, at least aim properly," I said mockingly. "A fourth-tier swordsman, that's all you amount to." "What?" The two raised their swords again. Surprisingly, I was unharmed. "It seems I have plenty of life-saving items." "Still talking tough on the brink of death, you brat. Your mage is being held up by us. What other means of counterattack do you have? No matter how many life-saving tricks you have, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later." Before the words had even faded, a cold gleam shot straight toward me. I tilted slightly to the side, and the blade grazed past my shoulder. The fierce battle aura split the grass, sending dirt flying. I took the opportunity to lift my knee, landing a precise kick on the side of the sword. The force was so great that the swordsman's grip nearly gave way, and the long sword almost slipped from his hand. How is that possible? This 18-year-old kid seems like a battle-hardened fighter. Could he have undergone formal night training? Answering their doubts was the faint blue light quietly emanating from beneath my feet. 3 magic circles instantly formed, and a chill spread outward with me at the center. The two swordsmen had just taken half a step when ice crystals climbed up and froze their ankles. What kind of trick did Charlotte use? How could the casting speed be this fast? Even activating a magic scroll couldn't be this quick. Could it be that potion? But a fourth-tier swordsman is still a fourth-tier swordsman. The battle aura around the two suddenly erupted, shattering the ice crystals with a pale golden glow, and they charged at me like arrows loosed from a bow. I sneered. "Who told you I was just a magician? I never said I was just a magician. Never. Luna, draw your sword." I snapped my fingers. In the night sky, something magical seemed to silently explode. Time appeared to stand still. And in my home, on the bed in the bedroom, Luna, in her lowly form, was hugging my pillow and drooling. Is Charlo. Isn't Luna amazing? I want a reward. Blood, drink blood, smooch smooch. Lilia sighed beside her. Luna always has dreams like this. I told them to wait for me. Falling asleep first isn't good. She couldn't bear to disturb her and simply tucked Luna in, like a mother taking care of her child. After finishing, she lay back in her own bed. At that moment, Yuwu. Luna's delicate body trembled, shaking all over. Ha. What's wrong, Luna? Lilia was startled. It seemed like this happened to her sometimes. Could she be having a nightmare? Luna clutched her lower abdomen and buried her face in the blanket. It's fine. Lilia, it's just a leg cramp. In fact, she knew that I was using her magic now. But could you notify me in advance next time? She really didn't want to act like this in front of others. As a god, of course, she had her dignity. Only I was allowed to see her like this. Luna felt her whole body heating up. She wanted to lift the blanket to cool off, but didn't want Lilia to see, so she stayed under the blanket playing Gold Miner 2.0. She bit the corner of the blanket, trying not to make a sound. Charlo, come back soon. I can't hold on anymore. A beam of moonlight instantly condensed in my hand, and a long sword appeared in response to the summons. Is this the extent of your strength? No one answered. The only response was the sword lights aiming straight for my vital points. The sharp sound of blades slicing through the air came from all directions. To an outsider, such an attack with no blind spots would seem impossible to evade. But in my eyes, the traces of these sword lights were far too obvious, far too slow. I swiftly swung my sword, the shimmering sword shadow like moonlight halting the storm-like onslaught. Even with all their might, the two fourth-tier swordsmen couldn't bring their blades an inch closer to me. My swordsmanship shouldn't be at a level achievable for someone of my age. The intelligence was wrong. Charlo isn't a mage. He's an out-and-out swordsman, and a master swordsman at that. Their repeated misses left them furious. Swordsmen have their pride too. How could this blonde-haired kid, even if he'd been practicing swordsmanship since birth, possibly defeat them in just 18 years? They gathered their battle energy, surging it madly into their long swords. Some people always think that if the enemy holds a staff, they must use magic, and if the enemy holds a sword, they must rely on combat aura. I just want to say, sir, times have changed. My favorite thing to do is close-quarters combat against mages and long-range kiting against warriors, focusing on being as annoying as possible. Do you understand tactics? In fact, I am. Someone who pretends to chant a spell with a magic book, but actually pulls out a melee weapon for a strike, and then uses the melee weapon to cast magic, a swordsman. A massive surge of magical energy was instantly born. The two swordsmen couldn't see my magic, but they sensed a powerful force exploding around them, forcibly interrupting the buildup of their sword energy. An inexplicable chill crept up their spines, as if venomous snakes were coiling around their necks, ready to take their lives at any moment. I stood there in front of them, yet they had already lost all their fighting spirit. I made no move, merely stood observing. Clearly, a fifth-tier mage could kill me with a single strike, so why was I so composed? However, the fifth-tier mage in the distance was still desperately constructing the magic array, completely unaffected by the release of my magic power. I murmured, "It seems that the fifth tier indeed elevates the level of life. I could still influence the fourth tier, but the fifth tier has no effect at all." At this moment, Restia appeared behind me, leaning on my back, her hands wrapped around my neck. Then, let him experience true fear. Restia was in a very good mood today, so she decided to take action personally. The ring on my hand flashed with a purple light, and a torrent of magical energy surged into my body, radiating outward from me like a dam bursting. The mage in the distance, who was setting up a magic circle, froze at the sight of this, then let out an eerie laugh. Ha ha ha. The two swordsmen, who were already no match for me and had been unnerved for a while, now roared in a mix of terror and panic. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and blast him with magic." The mage acted as if he hadn't heard, trembling all over as he stared at me, then burst into hysterical laughter, not of joy, but the deranged laughter of a shattered mind. His limbs twitched, his nails frantically clawing at his scalp and cheeks, leaving streaks of blood. His mouth spewed incomprehensible mutterings, his eyes rolled back, revealing only murky whites. His body seemed gripped by invisible tendrils, plunging him completely into madness. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." With a thud, the fifth-tier mage dropped dead on the spot. The two swordsmen saw that, in his final moments, his eyes were utterly vacant, like a puppet being manipulated. "Devil, you are a devil." They had no idea what was happening. Before their fear could even sink in, my sword was already at their throats. With one strike, the moonlit blade easily pierced through one man's chest. The other desperately tried to escape by channeling battle energy, but I unleashed a fourth-tier spell directly at him, blasting him into pieces. Boom! Harris, lying on the sofa, heard a loud explosion. "Is Charlotte dead?" He turned his head and asked the guard. "Your Highness, it must have been your mage friend who acted. But Lord Allen said he wanted to capture them alive to appease you." Harris's eyelid twitched. "Fool, I don't want them alive. I want them dead. Preferably bring the corpse to me." The guard didn't understand why he suddenly became irritable. "Your Highness, rest assured. You've sent 3 strong men for a minor character. It will definitely work." Only then did Harris feel slightly at ease. "As long as I disappear, the humiliation I suffered tonight won't be in vain. I have to go see for myself." But when he arrived at the scene, he only saw the corpses of the 3 men he had brought, but didn't see me. How is this possible? Harris's face turned deathly pale as he frantically looked around. No, someone is trying to assassinate me, the guard hurriedly advised. Your Highness, stay calm. A little later, Gress arrived at the explosion site with his guards. Harris, Eutania, and her guard Florine also came along. An unexplained explosion in the royal capital could be disastrous if it endangered the lives of the royal family or nobility. There are only traces of fourth-tier magic and numerous sword marks at the scene. The mage analyzed. These are the battle traces left by 2 fourth-tier swordsmen and a mage of medium skill level. Only 3 people. Gress asked. So far, only traces of 3 people have been found. Harris's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. When he came to handle the corpses earlier, he had already noticed there were only 3. Including me, there should clearly be 4. A growing unease gnawed at his heart, and my harsh tone seemed to echo once more in his ears. A chill ran down his spine. Brother Wong, I'm not feeling well. I'll take my leave first. Glees nodded. Go and rest. Eutania stared at the processed corpses on the ground. These corpses seem unnatural, as if they only, after death. It might be the murderer deliberately destroying evidence. Gress clenched his fists. Daring to commit murder near a noble gathering, unforgivable. Someone, lock down the surrounding districts and investigate one by one. After Gress left, Eutania still hadn't moved. Florine asked, Eutania, what are you still looking at? Eutania was sensing the magical residue in the air, this kind of magic she had felt before and very deeply. Charlot Mistmoon, was it him? She instantly understood. It's nothing, Florine. Let's head back as well. Wendy and Alice stared intently at Bella. Bella was sitting on a stool, holding half a watermelon and scooping it out with a spoon. Though it wasn't exactly noble-like behavior, it still carried a touch of elegance. Wendy, who exactly is this woman to Charlot? Alice looked annoyed. Since when did her brother have some inexplicable woman by his side, and one so brazen at that? Wendy scratched her head, unsure how to respond. She couldn't exactly say this was her brother's little lover, could she? Alice looked toward the banquet hall door again. Where did Charles go? Was that explosion just now his doing? Bella, munching on a watermelon. Probably. Do you think he might be in danger? Not at all. Why does my brother hide it from me, but tell you, an outsider? No idea. Completely unable to communicate. Bella put down the watermelon. Charlotte will be back a bit late tonight. He said it himself. You two can leave first. Alice could never trust the words of an outsider. That was her brother, the only heir of the Misty Moon family. If something happened to him, the entire Misty Moon family would be done for. I don't trust an outsider like you. Bella, helpless, had no choice but to take out something to prove her identity, a magic scroll I had given her. The 2 sisters were startled. That was a scroll specifically for recording god-slaying magic, and no one was more familiar with it than the members of the Mist Moon family. Only I can access god-slaying magic, and without me giving the scroll to anyone, they simply can't find it. Wendy and Alice suddenly realized that I had changed a lot these past few days, becoming busier and more capable of handling things on my own. In the past, I would consult them about everything, but now I gradually no longer needed their help. Relieved as I am, as an elder sister, I still feel a bit upset. What troubles me most is that my secrets are piling up. The 2 of them simultaneously cast envious glances at Bella. At least she didn't have such worries. I strolled leisurely into the Duke of Innis's mansion. The servants in the courtyard couldn't see me at all, even if I walked right past them. Luna's magic is really useful. This magic even has a beautiful name, Veil of the Moon. As long as I'm in the darkness or under the moonlight, I can completely conceal my presence. Plus, with Luna teaching me how to control magical fluctuations, even detection magic can't find me. As long as I don't get too close to the 6th-tier swordsman Carl Annis, I'm not in any danger. I already sensed it with magic. There's a powerful presence in the mansion, none other than Duke Annis himself. Today I came to uncover the truth. What exactly is Carl Annis planning? I walked through the corridor, following the light. The place was vast and oppressive, with the servants silently working in a mechanical manner. Restia sat on my shoulder, muttering in boredom. The atmosphere here is just awful. The decor was resplendent, yet lifeless, completely lacking the harmony of the Mist Moon family. This is the true norm of a noble residence. Other families won't be as harmonious as ours. The Misty Moon family is indeed unique. You won't find another duchess from a foreign country working as a maid elsewhere. Every maid in my household comes from a noble background. Ordinary nobles think they're a cut above their servants. But in my house, everyone is a noble. Compared to what? The ones washing dishes and mopping floors would be esteemed young ladies in other countries. Competing in power would just be a joke. So the maids don't care about anyone's background. After all, they've been drawn in by my personal charm, never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of their lives, and even get my favor. In this aspect of life, they've already hit the jackpot. But here, the servants are all struggling to survive. Who has the leisure for elegance? They might even backstab each other. I am not wandering aimlessly, expanding my mental power like a vast net. The entire map of the mansion became clear in my mind in no time. Restia saw me quicken my pace. Found a clue? No, I just found the library. In my previous life, I had never been here, nor did I know that Duke Ains intended to summon an evil god. However, I do know the methods for summoning an evil god, either through a blood sacrifice or by invoking the concept of the evil god with a powerful obsession. The evil god wouldn't respond to anyone but me, so it must be a blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifices are typically recorded in ancient books from the age of creation, but very few have survived to this day. The Misty Moon family's treasury has a few. Where are the books kept? Of course, in the library. Even if I can't find direct evidence, I can at least uncover some clues. Piecing together the truth from limited hints is my specialty. In no time, I entered the library. I casually pulled out a few frequently read books. As soon as I opened one, I was a bit dumbfounded. The cover looked like a magic book, but the contents were about plant cultivation. Magical plants. I flipped through it, and there was a folded page that talked about how to cultivate daffodils, just ordinary daffodils. I put the book back and searched again, but there was nothing special. The other books about deities were all about the Etherland Church. Who would have thought that this duke, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, turned out to be a devout follower of the god of light and dawn? The question is, how could a devout follower of the goddess of light summon an evil god? This is outright heresy. After searching the library to no avail, I increased the output of my magic detection, and the layout of the entire mansion became clearer. It was at that moment. A faint magical fluctuation appeared, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. The source is right here in this library. I didn't notice it before. Such weak fluctuations, normal creatures wouldn't be this fragile. Looks like there's a hidden door in this room. I located the position of the hidden door and used magic to precisely manipulate it without activating the mechanism. The sound of the door hinge turning was barely audible, blending into the wind deep underground. It was pitch black inside, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. I entered the narrow passage, wrapping myself in a layer of magical chaos as a precaution. Specks of blue light appeared before me. At first, just a few scattered points, like fragments of stars falling into the darkness. But as I walked, they grew denser and brighter, merging into a gentle sea of light that dispelled the darkness. I kept moving forward, and the space suddenly opened up. This is a large indoor garden, with faint light sources sustaining the growth of flowers. The ground is covered with daffodils, resembling a paradise. There is no soil underfoot, only warm, white crystalline fragments, where the daffodils have taken root. In the center of the sea of flowers lies a crystal coffin, inside which a woman rests peacefully, as if time has been forever frozen. I recognize her. She is the wife of Duke Ains. I seem to have already guessed the plot direction. Classic, too classic. I thought to myself, it must be that kind of utterly boring storyline. Duke Innes, the pure-hearted war god, summons an evil god just to resurrect his wife. Damn it, it's like I'm the villain here, isn't it? However, I feel nothing. I don't care why he summoned the evil god. After all, what he did harmed the Fogmoon family. Destroying others' happiness for the sake of your own? Then don't blame me for striking first. I was about to turn around when I suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort. Restia clicked her tongue, her violet eyes lifting to gaze at the sky, not the ceiling, but something beyond the firmament. She's watching you again, Charlo. That evil god. That's right. It seems like you just got some critical clue. I didn't get any information at all. The only thing I did was enter this secret door, see a floor full of daffodils, and the woman in the coffin. Wait, daffodils. I searched my mind for information on every evil god. Restia and I spoke in unison. The god of desire and beauty, Venus. The evil god Duke Ains wants to summon is Venus, because her divine artifact is a daffodil. But why has this evil god been watching me since I left the royal palace? But I had the key information in hand, and I smiled. In my previous life, you called me a heretic follower. Well then, today, I'll make you a heretic follower instead. Although the lunatics in the church are no good, I'm more than happy to let Duke Ains and them fight like dogs. Just as I was preparing to organize the intel and report Duke Ains to the church, my eyelid twitched. Wait, something's off. The church might not be clean either. Duke Ains isn't the only one who desires god-slaying magic. In my previous life, he had dealings with the church, so they might very well be in cahoots. Knowing who the evil god is, that makes things easier. As for why Carl wants to summon the evil god, I don't care. I have a very strong sense of foreboding and must prepare for the worst, facing the fully formed evil god head-on. This is no small skirmish like dealing with a weak evil god like Luna. On the other side, this time, Bella didn't return to her original residence, but instead came to the gates of Duke Innes's mansion. A maid had been waiting at the entrance for some time, but she showed no respect, instead giving Bella a cold, disdainful look. Miss Bella, the Duke requires your work report. Bella pouted. Tell him I killed Charlotte, and also got this. The maid looked at Bella in confusion as she pulled out the magic scroll from her dress, the one I had given her in advance. I don't want to see him. Tell him that after this matter is over, I want to take a vacation for a while, and I don't want anyone to disturb me during that time. The maid nodded. I understand. I'll report to the Duke right away. As the maid entered the mansion, she seemed to sense something but couldn't pinpoint it. She drew a dagger from her sleeve, keeping a close watch on the empty corridor. Meanwhile, cloaked in the veil of the moon, I was walking down the same corridor and noticed the magical scroll in her hand. It seems Bella has already returned to report. I didn't linger. This maid was quite perceptive, faintly sensing my presence. Carl sat in the main seat of the office, waiting for the long-anticipated news. The maid knocked on the door. Come in. Carl, expressionless, stared at her intently. Where's Bella? Miss Bella has completed the mission. Charlotte Wiyue is dead, and she also brought this back. The maid respectfully placed the scroll in front of Carl. Carl frowned as he opened it, but the moment he saw the magic circle recorded on it, his expression instantly relaxed. This is the god-slaying magic? My heavens, ha ha ha. Truly heaven is on my side. Carl burst into hearty laughter, genuinely delighted. His enemy who killed his son was dead, and he had obtained the most important god-slaying magic of the Mistmoon family. Everything was moving in the best possible direction. He immediately took the scroll out of the office, entered the library, opened the secret door, and walked to the place filled with daffodils on the ground, without even glancing at his deceased wife. Earlier, I didn't delve deeper. Otherwise, I would have discovered that this space contained many crystal coffins, holding the servants or bloodline members of the Ains family, including Dark, who had died just a few days ago. Carl stood excitedly and exclaimed, Dark, you did not die in vain. Father has already avenged you. Rest in peace and contribute your final bit of warmth for Father. A twisted smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see the day when his strength was restored, becoming the strongest in the kingdom of Kalashi. Leading the northern army to storm the royal palace, overthrow King Bartle, or install either Hyris or Gliss as a puppet. A bright future awaits him, and the most crucial part is this god-slaying magic. Search high and low, only to find it effortlessly. The entire Duke of Ains' estate was silent, except for his loud laughter in the secret chamber. As soon as I stepped out of the mansion, I saw a familiar figure. Bella strolled under the night sky, looking relaxed, whether it was from escaping the oppressive atmosphere of the Ains family or the joy of receiving my permission. At least, she could finally be by my side. I deliberately walked to the next intersection before deactivating Veil of the Moon. Miss Bella seems to be in a good mood. Huh. Bella looked up and saw me, her pink hair fluttering in the evening breeze as she jogged over. Didn't you say you had something important to take care of? I leaned down and tucked her pink hair behind her ear. Coming to pick up the beautiful Miss Bella and take her home. Doesn't that count as something important? The important matter was, of course, investigating at the Ennis household, but I'm skilled at sweet-talking. After spending so much time with the maids at home, I know how to make girls happy. You really are. Bella sometimes truly forgets that she bears my slave mark, but every time she feels desire for me, the mark on her inner thigh heats up, reminding her of this fact. It seems that being my slave doesn't change the way we interact. I'm still as gentle and gentlemanly as ever. Of course, except for the first time we met, when I completely disregarded her feelings. By the way, aren't you supposed to be dead? How do you still dare to walk so openly on the streets? Bella asked. After all, it was my own staged death plan. Your man has his ways. As I spoke, a moonlight-like magic circle lit up beneath my feet, wrapping the two of us within it. To others, it seemed as if we vanished into thin air. Bella looked at me in disbelief. You can use this kind of magic? Without turning my head, I replied, there's a lot I can do. I brought her to the doorstep of my home before dispelling the veil of moonlight. The maid tending to the flowers in the courtyard saw me return and greeted me joyfully. Welcome home, young master. I exchanged a few pleasantries and led Bella to the room next to mine. She seemed a bit nervous, as this was her first time entering my room. This guy's room won't be filled with those mysterious meow meow gadgets, right? Bella took a deep breath to calm herself. As a result, I just called the maid nearby. Pick a room for Miss Bella and let her stay close to me. Huh? I'm not staying in your room. It's not your turn yet. Get in line. What? Bella's eye twitched. What do you mean I have to queue up to sleep in my own room? I patted her little head. You're a maid, my dear Miss Bella. Luckily, we have a uniform in your size at home. Go and collect it. Hey, Charlo, I'm a proper young lady, aren't I? And you're making me a maid? I'm the daughter of a duke. The maid nearby chuckled. Miss Bella, you must be joking. I'm the daughter of a border count from the Norland Principality. While my status isn't the highest, there are a few sisters in my family who are even more distinguished. For example, Sister Dicia, who is a noble of the Calderia Dragon Kingdom. Bella was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. No wonder these maids behaved so noble and graceful. Turns out they were all noble ladies. Are there more nobles in my mansion than in the royal palace? Seriously, Charlotte, did you really bring noble ladies home to work? The rumors outside are not false. I really did it. Why not buy some slaves to do the work? Bella asked. That won't do. Only we noble and pure maidens are qualified to serve Master Charlo. The slaves bought from the market are unhealthy and might even be sick. Lady Cecilia would never allow them into the Mistmoon household, the maid explained. I also spoke up. I never forced any noble lady. All the maids in the house were selected by my mother. They probably came because they liked the atmosphere of our home. Yes, the main reason is Master Charlo's personal charm, the maid said with a smile. After all, she joined the Mistmoon household because she liked me. Bella sighed. The sudden drop in status left her feeling a bit unsettled. But on second thought, being a maid wasn't so bad. After all, I treated maids no differently than I treated her. Then Bella followed the maid to her room, which was actually no different from a noble's residence. The maids of the Mistmoon family were treated like nobles, only they had to do some work. I returned to the bedroom. Lilia was already waiting at the door in her pajamas, while Luna had curled up entirely under the blanket, forming a small mound. Welcome home, young master. Lilia, like a wife, helped me take off my coat and put on loose pajamas. I gave her a light peck on the cheek. You're always so thoughtful. This is what I should do. I instructed her. Starting tomorrow, the people of the Fogmoon family should try not to go out. Someone wants to assassinate me, and I need to create the illusion that I am already dead. Understood. I'll make arrangements tomorrow. I walked to the bedside and pulled off Luna's blanket. In her lowly form, she had silver hair and red eyes. The moment she saw me, it was as if she was relieved, her cheeks flushed. Master, it's so hard for me when you're not here. The bed was messy, showing that she had really put in a lot of effort. Tonight, I used quite a bit of her strength, so I should reward her well. I scooped her up in a princess carry as she lay limp. She wrapped her lotus-like arms around my neck and bit toward the side of my neck with her sharp fangs. But after a long while, she couldn't muster the strength to pierce through and had to give up. I smiled indulgently and used a wind blade to cut my own skin, letting the blood seep out for her to drink. I'll take Luna to bathe first. Lilia, you wait here. I'll tidy up the bed. She was about to change the sheets, but I stopped her. Don't add to the workload. We'll continue tonight. Just grab a new set as indicated. Her cheeks flushed, and she scratched her face. Only I could come up with such a phrase. The spacious bath was steaming hot. I tested the water temperature. It was a bit hot, just perfect for a soak. Without another word, I swiftly stripped Luna and tossed her straight in. She let out a huh and flew out. With a splash, water scattered everywhere. Puffed, puffed. Luna reverted to her girl form after falling into the water and pointed at me. Charlo, is this how you treat someone? She had just stood up when she realized she was completely exposed, and with another splash, she sat back in the water, turning her back to sulk. I'm already used to this. She always acts like this when she's angry. Luna lifted her long legs and pinched them. Have I gained weight? Looks like I need to cut back on sweets. I leaned over and pinched the soft flesh on her leg. I don't think so. The texture felt quite nice, somewhat plump. Her figure in the older sister form is already impressive, and the youthful form is starting to show hints of it. No matter what you're like, I like you all the same. She was comforted, leaning against my chest and letting me wash her hair. Even in her restored youthful form, she wasn't exactly easy to handle and still had to put up a token resistance. However, recently, she's become much more obedient under my guidance. When I first brought her here, she was defiant, but now she's completely subdued. Luna, I'm currently confronting an evil god. What do you think my chances are? Her expression changed instantly, like an abandoned puppy. Master, what are you trying to do? Don't do anything foolish. She grabbed my hand and pressed it against her cheek, rubbing it. Evil gods are no good. This world has never had a favorable view of them. Approaching them will only bring misfortune. I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She spoke as if I weren't an evil god myself. Restia held her forehead. This child is so possessive. I teased. You used to be like this too. Is being possessive a tradition of evil gods? I know she's afraid that other evil gods might kill me, or that I might abandon her. She has always thought of herself as a harbinger of disaster, bringing calamity wherever she goes. It was precisely because of this that she became an evil god, abandoned and attacked by living beings, and only killed in self-defense. I just want to ask about the chances of winning. I don't know, but if you're going, you must take me with you. She isn't afraid of other evil gods, only of losing me. Without me, she probably wouldn't even be able to sleep well. I gently touch her silver hair. That's how evil gods are, repaying even the smallest kindness 100-fold. Whether it's Restia or Luna, their nature isn't bad at all, so why call them evil gods? I am not lacking confidence. I just always prepare for the worst. The kingdom's strongest 7th-tier court mage is too old to rely on. If Duke Ains really falls ill and summons an evil god, it would be a disaster. When I handed the god-slaying magic to Carl, I was already prepared to deal with the evil god alone. Master, did you find another clue? An evil god just took notice of me. That's all. If there's any danger, I'll protect you. I habitually patted her head. She found the word protect a bit strange, but she was still very happy. Restia sat on the steps, dipping her delicate feet into the pool, even stretching them toward me teasingly, only to be met with my disdainful glare. What? Don't you like playing with legs? Not interested in mine? Who said that? With bunnies and a fair body to look at, why would I focus on your legs? She leaned closer, cupping the bunnies with both hands. Actually, there's a simple way. No need to worry about the evil god at all. What? Unlock a few more of my anti-magic chains. She laughed because this time I didn't directly say, no way. I am indeed considering it. Unlocking one would allow me to gain power in a short time, and with Luna restraining her, unlocking two doesn't seem entirely uncontrollable either. I nodded. I'll think about it. Charlo, you didn't reject me outright. Does that mean you've started to like me a little? She's treating me like a gal game. Huh? Raise the affection level and unlock chains. Is that it? I'm still not reassured. At most, I'll unlock one. Only when I can completely suppress her will I unlock the chains. She always keeps secrets from me, and I won't let go easily until she explains everything clearly. Whether you unlock it or not doesn't matter. I'm just reminding you, we can sense the evil god, and so can others. I understand, those fanatical believers from the church will get involved as well. Next, I focused on washing Luna clean from head to toe, carried her back to the bedroom, and and sat by the bed using wind magic and fire magic to dry her silver hair. Lilia brought hot milk and a late-night snack, unable to resist saying, "Luna, if you can do something yourself, do it yourself. Don't trouble the young master." Luna crossed her arms smugly. "The master enjoys helping me dry my hair, right?" I smiled without answering. I do enjoy helping her bathe and dry her hair, mainly as a reward for her. Besides, her hair has a mysterious purpose afterward. Lilia sat down beside me, her breath fragrant like orchids. "Young master, you've had a tiring day. Let me massage your shoulders." "I'm coming too." Two silver-haired girls, one an elf and the other a vampire, nestled on either side. "I'm not too tired. I just gave Luna a bath, so I can't neglect Lilia. This time, I'll give you a massage." Lilia's ears turned slightly red as she understood what I meant. Okay." She sat in my arms, letting my hands roam freely. We grew up together, and our tacit understanding needed no words. I took off her little leather shoes, one on the left and one on the right, revealing her long legs wrapped in white stockings to the air. Lilia was on the fuller side for a girl of her figure. What I said earlier about not liking legs was indeed a bit of a rebellious thought. "Is the pressure okay?" Very comfortable." She let out a melodious sigh, her delicate brows relaxing. I thought it was time to speak. "Lilia, I recently found a good job, but I might have to travel far from home." "No way." She suddenly seemed like a different person. "Young master, anything else is fine, but this is absolutely not allowed." In her previous life, she protected me until the very last moment of her life, never leaving my side. "Don't rush, let me finish." I smiled smugly. "I'm going to be a professor at the Alina Magic Academy. You're an elf with decent magical talent, so I want to take you with me." She blinked, stunned. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" I ran my hand over her delicate collarbone, glanced at her perfect curves, but refrained from touching the piece de resistance. Some things can't be rushed. She found it hard to believe that I, who had recently failed the exam, was now about to become a professor. My transformation over the past few days had indeed been dramatic. More confident, more decisive, more charismatic. Luna took a sip of the milk that was supposed to be mine and remarked, "That damn Charlot is using his charming voice to deceive pretty girls again." After I explained everything, Lilia naturally agreed. Being with me, it didn't matter where we went. However, the process of agreeing was a bit difficult, and we also had a tacit understanding in some strange places. Luna watched as the two of us almost started fighting on the bed, milk spraying everywhere. "Is this what you call discussing matters?" "Purely a couple's little game. I'm not a domineering person. Even as the head of the household, I still hold family meetings. I set the agenda, and Lilia decides the time and place. Now she wants to act a little willful, so I persuade her with reason and emotion. Step 1. Make her completely disoriented, expressing emotions directly, with great intensity and satisfaction. I wrapped my arms around her calves and lifted her gently, placing her softly on the bed. This time, she wanted to take the lead, so I just patted her head, letting her have 10 minutes first. The subsequent persuasion came naturally. Everyone's familiar with stories of defeating the Demon King, but tales of treasure hunting with an elf are much rarer. As a human newly arrived in the Elven Plains, I was unfamiliar with the customs and had to rely on the elf lady to guide me. Together, we crossed mountains and valleys in search of the legendary treasure, braving countless dangers, and witnessed a magnificent sunrise over 2 distant hills. Finally, we descended the plains and arrived at a charming little well. The well water has dried up, but the simplicity and charm around the well remain. I walked around the well platform, unable to find any underground spring, so I had to give up. Fortunately, Lilia still managed to bring some cool, clear water to quench my thirst. The adventure story came to an abrupt end. I got up intending to drink some milk, only to find an empty cup. There were only 3 people in the room, and everyone knew who drank it. "Luna, you've got quite some nerve, huh?" She was stuffing dessert into her mouth. I thought you weren't drinking anymore. Are you still thirsty now?" "I'm not thirsty now, but it's not her place to comment. It seems I need to make her remember my authority better. Next time you want a drink, get it yourself from the kitchen." After discussing with Lilia, it's time to have a heart-to-heart with Luna. Coincidentally, her hair quality is quite good and could use some care. The adventure team has gained a new member, the Moonlight Mage. She's not very talkative, but quite capable. The only problem is she's too gluttonous, and, being a vampire, often leaves bite marks on my neck and shoulders. I refuse to be just a blood bag. When the three of us fight monsters together, this moonlight mage has to step up and take the damage. Sometimes, she gets beaten so badly that she runs back, crying for comfort, and only then do I reluctantly console her. Occasionally, she also comforts me in return, like a gentle spring rain that quietly soothes my frustrations during moments of defeat, leaving behind a clear and fertile ground. Like a little kid. Aren't you embarrassed? That night, I decided not to sleep. The Misty Moon Manor was peaceful, but on the other side, things weren't going so well for Harris. He couldn't believe it. The body lying on the ground wasn't mine, and there was no trace of me at the scene. Had I escaped severely injured? Or was someone secretly protecting me? Impossible. A 5th-tier mage plus 2 4th-tier swordsmen. Anyone who faces them would be skinned alive. Unless it was that 7th-tier mage by father's side who intervened? Thinking of this, Harris's mind turned into complete mush. He cowered in the corner of the royal palace bedroom, trembling uncontrollably. Even though this was the safest place in the entire kingdom, he couldn't feel at ease. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in the sky, and he screamed in fright. Despair. If I can truly survive that night, then I will be someone he cannot afford to provoke. He began to hate Alan. Why did he have to drag him into dealing with me? Couldn't he just let Duke Innes handle it? As he was trembling, a sudden knock came at the door. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Your Highness, it's me. Hearing it was the guard. He barely managed to compose himself and opened the door, forcing a stern tone. What is it? Lord Alan left a letter for you. Harris opened the letter and saw that Alan mentioned he was unable to witness my death in person and even asked him whether I was truly dead. He was so furious he almost tore the paper apart. Useless. Causing endless trouble. Scolding is one thing, but the fact is, he angered a man capable of killing a 5th-tier mage. The raindrops outside hit like countless hands knocking. He looked up at the pitch-black window, always feeling as if a pair of cold eyes were staring at him from the shadows. That would be my eyes. He even considered whether he should immediately visit and apologize, but the thought of my demeanor at the banquet made him think it would only invite ridicule. To put it bluntly, Harris is just a coward. His power struggles are nothing more than a fear of dying without clarity. As a prince, he only wants to bask in vanity. Staying alive is more important than anything else. That night, he was destined to be sleepless. After the rain, the sky cleared and the morning light appeared. The royal capital's commercial street was bustling with activity, but the Fogmoon household was deathly silent. Fallen petals in the garden, battered by the storm, were left unattended. The mansion's doors were tightly shut, as if isolated from the world. In the Duke of Aine's mansion, Carl heard a servant report. The Wuyue family has shut their doors tightly, no signs of activity. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Whether the Wuyue family sought revenge or royal arbitration, it didn't matter. He was about to become the strongest man in this kingdom. At this moment, there were 2 other people sitting in the Duke's reception hall. One was Prince Gliss, and the other was a veiled woman in a white robe. Carl placed the god-slaying magic scroll on the table. All the conditions are met. The plan can proceed. Glaze's eyelid twitched. Was it you who went to assassinate Marquis Charlot last night? That's right. Carl sneered. He killed my son, so I want his life. A blood debt must be repaid with blood. Glaze felt a chill in his heart, but then he thought, just a marquis. After all, merely a stepping stone to his ascension to the throne. If Duke Innes was willing to continue supporting him, that was a good thing. All right, tell me the details of the plan. The 2 harbored their own ulterior motives. Gress had neither a fiefdom nor any notable achievements. If he could bear the title of Vanquisher of the Evil God, the church would undoubtedly support him fervently, and it wouldn't be impossible to force his father to abdicate. Carl, on the other hand, understood that directly replacing him would only invite scorn. However, if he supported a wise king under the title of Grand Duke Protector of the Nation who vanquished the evil god, it would become a celebrated tale. The woman in the white robe crossed her legs as she flipped through the scroll, sensing the genuine god-slaying magic within. Carl smiled and said, "Rest assured, Lord Bekas. I tested it with the power of the evil god last night. It is absolutely authentic." Agreed. Bekas straightened her posture. At that time, We will provide 2 6th-tier mages to supply the magic power needed to activate this spell. The church has only one condition: the complete eradication of the Fogmoon family. Rest assured, once it's done, you can judge as you please. Carl didn't understand why the Holy Church hated the Fogmoon family so much. But what did that have to do with him? He used to be just a devout follower of Etherland's faith. No, not devout, really. He simply wanted to use the power of the Holy Church's goddess of light to cure his hidden ailment. But later, the Holy Church said that this illness required the purest divine power of Etherland's goddess, a price he could never afford, even if he went bankrupt. Just when he was in despair, Bekas approached him. Slay an evil god and offer its power to the goddess of Etherland, and she will surely turn her gaze upon you. The bishop personally intervened, and the god-slaying magic was in his hands. Carl knew he was being used, but he was willing. While they were talking, there was a commotion outside the door. "Young master, the Duke is in a meeting, don't disturb." "Father, father!" Brian stood dumbfounded at the door. Carl frowned and had no choice but to go out patiently. "Say what you need quickly." "Father, I want to start a business and need some money." Carl was silent for a moment. What kind of business could this dim-witted son possibly do? It was nothing more than that Helena trying to use him to make a comeback. Previously, Helena had been entangled with his elder son, Dak, in a messy relationship, and now she was clinging to his younger son. But let it be. Having someone to take care of this foolish son might not be a bad thing. Go find the one in charge of finances. Brian grinned like a fool and skipped away. Helena will definitely be thrilled to hear this. Back in the room, Carl sighed. Gress could empathize. The greater the power under one's command, the less freedom one had in many matters. "I will fully assist Duke Ennis with the matters that follow. Half a month. Give me half a month, and everything will be ready." He saw the two out. It was only after Gress stepped outside the Duke Ennis estate that he let out a long breath. The oppressive atmosphere of the Duke's residence was overwhelming. Bekas leaned over. "Little prince, what are you afraid of? Even if the evil god comes, your sister will protect you." "Sister Bekas, I'm not afraid of the evil god. With a bishop like you, the kingdom of Kalihi is bound to prosper." Bekas laughed. "I just love your sweet words. But, will you really make me queen? Don't you think I'm old? You are at the most mature and beautiful age for a woman. How could that be considered old? All right, I will make sure Duke Ains dies in an accident. You sweet talker, don't you dare lie to your sister." The royal capital fell silent for a few days. Hyrus didn't dare to breathe until he saw the perpetual stillness of the Fogmoon family, finally confirming that I was indeed dead. Rumors spread like wildfire on the streets, all pointing fingers at Duke Ains, with no one suspecting him. Hyrus let out a long, heavy sigh. "Damn it. Could I, Hyrus, really be scared to death by a dead person? Charlot's life or death is uncertain, which means he's dead." Today, he decided to act boldly and left the royal palace without even bringing his guards. "I am a prince and a tier 3 swordsman. Who would dare touch me?" As soon as he arrived at the gates of Duke Ennis's mansion, he ran into Alan. He immediately kicked him. "Who?" Alan turned around, ready to cast a spell, but upon seeing who it was, he instantly knelt down. "Your Highness, Hyrus." "Fool. I lent you people, and what did you do? Let them escape." Hyrus was furious that Alan hadn't informed him of my death immediately, causing him several days of worry. As for the death of a tier 5 mage, he couldn't care less. Alan had already heard from Brian that I was dead and couldn't be happier. He flattered. "Your Highness, I've recently reopened the Helena Chamber of Commerce. You are a distinguished guest. Everything you buy in the future will be at the lowest price. If you invest, we can even discuss profit sharing." Harris glanced at the location. It was prime real estate in the capital, undoubtedly secured by Alan leveraging Brian's influence. Alan wasn't short of gold coins. What he wanted was power to back him up. Recently, the Daihaya Chamber of Commerce has been stealing our business. The Daihaya Chamber of Commerce was a property of the Mistmoon family. They had recently launched something called Lotion, which, after being promoted by Alice at a banquet, went viral among noble ladies, with long lines forming at their doors. What new product is so impressive? Not important, Your Highness. You just need to suppress their arrogance for me, and the dividends will definitely not be lacking. Yeah, the head of the Wuyue family is dead, and you're still afraid of a mere merchant guild? Coward. Hare sneered. as if trying to drown out his own cowardice from a few days ago. Fine, I'll help you. I'm dead. So what is he still afraid of the Wuyue family for? Just as well, he didn't bring a gift either. Let's see if I can find something Miss Bella would like. Harris strode to the entrance of the Daiha Chamber of Commerce. Sure enough, there was a long line. As a prince, how could he wait in line? He went straight inside and rushed to the counter. Give me the best-selling item. The clerk hesitated. Sir, please queue up. Do you know who I am? Second prince of the kingdom of Calixi, Hyrus Calixi. But even a prince has to wait in line. A noble young lady spoke up. He glanced at the queue. It was full of noble young ladies and gentlemen. What were these people thinking? Couldn't they just send their servants to buy it? But with so many nobles present, he didn't dare lose his temper. The notice board was clear. New lotion, limited to 1 bottle per person, with a daily limit of 200 bottles. Meanwhile, the Moon Mist Manor was anything but quiet. Alice pushed open my door. Not bad, kid. Wendini said lots of young ladies are lining up to grab our new product. I lay idly on Lilia's lap, letting Luna sit across from me as I tossed grapes at her. Of course, ever heard of hunger marketing? Hunger marketing? Artificial scarcity, creating a sense of rarity and stimulating the desire to buy. So that's how it is. By the way, did you really come up with this lotion formula? How does a grown man like you know about these things? Of course not. Lilia helped. Just look at how well she takes care of her skin. I pinched Lilia's dewy skin. Lilia patted my head. It's all thanks to you, young master. Alice's mouth twitched. This woman was the one in the Mistmoon family who benefited the most from my care, and she was also the boldest. Charlotte, why haven't you been letting everyone go out lately? Is it dangerous? Staying at home is the safest, sis. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I smiled. By the way, there might be some trouble with the Chamber of Commerce. Alice was puzzled. The Mistmoon family is a Marquis family. Who would dare to stir up trouble with them? I got up from Lilia's lap and grabbed Luna. Come on, keep practicing magic with me. I'm not going. That place is too scary. What are you afraid of? It's not like I abuse you. Woo woo woo. Harris swore this was the longest line he had ever waited in his life. After a full hour, it was finally his turn. 1 bottle of lotion. A silver coin slapped onto the counter. The clerk looked apologetic. Sorry, sold out for today. What? I waited an hour, and you're telling me it's sold out? He was furious, wanting to call for guards, only to remember he hadn't brought any. The surrounding nobles whispered among themselves, watching him make a fool of himself. He didn't dare lose his temper and suppressed his anger. Then can I make an appointment for tomorrow? Apologies, Your Highness, we do not accept appointments. Do you know who I am? Doesn't royalty have priority? Apologies, Your Highness. All guests are treated equally regardless of status, and it's first come, first served. This has always been the rule of the Wuyue family. If it were before, Hyrus might have been apprehensive, but now I am dead. He suppressed his anger and said, Fine, I'll remember this. He turned around and left. Behind him, discussions erupted. Even the prince is scrambling to buy it. This lotion must really work. Hyrus returned to the gates of Duke Innes's mansion, only to be stopped by the servants. The Duke is out on business. Then Miss Bella. She's not here either. In fact, Carl simply felt that Harris was no longer of any use. Today, after reaching an agreement with Gliss, this tool was deemed irrelevant. Moreover, his arrogance was seen as a potential hindrance, so Carl straightforwardly ordered that he need not be received. What do you mean? I'm a prince. Can't I go in for a cup of tea? Apologies, Your Highness, but the Duke's residence is not a place you can enter at will. You do know that the Duke and I are partners, right? The servant spoke with a mocking tone. Apologies, I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? So I can relay it to the Duke. Harris understood. He had just helped the Duke get rid of Charlot. And now the Duke was pretending not to know him? Fine, I'll come back tomorrow. Fuming with anger. Why was everything going wrong today? He couldn't afford to provoke Duke Innes for now, but the Dishia Chamber of Commerce was an easy target. He decided to head back to the royal palace to gather support. He knew well enough to pick the softest target. King Bartle has been very busy lately. With the royal banquet approaching, the major nobles are about to gather to discuss state affairs. What makes him even more vigilant is that his own son, Gress, has been showing signs of restlessness recently. He knows this son has some capability, but he is too eager for quick success. Bartle has no intention of abdicating yet, and he is well aware that the first thing Gress would do upon ascending the throne is to act against his siblings. The imperial family is the coldest of all, but he will not allow it. He is old and cannot do much, but at the very least, he must protect his other children. He is no longer a king, just a father. Father, with the major nobles gathering in the capital, I would like to deploy some personnel to strengthen the capital's defenses, Gress said. Thoughtful of you. Go ahead and take care of it, Bartle replied. On the surface, it was to share the king's burdens. The command of the imperial guards was in his hands, and the court Maidens would not assist Gress in seizing power. But this was indeed a signal for Gress to act. He never took the initiative to take on tasks. Another matter that caught Bartel's attention, the rumor of Charlotte Wuyue's death. A normally active family suddenly fell silent, and a noble with a fiefdom dying in the capital would have terrible repercussions if the news spread. He decided to send someone to investigate, and the task fell to Ytania. At this moment, Ytania, as if already aware, was leisurely sipping hot tea in the palace courtyard.